Good afternoon. Welcome to today's City Council meeting. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Schwedhelm will be absent from today's meeting. Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Schwedhelm and Councilmember Tibbetts.
Great. We start today in closed session with items 2.1 and 2.2. Madam City Clerk, can you please handle public comment for those two items?
Thank you, Mayor. For those of you wishing to make a public comment on item 2.1 or 2.2 and are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand now. Dial *9 if you are participating by telephone. Mayor, there appears to be no public comment from the chamber, and there are no hands being raised in Zoom for items 2.1 and 2.2. Additionally, we received no written or voice message public comment on these items.
All right. We'll recess into closed session.
Interpreter Charles and Interpreter Pablo, can we do a brief mic check?
Probando los micrófonos, testing the mic.
Thank you to both. Just so you know, I put Charles directly into the Spanish channel. For those of you just joining the meeting, live translation in Spanish is available, and members of the public wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish channel. To do so, please click on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It may look like a globe. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off your main audio so you only hear the Spanish translation. Pablo, can you restate that in Spanish, please?
Bien, para los que recién se unen a la reunión, interpretación en vivo al español está disponible y los miembros que deseen escuchar en español pueden unirse al canal. Para unirse, haga clic en el icono de interpretación en la barra de herramientas de Zoom, que ahora puede parecer un globo terráqueo. Una vez se una al canal de español, también se recomienda que apague el audio primario para que solo escuche la interpretación al español.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and resume today's council meeting. I want to welcome Assistant City Manager Jason Nutt and Assistant City Attorney Jeff Burke, who will be participating with us today. We also have council members both here in the chamber as well as at home via Zoom. Madam City Clerk, can you please walk through for the public how they'll be able to participate in today's meeting, either virtually or in person?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. After each agenda item is presented, the mayor will ask for council comments and then open it up for public comment. If you wish to provide a public comment and are attending the meeting in person, please sign up to speak on an item with the administrator, Julie, at the top of the room. This process is in lieu of speaker cards to reduce touch points due to COVID-19. Julie will ask you your name and what item you wish to speak on, and for a one-sentence summary of your statement for the record. If you are participating from Zoom or by telephone and wish to make a live public comment on a specific item, at the time public comment is opened by the mayor for that item, please use the raised hand feature. If you are calling in via telephone, you can dial *9 to raise your hand. Generally, the mayor will first take public comment, live public comment. The host in Zoom will be lowering all hands until public comment is open for the agenda item. Once all live public comments, Zoom and in person, have been heard, the meeting host will play voicemail public comments. If you provide a live public comment on an agenda item, but also submitted a voice message public comment, your voice message public comment will not be played during the meeting. Written public comment received by the deadline on the agenda was uploaded to the agenda portal and made available to the public and the council earlier today. Additionally, there are 2 public comment periods on today's agenda to speak on non-agenda matters at items 13 and 17. This is a time when any person may address the council on matters not listed on this agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Throughout today's agenda, when the mayor calls for public comment, an interpreter will be prepared to assist anyone needing interpretation services in Spanish. Those using interpreter support will be afforded additional time for your public comment as required by the Brown Act. We ask that those listening on the Spanish channel but wishing to make a public comment to turn off the interpretation channel entirely at the time you hear your name called, so you can join the main channel to make your public comment heard and translated into English. This icon may now look like a circle with an ES in the middle and the word Spanish underneath. You can then rejoin the Spanish channel at the conclusion of your comment to continue listening to the meeting in Spanish. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's go ahead and make the meeting official and get a quorum check. Would you mind calling the roll?
Thank you. Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Schwedhelm will be absent for the remainder of the meeting. Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez. Vice Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts, have you joined us? Councilmember Alvarez, have you joined us? Okay, let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Alvarez and Councilmember Tibbetts and Councilmember Schwedhelm.
All right. Let's go ahead and go to item 3.1.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We have 2 study sessions today, the first of which is item 3.1, Water Demand Offset Policy and Fees. Colin Close, our Senior Water Resource Planner, will be reporting.
Thank you very much, Mayor and members of the Council. We're here today to provide you with a study session on the proposed water demand offset policy and fees. And I'm joined today by Mark Hildebrand of Hildebrand Consulting. Mark will do some of the presentation with me today. I'm also joined by Katie Cole of Woodard & Curran. They're a consulting firm that we brought on board to help us to develop the water demand offset policy. And as I said, Mark Hildebrand helped with the fee study. Katie will not be doing any presenting, but she will be here should we need her for additional questions. Next slide, please. This may be some familiar information. You may recall back in May, we did a study session, and in June, we held a public hearing with you to consider our urban water management plan and our water shortage contingency plan. These documents are required by California law, and the urban water management plan is a very long-range look at our water supply and looks at population growth and development and all of the elements that we need to have in mind as we plan out our future over the next 25 years in terms of our water supply and serving our community. We know that we have a very good outlook on the long-term water supply during normal water years and even below average water years. But during severely dry years like we experienced last year and just until recently, we do anticipate having water shortages. And so we do have a water shortage contingency plan that we presented to you in a study session in May and that you adopted in June. And we wanted to bring that back to your attention because the policy before you today is a mechanism for implementing an element of the water shortage plan. Next slide, please. So the water shortage contingency plan is required by that Urban Water Management Planning Act, and it must be a standalone document. And so you adopted it as a separate document in June this year. It has to clearly define what a water shortage is in stages. We have stages that go from below 10% to over 50%. And it has to provide a really detailed roadmap or operations manual that explains how we're going to reduce demand for water when we have water shortage emergencies, so that we make sure that we have adequate water supplies for public health and safety, even during severe water shortage periods. The shortage plan and the urban water management plan and the policies and measures that come out of those for implementation are exempt from CEQA according to the Water Code section 10652. And therefore this policy that's before you today for study session is not considered a project under CEQA. Next slide, please. This slide may look a little familiar to you. We talked to you in May about our priorities during water shortages. And based on guidance from the state and from our own experience, we feel that the highest priority during a water shortage is public health and safety. Of course, we also want to do our best to make sure we can maintain economic stability with our existing customers and landscaping to the greatest extent possible. And new demand is the fourth item on that list of priorities when we're in water shortages. Next slide, please. In the 2020 water shortage plan that we reviewed in May and you adopted in June, we had 8 water shortage stages lined out. Everything from a very mild shortage, less than 10%, to a very severe shortage of over 50%. The city has had water shortage plans since 1992. That was the first year that we adopted a water shortage plan. And in that time, we've never experienced a water shortage greater than 25%. We know that we've done very well with the measures that we have, the response actions that we have to achieve up to a 25% reduction. But once we get past that point, we know that that's a severe water shortage and we would need to do what's called water allocations. More commonly, that can be referred to as water rationing. So below that orange bar, that would be stages 5, 6, 7, and 8. That's when we would be requiring all of our existing customers to adhere to individual allocations on their existing account, and they would have to be mandated to not exceed the limit of water use for their particular site. Next slide, please. We have lots of response actions. And again, we reviewed these in more detail in May and June, but just as a reminder, when we're in water shortages, we do extensive outreach and education to our customers. We also provide abundant customer service and assistance. And we do that through our water use efficiency team and our customer service agents over in the billing department as well. So we provide our customers with quite a bit of help so that they can reduce their water use during shortages. We make operational changes as well in how we're doing business to save water as well. We do have quite a few restrictions and prohibitions, particularly on our existing customers. And then in stages 5 through 8, we have, as I said, water allocations or water rationing. So I want to go into a little more detail about the restrictions and prohibitions and the water allocations. Next slide, please. As you can see, this is just the prohibitions and restrictions from stages 1 through 4. They are all applicable to our existing customers. Some of them apply to new construction as well. Next slide, please. In addition, in stages 5 through 8, we have even more restrictive limits on how water can be used during severe water shortages. Again, all of these, except for one, apply directly to our existing customers, and some of them apply to new construction as well. And you'll note that by stage 8, no irrigation is allowed at all in the city for any customers, existing or new. So just wanted to point out that, again, as we look at what our priorities are for public health and safety, we cut back on irrigation early. Next slide, please. It'll become even more apparent when we talk about the water allocations. So water allocations are when we ration the limited supplies we have during a severe water shortage among our existing customers. And we do this, again, focused on public health and safety first and foremost. And these are very restrictive amounts of water that are allowed to be used at individual sites. Every water service has to adhere to its very restrictive limited amount of water, and violations can be enforced, including with excess use penalties. As we talked about during your study session in May and during the public hearing in June, what we do typically is use progressive enforcement because we want our customers to be successful. When they're successful during water shortages and meeting our targets, we're successful as a city and also as a community. So we do have enforcement available to us, but we start with progressive enforcement, hoping our customers can become successful because we really need them to cut back that water use. When we're rationing water, and it's a limited supply, and we need to make sure that it lasts throughout the water shortage emergency, there is no water available for new demand. Next slide, please. We wanted to also let you know that our customers have done an extraordinary amount of work over the last 30 years to reduce their water use and to become more water efficient over time. We talked a little bit about this during the study session about the water shortage plan and the urban water management plan. This graph will look familiar. It's a little different than what you saw before because this is only focused on residential water sales. And what we've seen is our residential customers over the last 30 years have reduced their per capita water use, the amount used per person in the residential sector, from 120 gallons per person per day down to 67 gallons per person per day. And that's an extraordinary achievement. Some of that is due to state laws, so that when houses are sold, they must come up to speed with current regulations on water use efficiency standards. It's also because we have extensive programs in our arsenal for helping our customers to reduce their water use. And we've had over 50,000 participants in our programs over the years. I also wanted to point out that 42% of that 44% reduction in per capita water use decrease was achieved by 2010. So this is just to point out that our older stock, most of our residential stock is older. While it wasn't built to be as efficient as new stock, most of our customers have come up to speed with the current standards, and we see very high levels of efficiency in our older building stock. So again, it's congratulations to the City Council for supporting these policies over the last 30 years, and also to our customers for all the work that they have done. Next slide, please. So when we look at water allocations, knowing how efficient our customers are and understanding how severe water shortages are, you'll see that in stage 5, it's an incredibly restrictive limit on water use on our residential customers. About 72 to 75% of our water use is in the residential sector. 40 gallons per person per day is not much. There's a little allotment as well for irrigation purposes. That represents a 20 to 30% reduction in water use, depending on the family size and the lot size, and also on which time of year it is. So it's a significant decrease in water use. The commercial, institutional, industrial sector and the health and safety sectors are looking at reducing water use without the advantage of reducing irrigation to achieve those reductions. Predominantly, those are accounts that don't serve irrigation purposes. The irrigation services would be required to reduce their use by more than 50% in a stage 5 water shortage. So again, you can see that our priorities for water shortages are mapped out and reflected in these allocations. Next slide, please. Spend a little less time on stages 6, 7, and 8. This is stage 6, and it's just to show you that in the residential sector, they're achieving up to 40% reduction in normal water use. Irrigation services, over 3/4 reduction in water use. Commercial and health and safety are doing 10 and 20% reductions. And again, without the benefit of being able to simply reduce irrigation. Next slide, please. So in stage 7, even more restrictive. And if we could go to the next slide. I just want to point out there is a typo that I noted, and I apologize for this. The residential sector is down to 28 gallons per capita per day in stage 8, not 32. So I apologize for not catching that before this was submitted for your review. So again, incredibly restrictive. And at this point, there is no water allowed for irrigation services, and irrigation is prohibited completely in stage 8. So again, water allocations are very severe. So when we're in these extremely severe water shortages, these allocations are quite restrictive. Next slide, please. We don't only have water shortage crises facing us, we also have a housing shortage crisis, and we're well aware of that. So we need to be mindful of the fact that we have to comply with not only California state law mandating a certain amount of housing, but also simply the needs of our community. So the city has prepared and adopted quite a large series of policies, plans, and practices to do what it can to help address that housing shortage crisis. So as we look at what we would need to do in a severe water shortage, knowing we also have a housing shortage crisis, we have to work carefully to balance those. Next slide, please. In developing the water shortage plan, staff considered a number of options other than water offsets. One of them was to consider a moratorium. Many agencies do institute moratoriums during severe water shortages. With our housing crisis and with the need to support economic vitality, just didn't feel like that was the right direction for our city and our community. We could have required that developers find new water supplies. What we've seen is the city has also been working to expand its water supplies. It's a very difficult task to achieve. It's quite expensive, and it takes 2 to 3 years once you have established a new water supply to come up to standard and meet all the permitting requirements. So that didn't work either. We could require developers to do their own projects to conserve water. And talking to some other agencies that have permanent offset policies in place, they express that what they hear from the development community is there are serious challenges in being able to complete those projects, and that the expenses to the water supplier are significant. There needs to be quite a bit of oversight, inspections before, during, and after, data analysis, approvals. So it didn't necessarily cost much less than being able to have the programs run by the water supplier themselves. We also considered requiring that the offset fee be due at the building permit application. That's typically when all of our fees are due. However, we know that some projects take many years to develop. Sometimes a building permit may be sitting, waiting for the right moment to begin for 5 or even 10 years. So requiring that a fee be paid now when the actual impact would be later didn't make sense. So staff recommended that we have the fee due at the time the impact occurs, which would be when a project is requesting its final inspection or any type of occupancy. The other thing we'll talk about is that this fee would only be collected if and only if we had a severe water shortage at that time. And we'll give a little more detail about that in a moment. Next slide, please. In the 2020 water shortage plan that we presented to you in May in the study session and that you adopted in the public hearing in June, there was the 4 stages of offsets, starting with stage 5 and then 6, 7, and 8. Because as you saw, the restrictions on our existing customers get more and more severe. The more severe the water shortage is, it seemed to make sense to make the offset requirement more severe as well. However, when we looked at the financial impact that would have on projects and we looked at the nexus, we all concurred. There was a group of 15 of us from 3 different departments working together, planning, economic development, as well as the city attorney's office and the water department, and in conjunction with Woodard and Curran as our consultant, we all to a person came to the same conclusion that the offset should be set at only 100% and that the fee should be established to essentially achieve a net zero impact rather than doubling, tripling, or quadrupling the offset requirement. So we'll be bringing to you a request to amend the water shortage plan at a public hearing on November 30th, asking you to make this change, to remove the progressively steeper increase in offset requirements and to flatten that to simply 100%. Next slide, please. So the policy, again, as I had said earlier, is this mechanism to implement the water shortage plan's requirement that when we're rationing water among our existing customers, that new demand must offset any new construction must offset any new demand on our system. And this was designed in a way to respond to water shortage emergencies while also allowing us to continue to respond to the need for new housing and to comply with state laws on both the water shortage side and the housing side. Next slide, please. This policy would apply to any project that doesn't yet have a building permit application on file at the time the policy is adopted, but it would only apply to those that are having to pay new or increased connection fees. That's a fee for the infrastructure impact of a new connection or an increased connection. Next slide, please. And the process would be that if this policy applied to a project that's submitting a building application, they would submit a water demand offset application as part of that process. Staff would memorialize that in an agreement so that it's very clear to both parties what the fee would be, when the fee would be due, and under what circumstances the fee would be due. The building permit would be issued and the project would go off to proceed along its way, and payment would not be due until final inspection or any type of occupancy. But it would only be due if and only if we're in a declared water shortage emergency that is requiring that our existing customers ration their water use. So for example, right now we're in a stage 3 water shortage. If this policy had been adopted last year, any new projects coming online would not be subject to paying water demand offset fees because we're not rationing water with our customers. So in fact, if we go back to 1992, so the last 30 years of having water shortage contingency plans, if this had been a policy that had been adopted in 1992, we would have collected exactly 0 fees in the last 30 years. So again, this is simply reserved for severe water shortages. While we haven't had to ration water in the last 30 years, there's no guarantee. We just don't know what the future will hold given climate change, given the uncertainties of weather conditions. But we just wanted to clarify that this is a policy that would not have required any fees to have been paid in the last 30 years. And we're hopeful that we'll continue to get rain and that we won't end up needing to implement this policy, but that we'll have it in place should we have a severe shortage in the future. Next slide, please. So again, the water demand offset fee would be due at the time of final inspection or occupancy of any type, if and only if we're in a declared water shortage emergency that requires our existing customers ration their water use. Fees will be collected and tracked separate from all other revenue streams so that we can make sure that we comply fully with the Mitigation Fee Act. And the fees will be used to fund city projects and programs to achieve water offsets. Next slide, please. We also wanted to point out before I have Mr. Hildebrand talk to you about the fee study, we did during the development of the urban water management plan, we had a very thorough analysis of our water use. And one element of that was to look at residential water use by age of construction. When we looked at that, what we saw is year after year, whether it was pre-1994, 1994 to 2009, or 2010 and forward, water use in the single family sector is very close. While new development is built to be more water efficient, that's no guarantee that the folks who live in those new homes are necessarily going to use less water. It really depends on the number of folks who live in each home, the size of the landscape, and their own habits and practices. So ultimately, regardless of the age of construction, and also given the fact that so many of our customers have upgraded their homes to current standards, we see that water use is about the same in the single family sector. In the multifamily sector, when you look at this graph, initially it appears that the newer construction uses less water. However, what's embedded in this data that couldn't be teased out is irrigation water use. So for the older projects, whether they were the pre-1994 group or the 1994 to 2009 group, most of our multifamily stock is older, and those projects have a meter that serves both the irrigation purposes and the domestic purposes. However, after 2010, none of those accounts have mixed use meters, so there's no irrigation in the 2010 and forward construction site water analysis. So essentially, their water use is very much parallel once you figure in the irrigation uses as well. Next slide, please. So at this point, I'd like Mr. Hildebrand to talk to you a little bit more about the fee study that he conducted on behalf of the city of Santa Rosa. Mr. Hildebrand?
Thank you, Mr. Close. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, great, thanks. So as was touched on, the water demand offset fees were based on costs of known conservation programs that the city has implemented in the past. And so specifically, we looked at direct install bathroom conversion. So that means replacing shower heads with ultra low flow, toilets with ultra low flow toilets, installing aerators onto faucets, and installing lower flow shower heads. So we looked at the cost of that particular program. We also looked at the clothes washer program, providing rebates to replace older clothes washers with high efficiency clothes washers. And we also looked at the cost of providing rebates for replacing turf with other types of landscaping. And so based on the cost of those programs and based on the known water savings that were achieved through those programs, we were able to come up with a unit price of how much it costs to reduce water usage. Next slide. And so you can see in this table, those three programs are represented in the middle of the table in the three columns there. And we looked at how much those particular programs would cost to offset specific types of development. So as you can see in the top group there, we look at single family residential with three different lot sizes: small lots, medium lots, and large lots. And we used utility billing data to look at those types of accounts to understand how much water those types of accounts use on average, and therefore how much it would cost through these different programs to completely offset the use of that water. Ultimately, we took the average, the weighted average of those three programs. So in the final column, you can see the offset costs associated with different types of development. So we looked at single family, residential, duplex, triplex, condos, various types of accessory dwelling units, and senior housing. These are all categories that are consistent with the charges that are already city. And so it's a classification that's familiar to the city. Finally, in the last category at the bottom there, the commercial, industrial, institutional, and irrigation are case-by-case bases. So the city would assess the proposed development and make a determination of how much water was expected to be used from those types of accounts. And we came up with a unit cost of per 1,000 gallons a month, the $415 there in the bottom right of the corner. Next slide. So this table provides the same numbers, just with fewer numbers. It shows the final water demand offset fee on the right. Next slide.
Thank you, Mr. Hildebrand.
Great.
In considering what alternatives the city may have to charging developers water demand offset fees, staff looked at a number of options, and what we wanted to make sure the city council was aware of is that, of course, there is the option to use general funds that could be potentially to subsidize, for example, housing development, Some portion thereof could be having geographic limits, for example, the downtown core. It could be limited to affordable, low, or very low income housing. It would really be up to the city council's purview should it decide that it wanted to subsidize the water demand offset fees. In terms of water fund availability, the ratepayer revenues could not be used because of the restrictions of Proposition 218. Proposition 218 limits us and does not allow us to use ratepayer funds to subsidize other groups. The water department does have cell tower revenue that is not subject to Prop 218. It is currently used to provide some relief to assist our low-income customers in our H2O program, our Help to Others program. But should the council direct it such, we could redirect those funds from that group of low-income folks and subsidize the water demand offset fees. Excess use penalties, we just wanted to remind you, yes, those are available. And again, that's when someone exceeds their water ration, we can collect excess use penalties. However, as we talked to you about in May and June of this year, our strategy is always progressive enforcement. We've found that to be incredibly useful with our community. Our community tends to be very willing to help us reduce water use in times of water shortage emergencies. And in part, we think that's because we've built a relationship with them that is based on progressive enforcement. And that means we work with our customers to help them be successful so that we're successful as a water department and as a city and as a community during water shortage crises. So we do not anticipate that we would be collecting any substantial amount of excess use penalties. Instead, we would anticipate that we would be educating and assisting our customers so that they can comply with their water allocation limits. There may be, of course, some amount of excess use penalties that would have to be collected if there were recalcitrant customers who refuse to respond. But really, the goal is progressive enforcement and helping our customers be successful and reduce that water use. Next slide, please. We have also what has also been brought to our attention is a new regulation, AB 602, related to development fees, the impact fee nexus. This was approved by the state legislature and signed by the governor on September 28th. It goes into effect on January 1st. And what this requires is that local agencies that want to implement impact fees, they have to achieve that through meeting certain standards. The first is the fee study would have to be adopted before adopting the fees. They would have to identify the existing and proposed level of service and why the new service is needed. And then after July 1st, the study would have to either consider the square footage of housing units for calculating the fees or make findings why square footage isn't appropriate. And looking at this, although the water demand offset fee before you in a study session today is not subject to AB 602, we've taken steps to make sure that it would meet those requirements. Next slide, please. We have done quite a bit of outreach, even more since this slide was developed. We mailed 59 letters to developers and contractors and housing advocates to let them know. We did that in late September to let them know about this proposed policy and fee structure and when public meetings would be occurring and how they could participate in those meetings. Also provided them with contact information if they wanted to ask questions or request presentations for their organizations, or if they wanted a copy of the draft policy or the draft fee study. We did receive one response. The North Coast Builders Exchange did ask for us to come and do a presentation for their Governmental Affairs Committee, and we did so on October 14th. We have also had 3 public meetings prior to this meeting. We did a informational presentation to the City Council BPU Liaison Committee, on October 5th. We did a study session with the Board of Public Utilities on October 7th. And we did a study session with the Planning Commission on October 14th. There were no public comments submitted at that time. We've also sent a letter by email to about 170 community groups, environmental groups, developers and contractors, housing advocates, to make sure that they're aware that this information is being presented to the City Council, that it's being considered. We've created a web page, and that is srcity.org/water demand offset. And that has the draft policy and the draft fee study posted to it, as well as additional information. I also wanted to mention that the 170 letters that were emailed out, we emailed that letter out both in English and in Spanish simultaneously. Again, we've not received any public comment from the efforts so far. Next slide, please. The next steps would be for us to go to the Board of Public Utilities. They had, as I said, a study session October 7th. We would return to them on November 4th, asking them to consider recommending to Council to adopt the policy and fees. We would also ask them to make a recommendation to amend the water shortage plan, as I had stated, to flatten the offset fee the offset requirement to 100% in stages 5, 6, 7, and 8. On November 30th, we plan to come back to you, and you will be holding a public hearing, and we'll consider adopting the policy and fees. Just prior to that public hearing, immediately preceding it, you will be having a public hearing, and we will ask you to consider adopting the amendment to the water shortage plan. There's one other minor amendment there that's an administrative amendment, and we'll be providing more information to you about both of those during your public hearing. Next slide, please. So with that, we are happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Colin. Council, are there any questions? Councilmember Fleming.
Yes, thank you, Colin. I have a question about, I think it might have been slide 18. It was a few back when you went from the percentages, instead of them being multiplicatives of the 100% on the increases, you decided to stay at 100%. Can you review the rationale and what the impacts of that are one more time?
Thank you so much for bringing that slide up. That's very helpful. Yes, thank you, Councilmember Fleming. So in the plan currently, the offset requirement would be 100%. So I'll use very, very simple numbers just because I think it'll help make the point. So let's say a site needed 100 units of water. In stage 5, they'd be required to pay a fee that would allow the city to offset 100 units of water through one of our projects or programs. In stage 6, it would require 200 units of water to be offset, which would double the fee. In stage 7, it would require 300 units of water, which would triple the fee. And in stage 8, it would require 400 units of water, which would quadruple the fee. What we're proposing is that stages 5 through 8 not have that increasing requirement, but rather that we only ask new development to achieve a net zero impact, which would be the 100% offset, or in this example, 100 units of offset. So the fee would be tied to simply 100% offset, sort of a net zero impact, if you will, rather than having it double, triple, and quadruple in the later stages.
Thank you for that explanation. It's very clear.
All right, I'm not seeing any other hands from council. Let's go ahead and go to public comment on the item. If you are interested in providing comment, our system in the chamber is actually down at the moment. So we're going to have folks line up at the podium. Oh, we're back up? Well, my system's still down. So I'm going to have folks go ahead and line up at the podium. Just make sure to introduce yourself when it's your time, and then we'll come back and we'll do public comment via Zoom after our chamber comments.
Is this on?
Yep.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm with the Sonoma County Housing Advocacy Group. For over 5 years, the group has been attentive to affordable housing issues and yet was not informed in any way, shape, or form by the city of these activities. Perhaps we need to get an update on your communications list and make sure that we're not left off. One of the concerns that many residents of Sonoma County raise during stressful water times is they see new development happening and they ask, why do you ask us citizens to restrict our use and be more conservative? I myself am a person who believes that water conservation is good all the time, not just in cases of extreme drought. One of the things that's been brought up today is the idea that in stage 5 and above, you'll switch this up and just make it a net zero and not go with any penalties. I think that it's important that we realize in our system, many people will try to game it, and they're not necessarily going to be honest brokers in the situation of how water use and new demand will be. So advocacy for having penalties seems harsh, but realistically, it's the only way we get true honesty in water conservation. If there are penalties, people pay attention. Some of the worst water wasting I see is with irrigation and institutions and industry. Specifically, right here in our area, we could say the junior college. I've seen a leaking underground pipe there for well over a decade. They haven't really cared because they're not held accountable. The same can be said in the wine industry. They use lots of water and they don't really feel they have to be as conservative as those residents who have cut their use so much. Here we are in a county where you have lots of people who are concerned, and as residents, they've done their job to cut their water use, which was actually applauded, to point out how they went down from 120 gallons per family per day down to 67. That's a wonderful thing. You don't see that with institutions and industry, so I would hope that you folks would put something in there to make sure that those folks will be more conservative also and treat this water shortage as if it is year-round. We won't necessarily be going back to the good old days. Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the chamber who'd like to make comments? Okay, we'll go to our public comments on Zoom. I see one hand. Let's start with Caleb. Caleb, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, council members, and Mr. City Manager, I am Callum Weeks, the Policy Director for Generation Housing, where we advocate for more diverse and more affordable housing. I had a script, prepared today, but I'm going to go a little off script and simply start by just thanking your staff and, your consultancies for taking the time to actually listen to our early concerns. We did submit a letter. I'm not exactly certain when, but it was, I think, a couple months ago, expressing some of our early concerns in terms of equity and making sure that this wasn't, an overly burdensome cost onto some of our lower income communities and generally speaking, communities of color. I guess I would just, add today that I would encourage, to the extent possible, that we kind of pump the brakes on this. We did have this recent rainstorm, and I think it's put us in a slightly less dire situation. And certainly, I think we have an opportunity here to potentially, re-engage community, seek additional input, and potentially, take the time to really dial this in and ensure that we aren't causing any additional burdens that would potentially, impede council priorities and very much, so one of the council priorities would certainly be development of affordable, low and low income housing. And, one of the questions I guess I would have for staff too, because I'm a little bit confused, is why is this not subject to AB 602? That's a little bit unclear to me. And if at all possible, I would definitely appreciate getting additional input on that today. And then I would, add just kind of one more thing. Again, to the extent possible, if it is an option, I firmly believe in Generation Housing. We firmly believe that it is important that we use subsidies to the extent possible to help further stimulate additional affordable developments. And as always, thank you for your time. Thank you for your leadership. We really appreciate it. And I look forward to hearing more from you.
Thank you so much, Caleb. The only hand that I see via Zoom. Is there anyone else who wanted to give comment? Okay, I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council. This is a study session, so staff is looking for direction. And Colin, if you could just provide a little bit of context for council members on what type of direction would be helpful as you move this back towards the BPU.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Did you also want me to address the AB 602 question, or do you feel that the slide adequately addressed it already?
Feel free to.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that the public understood that AB 602, while it was signed in September, it becomes effective January 1st. Our study is already completed, so we are prior to that deadline. However, we've done everything that we can, working with our legal counsel and with our accounting folks, just to make sure that we really are lined up and set up to follow that, the requirements that were in that. So while it didn't rely on square footage for housing, folks can see that to a certain degree, there is a kind of square footage in that it does reflect the fact that larger single family properties have a larger water demand due to landscaping. And so they would pay a higher fee. And very small unit, high density housing tends to use less water per unit. And so that has a lower fee. So while it wasn't based strictly on square footage, ultimately the way our water use signature is for each of these different customer classes, it does in many ways reflect that indirectly. But we have to use the actual water demand as our basis and our nexus in terms of what kind of impact we have to offset. So hopefully that helps, and that the law doesn't go into effect until January 1st, but we've done everything we can in our power to make sure that we are complying ahead of schedule.
I appreciate that. And then, Colin, really fast, there was also a comment that I just wanted to make sure we're all working with the same facts on where our water usage actually is. And so I want to make sure I share this for the public. 83% of the water usage in Santa Rosa is from single-family homes. 6% is multifamily. 6% is agriculture, 5% is commercial and industrial, and city parks is only 3%. So I did want to make sure I put that information out there as well, since there was a comment about it.
And actually, City of Santa Rosa proper, we don't serve agricultural customers with our potable water supply. So the potable water supply that is subject to things like water rationing and the water shortage plan does not serve agricultural customers.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you bet. So you were looking for what direction that might be helpful for staff at this time during this study session. I think ultimately, if the council doesn't have a different direction to provide to us, we're interested in knowing whether or not as it's proposed, should we move forward with it as it is? Would there be any recommendation from council that there be some other approach to how fees are paid or subsidized, whether we would need to make changes to our shortage plan? Just generally speaking, what we have presented is that what the council would like to see move forward as written, or if there is any specific change that the council would like to recommend.
Okay, I'll start with council members on Zoom first. Councilmember Sawyer, any additional feedback?
Thank you, Mayor. No, just my thanks to the team in coming forward with recommendations. My fear is perhaps that this major rain that we've received in the last couple of days will make people feel less inclined to be diligent in their conservation. So this is a nice reprieve for at least a little while, but keep up the good work, Santa Rosa, because you're doing an excellent job in conserving water. And we need that to continue until we are truly out or much closer to out of this drought. And so I am the subject matter experts in this team have made, I think, an excellent recommendation. I think it's fair. I think it's equitable. I think it's just and reasonable and conservative enough to help get us through this crisis. So I very much support the recommendations coming from staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Alvarez.
I share the sentiments, and thank you, Mayor. I share the sentiments of Councilman Sawyer, and really for the community to not let up on the conservation efforts. Don't let the rain fool you. We're not out of the drought, and we really are moving in the right direction. But to keep moving in that direction, and for staff, thank you for the presentation. And when it comes to our water agency, you are, as stated prior, you are the subject matter experts, and definitely following your lead. And I guess if I did have a question, it would be once we, if we, and when that happens, we exit the drought period. Is there any process or allowance to revisit the fee schedules to the community once we, again, if and when we exit the drought?
Mayor, would it be appropriate for me to go ahead and respond?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much. First, I just wanted to thank both of you for reminding our community that we really are not out of the drought yet. And it is a huge relief. I think also because October is such a scary time for us in terms of fire danger. So I know all of us are breathing a deep sigh of relief. I think that's very clear. And yet Lake Sonoma is at the lowest level it's ever been in its history since it first filled. So this is great. We've had some rain. We have some more coming. The lake is starting to get more water, but we still need that 20% reduction in use to ensure that we have water supply going forward. So thank you both for that. And then in terms of revisiting the fees, certainly I think, once fees are adopted, the way that the policy is developed is that at least every 5 years we would revisit those fees, because we need to look at, has water use continued to drop, in which case there's less water that would need to be offset. And we want to make sure that we're staying up with that as our community continues to be more conservative with its water use. So absolutely. And I know that at any time, if council wanted to direct staff to revisit those fees in between that 5-year cycle, that's certainly an option as well. But our plan is to have that adopted. But yes, of course. But while we're in drought, we are not requiring any fees at this time. So just a reminder, we are not in a stage 5, 6, 7, or 8. We're in a stage 3. So even if this were in place today, no fees would be collected under our current 20% mandatory reduction in water use. So that our current drought is not severe enough to trigger these fees. So just a reminder that certainly we could revisit them, but nobody would be subject to the fees under our current circumstances.
Perfect, and thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you, Mr. Close, and to your team for all of your work. I don't believe that this is the best way for us to go right now. I think that it that causes us a problem whereby it prejudices future water users, especially multifamily water users, who are our lowest using group, as we've seen, because of the less amount of irrigation that is caused in this group. So what I think that we do have a drought. We have a really serious drought. I agree with the other council members that people need to continue to conserve. We also have an ongoing housing shortage. And while this would not apply to any housing that's being built now, if the drought doesn't get any worse, it does have the chilling impact of one more fee and one more sort of disincentive to building. And so, I've spoken with Director Burke. I've made it clear that I don't believe this is the way that we should be going. I don't think that we should essentially disadvantage future water users from being able to become future water users. And I don't have the solution for how we should be figuring this out otherwise, but one way that I would look at this would be one thing that was mentioned, which would be to exempt a geographic area where we really don't want to disincentivize development, such as the downtown, or looking at exempting multifamily building or density above a certain amount that we've been struggling to get, maybe mid-rises or something on that order. I appreciate that we've got to figure out a way to manage water use and water expectations, but I don't believe that multifamily use is the way to go, and I think that it's going to cause us more problems down the road. So those are my thoughts. I will be supporting this, but it's with great reservation.
Thanks, Councilmember. Vice Mayor?
Just want to thank the Water Department for all of their hard work, the staff. You guys are great. You guys definitely put your all into everything water. I will be supporting this because I don't have an alternative. I don't have an answer otherwise. And also because we haven't had to implement it, and we wouldn't have had to implement it in 30 years. And I know that we can always revisit it if it's something that we do need to revisit, but we need to have something in place. So if we need to revisit it, we can revisit it. So, but thank you guys so much for your hard work.
Yeah, I would echo those comments as well, just for the hard work that the team has been doing, and I know it's been a long process. And thank you to the Board of Public Utilities for weighing in on this as well, not just once, but twice coming up next week. The one change that I was really looking for you made in it, and that was the reduction in the percentage as we move through the different tiers. It didn't feel fair to me that we were asking new development to offset more than their fair share and make up for what would essentially just be bad timing and bad circumstances that they weren't built 10 years ago, 15 years ago. I think that the 100% offset is fair as we look at the conditions, but above that, I had concerns. And so I appreciate you taking the time to listen to folks and to make some tweaks to the policy as it moves forward, and I'm sure there'll be more tweaks that'll be made before it comes back to us for final adoption. With that, I think you've got direction, Colin.
Thank you very much, Mayor and council members. We really appreciate all of the comments that you shared with us in the direction. Thank you. And I also want to thank the team. Again, about 15 folks worked very hard on this, and I just want to thank all of them as well. Thank you.
Great. Mr. Assistant City Manager, let's go to item 3.2.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Our second study session item is item 3.2, where we'll be discussing one-time monies relating to the PG&E settlement and the American Rescue Plan Act. And Alan Alton, our acting chief financial officer, will be reporting.
Thank you. And, good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. So this is a study session on one-time monies. This is for some of this is a very long time coming. We believe what you will see in this presentation are proposed spending plans that will utilize both American Rescue Plan Act money and also the remaining amounts of PG&E settlement fund dollars. We last had a study session on this in July. At that point, we formed a working group and started developing criteria for ranking a number of projects that we had that both came from the council during that study session, but also from staff. We reviewed these with the Long-Term Financial Policy and Audit Subcommittee on October 12th. And with that, let's go to the next slide. So as I mentioned, we formed a working group to review the slides or review the programs. It's a very diverse group of individuals from different departments with different areas of focus in their work. So that group included Jason Nutt and Claire Hartman, who are both assistant city managers, one in public works, one in planning. Eric McHenry from information technology, Socorro Shales from human resources that helped us with the diversity, inclusion, and EEO work. Raisa de la Rosa from economic development. Magali Tejas from community engagement. Tasha Wright from water, looking at sustainability, and myself. We met several times as a group, developed a team site so we were able to share information and work off of draft documents and help build those. I have to say, in all my years here, I've worked in a number of groups, but this was probably one of the, it was eye-opening for me to be able to get such views and be able to kind of come together and build consensus in areas that I frankly wasn't familiar with, and I learned a lot from it. It was a great group to work with. Next slide, please. So we took each program, whether they were, well, let me take a step back. As we had our list of programs, and I think that there were 67 in total, we did a first look to see which would be ARPA eligible, and then all others would kind of go into a PG&E category. So basically you have specific ARPA funding, and then you have all the other ones that maybe don't work for ARPA, so they would need to compete with the other funds that were a smaller amount. So, and our consultant, Haggerty, helped us with that initial view or review, provided backup information, and then we were able to share that with the group. But as we then started looking at the individual programs to rank them and score them, we used the same criteria for both programs. So, and we were looking at things from a sustainable economic and equity lens. So from a sustainability thing, we were looking at environmental equity and looking at whether the investment would specifically assist vulnerable communities. We looked at it from a standpoint of environmental health and whether it would provide a benefit to vulnerable communities in a range of ways from a health standpoint, be it parks or pathways or healthy foods, however that might be. We looked at things to be, if it was a true one-time program, if it would free up general fund dollars, if it would require ongoing funds, or if it helped implement the climate action plan. We looked at things from an economic perspective, looking at socioeconomic upstream investment, looking at economic determinants of health, and also looking at whether they would advance economic development in the downtown or eliminate bottlenecks in planning and economic development, reducing ongoing general fund maintenance costs, or enhancing recruitment and retention. And we looked at things from an equity lens as well. So we wanted to score or give a particular score for projects that would advance diversity and advance equity and access and advance inclusion. We wanted to look at those that could impact underserved populations and address generational poverty or improve access to city services and advance
homeless and housing first strategies, expanding on availability of childcare. All of this review criteria recognizes priority investment for federally determined qualified census tracts and place-based equity strategies. So we kind of folded in our own lens, but always keeping in mind the federal requirements that were there and our abilities under those federal guidelines, especially for ARPA. Other factors that went into the review process, like I said, we kept in mind the final rule guidelines from Treasury. We looked at really the potential of ongoing nature of a program. A lot of these things that you're going to see are really going to be kind of pilot programs. And, part of that comes that if the pilot program is successful, now we need to find a funding source for it. It doesn't mean that we would not recommend those, but it just means that there's a larger challenge going ahead. And then we also looked at returns on investment. As we get into these slides later on, we did try to estimate some timelines for implementation wherever possible. And we also know that going forward, we'll need to be reporting out on the metrics for success of these programs. These were some comments that came through the review from the Finance Subcommittee. Some of that we're still working on, but those are things that we have in mind as we're going forward. Next slide, please. So before we hop into the actual PG&E and ARPA programs, I'm just going to give you a quick, very fast overview of where we were from the general fund and the water fund for FEMA public assistance projects. At least on the PG&E side, obviously the Tubbs fire was the reason for that settlement. There were a number of projects that were that we took place in or we worked on, some of which we've completed through the FEMA and CalOES process. I think we've closed out a handful of projects. We're in the closeout phase on a few more, but then we have fire recovery projects that are still going. So what we wanted to do was just to kind of briefly touch on the fact that we are still working on these projects, 4 years later, of trying to recover from the Tubbs fire and moving those things along. So this slide shows basically the general fund part of it, the cost estimate that we had from a city standpoint, what FEMA obligated to us, and what we've received so far. And what I would say is that whatever, while FEMA may obligate a certain amount, if all things go well, the final closeout amount should be closer to what our actual trued up costs are. But that is several, as I'm learning, several years down the road. But as it stands right now, all of our emergency response, so the things that we had to draw from the reserves to respond initially to those have all been turned back to the city, and we did well with that. Others, we have budget within the CIP, and so now they're just basically working as a grant program. So as we move through the process, we hit certain milestones, we draw down from grant revenue, and that helps pay for it. So next slide will show the water side of that. They also have an emergency response, and then they have water-specific programs that are moving through the cycle. So next slide. So The PG&E settlement funds, we received $95 million. We've allocated most of that. This graph shows just from a picture standpoint where we've moved in terms of having fire recovery and resiliency projects, fiscal stability, of putting money into the reserves. We allocated some money to the Renewal Enterprise District, and we have money committed for the Roseland Library, which leaves us with about $7 million of uncommitted funds. And next slide. We can move quickly through this, but this is basically what we've done with those. So with the fire resiliency, we have the vegetation management program, which is a 5-year program at about $5.25 million. The wildland resiliency response strategic plan upgrade, so that was about 2.75. And as we are, you see items come to council every now and then that are actually spending the money out of those particular programs. We have fire recovery. These are were just recently committed by the council. We're obligated over 4 projects in the Hopper Avenue corridor, some residential street repair, and re-landscaping and vegetation restoration. And then, like I mentioned, we had the contribution to the Roseland Library and the contribution to the Renewal Enterprise District. Next slide, please. So, as I said, we had a very long list of program requests that didn't fall within ARPA, about 120 million worth. We had about $7 million to spend. We were able to get that down to about just under $7 million as a proposed plan. So a little bit on the scoring. Again, the scoring, we scored ARPA and PG&E the same. The maximum possible score was a 21. No program on either side scored that high. There were, so usually they were about a point each. If we knew that there were ongoing costs, you know, we would try to list that, and in one of the categories, I think we gave a negative number if there was an ongoing program or something to that effect. But for the most part, if it met a particular criteria that I mentioned earlier in the presentation, it got a point. At the end of the day, we totaled up all those points and we then ranked them that way. And for this one, you kind of see where we fall and down to the 7 million. So in these next slides, I will go over quickly as I can the individual programs that we're funding. And I do have a lot of the working group folks are panelists on this. So if there's specific questions that I can't get through them on a high level, they can get more detail for you. So next slide, please. So some of these are dealing with, again, and we're showing them by rank order. So you have translation services was, I think, the highest rank. It would be for both translating both our written materials, but also like the translation services that we do for the council meetings. This is undoubtedly an ongoing program. I don't see us ever moving away from that. We, as a group, the initial estimate of that was actually lower. As a group, we realized that we probably needed to have a higher amount. And what this will do is this will be, it'll be in a project. So it will be able to move, carry over from, you know, a couple of years. What we need to try to do is understand the what the ongoing program cost for translation services will be, just how, and where we are right now, it's spread out throughout the various departments that traditionally do outreach, whether it be door tags or other types of outreach. So we're trying to kind of cobble everything together, figure out what we need, and consolidate a way to move forward, especially on the general fund side with this. So this is a high amount. It's not expected to be for 1 year. It'll probably be for a couple of years, but it'll give us that opportunity to build a trend line and a realistic budget moving forward. The Youth Promotorius and Youth Council, this will create a model for youth engagement and expand outreach. And that this is something that we think that we could probably start fairly soon. We would, it wouldn't take a long time to build up that program. I would say that if something like this is approved, we could start rather quickly on it. The specific plan, so this is replacing Mendocino Avenue with South Santa Rosa Avenue specific plan. It's a one-time cost, and what it's doing is it's combining these funds with other revenues to create this larger project. Expect the EIR on this to begin in 2023 and completed around 2024. Roseland Creek Park, this was something that, to kind of give you an insight into the deliberation, we had a kind of an all-encompassing park program that was originally reviewed and kind of scored low because it was more than what we had to spend. And then the thought was, and I think it was after the council meeting where we talked about Roseland Creek, where, well, can we do something specifically in here? What can we do? And we came up with a project that would provide connectivity with bicycle and pedestrian trail access. So complete the loop pathway system, do 2 pedestrian creek crossings, and then do some multi-use trail bicycle and pedestrian connecting McMinn and Burbank. So that connectivity we were able to do, this is stuff that we could actually get done rather quickly at an amount that kind of fit within what we could fund. And then as we rescored that, it scored quite high. Next slide, please. So these are, when we originally had the list, we had DEI initiatives was just a large project. We went and broke it down as much as possible into these smaller projects to kind of give an idea of what we would, what initiatives we could take on, and then ranked all of those individually, scored them and ranked them. So we have the intern program. This is something that could start immediately. We would want to coordinate it with the school year, but it would build the local talent pool connection for city opportunities. There is community and staff equity. So there's a community component and equity training for city staff. Both of those were estimated to probably happen in the early part of 2022. DEI spaces is where we are trying to find and multicultural spaces. And so we are actively looking for those areas where we can go out and do multicultural events and spaces within the city. The barrier for that has been that we just had no money once we would finally find a space. So this would kind of move us toward that direction of actually being able to establish these multicultural spaces or have events throughout the city. The board and committee stipend, this is this would be a policy change. It's not something that we currently do. And there would need to be details worked out on this. However, the thought in bringing it forward was that we want to try to open up participation in our boards and committees, and a stipend amount might be able to remove some of the barriers, say for childcare or things like that, that would prohibit somebody that would want to join a board or committee, but just wouldn't be able to do it because of those barriers. So that's what it was looking at. Then we have the recommendations coming from the C Collaborative, and we look at that and the equity dashboard. Those things are tied together, looking at spring implementation in those. Next slide, please. So the community empowerment plan, what this funding would do would allow community engagement to start do more work out in the street. It would allow them to do this now. It's an interesting thing. We have the community engagement program that's set up with some staff that's in there, but we don't have really a good operating budget for them. So there's a lot of things that we would like to be able to do out in the area, listening sessions, other types of engagement there, but we simply are trying to, find money to get out and to do those. This would provide that, and it would also allow us to evaluate and figure out what the right ongoing operating budget would be for this group. So we have contract services both for planning and economic development and fire, so the plan review part of fire. Both of these things are basically helps with staffing issues. This allows us to move through the bottleneck that can happen from both fire rebuild, but just in general of trying to move projects through both planning and economic development on both the planning side and the fire side. So I kind of combined them. They had scored the same amount, so they're just on one line here. But it would be $500,000 for the contract on the fire side, and then about $300,000 on the head side. We receive a lot of public record or records requests, but also we have a need for digitizing and that. So this public records management update, it actually helps out a number of different departments. It specifically helps out HED and helps get hard copies records into the trusted system. Part of this cost is the support for digitizing everything. And ultimately what it will do, we think, is reduce the cost of long-term storage. But this was one of those things that as we were going through and looking at what the best return on investment we can get, this is one of those things that doesn't score high in a lot of the other categories, but very much scores high in terms of the benefit that it has for multiple departments and just regular smooth operating city departments. Then the trusted system that I mentioned, this is records management software. This is something that could probably be implemented within 6 months. It would need to go through the RFP and contract process, and that usually takes around 6 or 7 months, but it's something that we think that we could have going within probably this fiscal year. It would have an annual license fee attached to it of $15,000, but that would be spread out through the IT rate plan. There's a fire inspection database that we were looking at. This allows us to streamline the reporting that we're required to do for the state. So it's one of those, it's money that we need to spend that, again, doesn't check a lot of the boxes, but it makes for a more efficient reporting of mandated reports. Transit radio upgrade would allow us to upgrade our city bus radios to what the police department, their new digital radio system. And then we have the Asawa fountain panels. This would be for us to cast and install artwork for the Asawa fountain. This is something that has, there's an ongoing maintenance cost of about $10,000 for that. But this is also kind of a critical need in terms of getting the panels done. And then that would be able to shore up the fountain that is to be built. Next slide, please. So we have the climate action plan. We would use these funds to support climate action policy initiatives, have toolkits for applicants, development and remodels. Evacuation equipment is things like barricades and that that we use when we're needing to do some sort of disaster evacuation. Again, with these things, this is just could be done as quickly as we can start the procurement process. The enhanced infrastructure financing district. So this would be for a consultant to prepare a financing plan and fiscal impact report for a financing district. It would help us as we are working with the county. We would go to RFP and contract rather immediately upon approval, obviously. And then we would then go to spring 2022 is when we would think that we would be able to come back in the study session. And then the last two that we have here are limited term positions. There's a limited term planner. There would be a 2-year limited term focusing on deadline driven projects, whether they be affordable housing projects or things that are focusing on red funded development. And the other one is media tech. Again, this one would be a 3-year limited term. And so as we are with these hybrid meetings, we still have pre-COVID level of media techs. There is a quite a lot of support that's required both in setting up the meetings, but also recording them and editing them and going through post-processing and then actually posting the meetings. And it's just finding that we're probably going to have a hybrid model for a little bit now, at least, so we're asking for a limited term because we don't know exactly how long into the future we would do this hybrid model, but we do know that the current staffing model is too low. So a limited term tech would help that process greatly. And again, those things would be able to start as quickly as we could get the recruitment process done. And with that, we get to the end of the PG&E programs. At the very end of the presentation, I have those PG&E programs that did not make it onto this list. I can go through those at that point. Right now, I can either answer questions here or move on to the ARPA funds.
So, Alan, let's go ahead and see if there are any questions on PG&E first. I know that because we're doing this all sort of in one concert, that there might be some additional questions when we get to the finish that'll look back. But let's start with specific questions about recommendations with the PG&E funding. And I'll start with Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a generalized question first before I get into some specifics. A number of these funding allocations have to do with funds that the council has already made some decisions on in using general fund dollars. So if there's an item where we have in prior meetings dedicated funds from our general fund, and it's also being allocated under PG&E settlement, where do those dollars go that were already dedicated and that we're now funding through PG&E, especially given the challenges that we will be having in the next year with our contract negotiations, et cetera, which are not included in our budget. So I'm curious what was the conversation by the team, and this is a lot of information here and a great deal of work. So let me first acknowledge that. But I am curious about the conversation that was had regarding where those funds will go if there's an item on here on these programs where we might decide, okay, let's use PG&E dollars, but we had originally dedicated general fund dollars. How did that conversation go, and where will those dollars go? I have a good recommendation, but I'm curious as to how the team looked at those, in a sense, kind of a backfill, if you will. So that's what I'm curious about. That's my first question.
Okay. So we probably had a more lengthy conversation about that as it related to ARPA funds, because ARPA is essentially a different funding source than the general fund. The PG&E dollars went into the general fund and sat there, and then was able to, we're doling them out over time. So clearly, if on some of these are things that, and I'll be, I'm not sure of exact examples of things where council had already allocated dollars and we're adding more to this. So I apologize for that. And I'm sure that somebody on the team can refresh my memory if there are those in general. But basically what I looked at from my finance perspective in there, and what I talked about with the group was, we have $7 million to do work that if we don't use these kind of dedicated PG&E funds, we would, it's going to hit the general fund either way. So that's like kind of where we are. PG&E is essentially, $7 million of additional general fund dollars to use for this. And so that's how I looked at it, and how I think the rest of the team looked at it as we went through. If there's things on there specifically that, I will say that, like I mentioned earlier, some of the things that had to do with the community empowerment plan, I know that community engagement is a priority for the council, and being engaged with our community, but there really isn't a lot of operating money for them to use. It's kind of an interesting budget scenario for that. I think what happened was that we're still kind of molding what community engagement is going to look like for the city of Santa Rosa. this sort of gives us a jump start to be able to use, to your point, ongoing, it'll be general fund dollars. But this gives you that opportunity to start building a program, understanding that you're going to need ongoing general fund dollars later, but it gives you some one-time dollars to kind of mold that program now.
Thanks, Alan. Let me give maybe a more concrete example. Sure. In homeless assistance on slide 16.
So that's in the ARPA though, right?
That's in ARPA, I'm sorry. Let's go to slide, let's see. Actually, most of my questions do have to do with ARPA. So in your assessment of, hold on a second. It's a lot of slides. Well, let's go to Rosen Creek, for instance, and we all are. I think we're all fans of the Rosen Creek Park. Were there not general funds obligated by the council prior to this recommendation of 1.5 million?
You might want to have Assistant City Manager Nutt kind of throw me a line on this one.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Jason. I guess what I'm trying to get to is, do we ultimately have dollars that we could commit to unfunded obligations in this fiscal year, in 21-22, that are being funded by PG&E dollars that had already been committed in our general fund in prior meetings?
Thank you, Council Member. Jason Nutt, Assistant City Manager. I believe for the PG&E recommendations, I don't recall any of these line items supplanting existing general fund or other funding sources. These were all in addition to existing budget line items. For Roseland Creek Community Park, for example, there are funds set aside specifically for the construction and implementation of one of the pathways connecting McMinn and Burbank Avenues. Those funds are coming from park development fees. These funds requested through PG&E would be in addition to those funds. We would not be removing those from the project scope. And I believe that is similar to other projects that are listed that Alan went through. That these would be in addition to already existing funds that may have been incorporated as part of the fiscal year budget.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I think actually in looking at my notes, the majority of my concerns come out of the ARPA funds, not the PG&E settlement funds. So I will, and the reason that I bring it up at all and why I'm going to have a number of questions about the ARPA funds has to do with our obligations in our next fiscal year that have not been discussed, and nor are they on our budget. So I'll hold my comments then and wait till we get to the ARPA funds, because I think that's really where most of my questions lie. So thank you very much.
Are there any other questions from council members?
If I could, Mayor.
Yep, go ahead, council member.
Yes, thank you. Alan, in slide number 11, on the public records management update, 900,000. It says ultimately reduces the cost of long-term storage. What would the cost be should we not invest into this management update? What are we looking at? And if you could also elaborate on what it actually is. Could you revisit that again? What is the public records management in general?
So we store and digitize. We used to, let me put it this way, we used to store a lot of paper records. And over the past years, we have gone to a more digitized records management. That's how we manage our records now. If you have paper records, you have to have storage for it. In some cases, you have to have specialized storage for it. I think, what this does is it allows things like long form or large maps and other things to be digitized and to be able to be more efficient from that standpoint. So it's kind of building off of what we already have, and it's this next necessary phase that really addresses that one area, and it allows us to be able to pull records quicker, to distribute those records quicker, and the like. The cost of what that storage is ongoing, I'd have to get back to you on that. I don't have that particular cost in front of me.
But we're looking at a savings of staff hours just by them having to go through this different system, or the antiquated system, I should say. So it has to do with the efficiency as well, right?
Yeah, it's absolutely an efficiency.
And on the Asawa fountain panels, the ongoing maintenance cost of $10,000, what does that encumber?
That's a good question. I'm gonna, off the top of my head, I would guess that it's just your general maintenance that we would do, like with any other park or area where it's our public works or parks folks providing maintenance. I think what we're trying to do there is provide an overall cost of what some of these what some of these items will be. It's not a install it and then let it go. We need to make sure that it looks well going forward, right?
So we can't set it and forget it, huh?
No, unfortunately not.
And the 10,000 would be on the yearly budgeting item as well.
Yeah, it would. Right, it would be included within other, our normal maintenance budgets that are out there. It'd just be another line item that's added to it.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm looking at, I did have one more question regarding, I believe it's now, the number of the slides all changed. And when we had some additional information provided, so I appreciate the extra information, but it did mess up my slides. In looking at the funding for, this is slide 12, where we are going to focus, it was a limited term, here it is, the limited term planner with a focus on the red funded development. If we were, how flexible is that? If we were to determine a project that we wanted to use this limited term planner for, and it did not have anything to do with the red funded development, would we be able to access that planner? It says focus, but it doesn't say restricted. So I'm just wondering how flexible the planning department is going to be when it comes, if we needed to use their expertise and their time to work on some other project, would they be available for that?
Yeah.
Great.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Claire Hartman, Interim Assistant City Manager, also currently Deputy Director for Planning. So thank you for the question. It is not project specific, this limited term planner. What it is that it would be earmarked, that's what we're proposing, to help facilitate particularly affordable housing, but also downtown housing. I think one of the items that I've reported out on before is we're slipping in our targeted performance. And these are absolutely a top priority of projects. And so we are looking to add capacity and really ensure that we meet our targets in those two categories. It is not something that is included in the PED plan review services item because we simply, it's quite challenging to hire a consultant to sort of get trained up, if you will, into our discretionary process or by a complicated by right housing process. So having that limited term planner, we can really train them up, retain them for a predictable amount of time, and really make the most use out of it. So that's what that planner's for. But yes, we would use it to further City Council's top priority in terms of planning review.
Great answer. I really appreciate that because you're smack on, and we need help, and this will assist in that endeavor. So I appreciate that answer. Thanks, Ms. Hartman.
I had a follow-up to the previous question that came up about public records management, and I just wanted to clarify because I appreciated the question. I just didn't click unmute quick enough. The $900,000 associated with the public records management update, $300,000 is specifically to digitize. We have a lot of paper records in PED specifically, and we get thousands of Public Record Act requests every year just in PED. We're one of the #1 producers of public records, and they've only escalated. So one is just to digitize our records. That's $300,000. The $600,000 actually is, and this is the part where I think it leverages across other departments and divisions and creates an opportunity to modernize our public records management system. And that is to create a public portal where we can vet our records in advance and make them accessible through a public portal so people can self-help and get the public records that they seek and really be more efficient about our staff resources, because we spend an enormous amount of time right now finding public records, scanning them, and responding to those requests. So that's what this is, and if we can accomplish that, it's really a model for the rest of the city.
And if I may, so the $600,000 would be to create the public record. I'm sorry, the portal that goes across different departments is what I'm hearing, correct?
We would leverage it across the city, yes.
So this would be more of a one-time expense, and then whatever the upkeep for this portal would be the long-term vision for it?
Correct. It's a one-time investment. But has long-term implications. There may be software implications, but yeah, the idea is that it's not going to have significant ongoing program costs. It's a one-time investment to digitize and then to set up a public portal system.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for the clarification, Will.
Mayor, I do have one more question that is very, I think is pretty minor, and actually Mr. Alvarez brought it up, was $10,000 for the sculpture for the maintenance. It isn't unknown because it is bronze. It will be bronze, and $10,000 is probably a guess at what the maintenance might be. If we didn't use the $10,000 and we could adjust that, would the remaining of that $10,000 go to maintenance of the square, other maintenance on the square, or would it bounce back to the general fund?
Hey, this is Ray Delros, Economic Development Division Director, and the $300,000 for the bronze portion is specifically for the bronzing and for the installation. The $10,000 ongoing maintenance, I'm not sure exactly where that came from. It might be specific to the fountain itself and not specific to the artwork, because the artwork will be bronze and will be incorporated in the city's public art program and the maintenance through that program.
I really appreciate that, because I'm sure water features always require more money than we would expect, not only to create and install, but to maintain. So I'm sure that that $10,000 will be well used. And thank you very much for that clarification.
And Councilmember, sorry. I was going to follow up and just say, and the number is a placeholder. When we come into the actual budget for fiscal year 22-23, we'll actually insert and identify the specific number for ongoing maintenance, whether it's the conservator that'll take care of this bronze, or if it relates to the fountain maintenance, as Raisa mentioned. We'll make sure that that's clarified in the budget process.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thanks, Mayor. Jason, I've got about 4 questions here. Jason, I'll start with 2 that I think you might be best positioned to answer. If my memory serves, when we were looking at doing the bollards on Courthouse Square, there was an account dedicated to Courthouse Square that had, at the time, well over $100,000 in funding available. It might have even been more. And I remember at the time it was this wonderful revelation for me, because I didn't know that we had kind of these dedicated accounts. And I was wondering if you, or Alan for that matter, Mr. Alton, knew how much money is left in that account after we expended the funds on the bollards.
So I'll start, and Alan can chime in if I misstep. That Courthouse Square account is fully expended. The bollard project and the associated work did use not only those funds, but we added to the project in an effort to bring it to completion. So there is nothing remaining in that former project account.
Okay, thank you. And then as a follow-up, currently, is our park development fund the same as our parks fund?
We have a park development fund that we receive payments from developers that are doing new work, and that is what generally feeds new park improvements in and around our community based on the 4 zones that we discussed during the budget time. That's the only account that I'm aware of. I'm not sure if Alan has an understanding that there is a separate account that's titled differently.
No, not that I'm aware of. I was a little confused by that as well.
So do we know, Alan, how much is in the Southeast area Park Development Fund currently?
I don't have that off the top of my head, but I can get that back.
Yeah, if you could get that sometime before the study session item is over, that would be really helpful. And then in terms of our park budget, I cannot remember during our budget hearings earlier this year how much we set aside, but I thought that we had set aside funds for the Roseland Creek development park.
So we may have set aside specific park development fees for that, but is that what you're asking?
Well, I don't think that the entire Parks Department is funded off of the Park Development Fee Fund for the Southeast Santa Rosa Quadrant. I'm just trying to recall back to the budget in its totality for parks. I thought that we had made a general fund appropriation to parks to help with the Roseland Park development project.
Yeah, council member. So 2 years ago, we did utilize general funds to help remove structures that were located on the 3 independent properties as part of a larger demolition project to remove assets that were in conditions that we didn't want to continue to support. And so those were general fund dollars. And there are some additional dollars for that project still remaining as we have to take down the foundations and the foundations, the wells, and the septic tanks on those properties.
Okay, thanks, Jason. Alan, yeah, I'd still be really curious to know how much money is available in the Parks Development Fee Fund. Because again, hearkening back to the budget, I also seem to really distinctly remember that we had set aside $600,000, or we were looking to set aside $600,000 for the specific area plan. So what I'm driving at, and I'm going to comment on this more later, is that when I was reading the staff report for this, I was just pretty disappointed in kind of the results. This feels a lot to me like we are using PG&E settlement money and ARPA money for basically abdicating our general fund obligations and trying to save the general fund some money. And why I find that, I think, a little bit disappointing is just because I think our public sees this money as money that is meant to invest in the well-being of the citizenry post-fire, post-COVID. So I'm going to leave my comments there for now, and I will probably expand upon them in the comment period. And one final question is, sorry, I forgot. The planner consultant, or the planner for Assistant City Manager Hartman, is this person going to be a consultant or an actual employee of the city for the $248,000?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It would be an employee of the city, and that is quite a distinction, and that's why we're able to retain a person for a period of time as opposed to consultants, which tend to swap out over months.
I'm glad to hear that, because I want to take a minute to opine on what I've been hearing on the street for people coming through our planning process. It's been interesting, and it's changed my tune about our planning department, because I was always the person supporting staff to use consultants. Obviously, it helps get away from pension obligations down the road and can help us clear backlogs. But one of the things I've been hearing is that whoever we're using in Fresno or Bakersfield, that area is incredibly risk averse. And I think that's probably by nature of the fact that they are consultants. They probably don't want to lose their contract with the city by taking on a riskier interpretation of the California Building Code. So I'm very glad to hear that you're looking for somebody in-house who can work directly with staff, directly with the fire marshal's office, city attorney's office, yourselves, et cetera.
Yeah, thank you for that comment.
And Claire, while you're on, I had a question as well. Can you talk to us a little bit about the significance and the urgency of the specific plan?
Great. Yeah, thank you for that question. So the last couple of years, we had been earmarking sort of post general plan update, obviously all hands on deck for general plan update and climate action plan update, but we're planners, right? So we're looking forward to what would be our next priority, because these things do take a lot of leveraging of funds, city funds, staff time, also various grants that we can collect along the way. So what's happened in the last couple of years, besides a lot of emergency response that has delayed some of our planning efforts, including being able to actively seek and access additional funds that would match a grant that we had gotten for, it was a LEAP grant of $500,000 that we were earmarking towards Mendocino Avenue, a Mendocino Avenue specific plan. We did try for some grants, but we were unsuccessful. And so we were starting to run out of time on the grant that we did receive. We'll have to reassign that. We have ideas for that in terms of a housing dashboard, and also some streamlining for streamlining and transparency of our housing production and plan review process. Other things that have happened in the last couple of years is there's a lot of the catalytic projects and sites that we were looking to partner with through the specific planning process didn't wait for us. So as you know, the Santa Rosa Junior College has been successful in constructing housing. That is within that area. We were looking to partner with that catalytic site and opportunity. The county has moved forward with sites on moving and building a county complex downtown, which frees up their site, and they are not waiting for us. They are looking at doing planning process and environmental review process on their campus, and that's also in that. The Journey's End, obviously, great success story. They didn't wait, thank goodness, and they moved forward. They're going to be developing their first phase. And so those catalytic areas sort of happened in the last couple of years. And then in addition, we have been embarking on a Missing Middle initiative, which looks at our medium density residential, which will affect the sort of SRJC neighborhood proper. A lot of those properties are medium density. And so that's already happening and underway. So we were looking at where else in the city really needs our help in terms of specific planning. And we're looking to South Santa Rosa Avenue. I know many of you know that it is very deficient in terms of infrastructure. There's mobility issues, there's environmental justice issues. It's one of our qualified census tract areas. And this is the area between 101 and Petaluma Hill Road, but within our urban growth boundary. There's been a lot of development in recent years from through the county, frankly, where the city's in a position only to act on a utility certificate. And with that type of development, it's not really entwined in the environment. It's not connected with city policies. It's simply provided utility service, and then you have new population. A lot of those projects are affordable housing. And so we really have some equity issues about, placing affordable housing developments where we are deficient in infrastructure, or even frankly, some long-term innovative planning and livability principles. So we're looking at that, and we do think that we will be quite successful in grants, and we also think we'll be successful in partnering with the county because it's of mutual interest to really plan that area. And we do have funds that we could leverage if we could get some assistance through the PG&E funds of $600,000. We could leverage that with some existing city funds while we activate around some grant opportunities.
Okay, thank you. Alan, let's go through ARPA.
Okay, so just a brief overview of the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA. So we received $17.1 million in May of 21. We are scheduled to receive another $17.1 million in the same time in 22. We need to have all of the funds obligated and ideally spent by December 31st, 2024. However, they will provide a little bit of leeway until I believe it's 2026 for those projects that are still in the pipeline or winding down from spending. So next slide, please. I would also say that we did put all the ARPA funds into a special revenue fund. We do have to report out on a spending plan quarterly, although Treasury has allowed us to, let's see, our October quarterly report has been delayed until January. But that's just where we would report on our spending. Right now, we haven't spent any ARPA funds, so there's nothing for us to report. ARPA has very specific spending requirements. We use this as part of our, to inform our decision going forward. So they were looking at revenue replacement for government services. They look at revenue replacement a little bit differently than we would at a local level. In other words, as I would look at it, in that there's X amount of dollars that we lost in TOT revenue or recreation revenue, and calculate it on a one-to-one basis. What Treasury does is look at all general government services. So it's a number of different funds that make that up, although they do not include the water utilities. But basically all other funds within our city entity would be looked at in terms of the revenue calculation. So what it ends up doing is it really waters down that amount that we could use as revenue replacement. And the benefit to the revenue replacement part is that it could be used for a number of different projects. It's just whatever general government services are. So it is one of those few things that allows you beyond the restrictions otherwise they put in ARPA. So the other thing with ARPA is it's any COVID-19 expenditures or negative economic impacts, which could be small business assistance, addressing industries that were hit particularly hard by the pandemic. It looks at economic recovery. It does allow for premium pay for essential workers. However, it does have a certain definition of what those essential workers are, which is a little bit different than how we look at essential workers, again, at the local level. And it does allow for capital improvement projects investing in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. And what you can't use it for You cannot deposit the funds into a pension system. In fact, if I remember correctly, they don't want it into any type of fund balance support. So you cannot use the dollars to go in and basically boost your fund balance. Also, it provided federal recognition that the negative pandemic impacts have fallen most severely on communities and populations disadvantaged before that pandemic began. Next slide. So what we have here is a spending plan. I'll kind of go over how we looked at it. It's again, we've already received one tranche of dollars. We're going to get another tranche in May. And we have a specific period of time to spend it. So what I tried to do, or what the team tried to do, was develop a budget that's kind of fits within those tranche amounts for year one and year two. That said, if projects are delayed for whatever reason, or they last longer, if the funding remains there, we can move some of those dollars out into the out years. So that's, we also looked at projects that, could be scalable, to where if we had a lot going on in the first year, if we could scale some of that and move it into the year two or in the out years, we would be able to do that. So so as we're going through this, while we tried to set it up in a year one and a year two and the remaining, what we were really trying to hit was the total cost amount, and staying within our the total amount of ARPA that we'll receive, which is $34,277,436. So which, as a proposed plan here, we did fall within that. You'll note that some of these projects or programs have an asterisk by their name. And what that means is that we need to combine those to a qualified census tract. And so to be clear on this, ARPA can be used in the community and to help vulnerable populations in the community. What the qualified census tract requirement does is that basically, if you are spending dollars within, in generally within the ARPA guidelines, but spending it within a qualified census tract, then the Treasury assumes that you've checked all of those boxes, that it is impacting vulnerable community, and you're providing that level of assistance. So what it does from an administrative standpoint is it just makes it a lot easier to be able to do the reporting on it, and basically to get the approval on it. They look at that a little less than they would if it was somewhere outside of a qualified census tract. Then we would still, could go for the funding there, but we would have to go through a much more lengthy and scrutinized justification process for it. So if there are areas that were qualified census tracts, we tried to stick within that we tried to stick within those. Next slide, please. So to, I think, John's question earlier, and I don't know that I can anticipate exactly what it was, but we did look at some programs that are currently funded by the general fund, and even on an ongoing basis, and if they fit within the categories allowed by ARPA, if they were ARPA eligible, then we could use the ARPA dollars in there to provide flexibility on the general fund side. So homeless assistance is one of those. Looking at basically we fund with general funds around $4 million a year. So looking at that spread out over a 3-year program, we couldn't quite fit it in. A full homeless services budget for the 3rd year, it was a portion of that, but that's $9.8 million that we could fund through ARPA that we would not have to fund through the general fund. There was a capital project that we also realized this was actually initially on our PG&E side. We weren't sure if it would be eligible under this because capital projects sometimes aren't unless they are the specific capital improvement projects there. But we, based on our review with Haggerty, it does meet the eligibility for that, and that allowed us to actually what it allowed us to do was to put money toward Roseland Creek Park. That's part of where we were able to take something that could be funded via ARPA. We proposed that there, and then was able to use the Roseland Creek Park, and we also bumped up the translation services, and I believe the community empowerment plan via the money that we moved out of PG&E over in ARPA that allowed a specific Roseland Creek Park amount to go up, and this up to augment some other budgets. Safe parking program with the wraparound, what this would allow is 2 years, I believe, of that program, along with the wraparound services. I think this would just go in and go right along with the contract there. So I think you're looking at a rather immediate use of the funds for that. The child care program, what we would do is be able to fund phase 2 of that program. We already have funded it through actually through CARES Act dollars. So this is one of those examples of where there were funding that came in that we were able to apply toward the emergency, the initial response of the pandemic that was funded through the CARES Act. And then that freed up funding that could be used for the child care program. So this will continue that. And I believe that is for 3 years of funding that would go through that. The In Response program, this would allow us to take, I think it's right now proposed at or we'll get ready to go at a 10-hour a day, 7 days a week. This would be able to put it up immediately to a 24/7 operation instead of what was initially proposed was a slow ramp up and adding of dollars to it. So what this does is gives a 24/7 operation sooner rather than over time. So that's where that is. After school programs, these are ones that we are we would expand out programs. One, expanding the days, going from 4 days to 5 days, and then it would also add 2 sites, and we would keep those within the qualified census tracts, which generally these programs are at our affordable housing areas. That's how this is proposed. So those tend to be in those areas anyway, or serving a group that's eligible under ARPA. And then we would also be able to expand our recreation sensation program. So expand the number of sites for that. And we would be looking at summer of 2022, and what funding is left over would also fund summer of 2023. And the Secure Family Fund, so this is augmenting funds that would already go into that we move toward the Secure Family Fund. This would actually provide a youth immigration legal services there. So that would be, again, I think it's just a either a contract amendment, or it would just be a simple transfer of the money over. So it would be a rather immediate use of the funds that would be able to provide those immigration legal services for youth. Next slide, please. So universal basic income is an idea that I believe that the county is working on. We would partner with the county for that. We would have to work out with the county exactly how what our criteria is versus theirs. I think we would make it Santa Rosa specific, but that's where we would go, and we would align with their program. So an estimated start date of January 2022. The baby bonds would be another thing where we would look at. We would actually have to develop this. There are examples that are out there. Healdsburg is doing something like this. And I think that there's other organizations that can do this. We would want to partner with them and be able to provide an amount of money that hopefully they would manage the administration of it. Tenant improvements, these would be grants for small business improvements because of the short-term nature of this funding. Doing a road revolving loan or any other type of loan program would not work for this. We essentially need to get the money off our books. So the best way to do that would be to set up a screening criteria and just do a grant program. And then finally, we have what we're in this area that we're calling community investments. We're looking at providing fiber backbone projects on the west side, focusing on the qualified census tracts. We think that that would be that fits under the capital part for broadband within ARPA. However, our intent was to partner with the county. Right now, that's not clear. So actually, how we would move forward with this is not fully known at this point, as opposed to the other programs where it's a little less conceptual. We actually kind of know how we would move forward with it. This one is not as clear. Then finally, we have some administration and organizational support. So two things fall on that. One, I'll hit the small dollar amount first, because quite frankly, it's the only one I have skin in the game on, is the ARPA administration. So we did a short-term contract with Haggerty to help with this. We would extend that out and bring that to council if we had direction to use this. I'll be perfectly frank. We need help not only with our ongoing reporting, but any other. If some of these programs end up not working out for whatever reason, and we need to reprogram, I need the expertise to be able to come in and guide us in the right direction, so that we remain as audit confident as we can be. So this would, it's a not to exceed amount. I don't think that we would get to that level of funding, especially if we get into a routine on the reporting. But this will allow us help in that regard. And then the COVID-19 testing. So what we're looking at with this is right now, FEMA has 100% public assistance reimbursement for employee testing relative to this. So that would fall within what we're doing by council policy, providing testing for our miscellaneous employees. We can, the idea would be to kind of earmark the ARPA funds for this, but look at right now utilizing FEMA PA through the end of the calendar year. At the end of the calendar year, from what we're told, and this could change, but right now we're told that the cost share for the city, or the reimbursement amount will go from 100% down to 75. So when it goes down to 75, then we would start using the ARPA money to cover the city's cost share, that 25% of the cost share. And then if the FEMA program ends and we are still under a testing environment, then we would use ARPA completely for the remainder of that. So the idea is to use FEMA PA first, go through that reimbursement program, and then as there starts to become a city cost liability, we would use ARPA to cover them. So that's the end of the ARPA programs. And the next slides will go into the programs that are not on this plan. So I can handle this two ways. We can either go over the ARPA programs like we did with the PG&E, or I can run through these slides. I don't have, I think what I would do on here is go very high level. There's a couple of them where questions have come up in the past that I can address now. But it's whatever your choice.
Let's keep going.
All right. So the following few slides are the ones that did not make it for whatever reason. In ARPA, they were either kind of questionable of how we would if they would meet the criteria upon second review, and then or they just scored very poorly and were below the line. So these three items were at that. They didn't tick enough of the boxes. When we get into the PG&E settlement fund, one of the things that we looked at right off the bat, even though, as you can see, the first one here, a new fire station scores extremely high through our ranking material or criteria, but we didn't have $15 million. We had $7 million. So right off the bat, that's something that we figured that we could fund more programs of lesser dollar numbers that would provide either more efficiency or to hit a lot more different areas, as opposed to sinking everything into one very large dollar project. And so that's the same thing with a lot of these as we get down to it. And some of these we did not, they were more conceptual than anything else. I will mention that the roof replacement, this came up a couple of times, and I think that Assistant City Manager Nutt reached out to the council about this, but I'll just say it right away. We did identify dollars, and we are doing design work with that, but we don't actually know what the true roof replacement cost would be, given that we need to understand what the materials that will be used. But I believe that the roof has about a 12-year life on it remaining, so there is some time to program a roof replacement at a later date. Next slide, please. On this, vegetation management, this is what this amount is actually the city match for a number of grants that are in process right now. I think the way that we would address this is right now we have 5 years at about $1 million a year of vegetation management dollars that we've already allocated from PG&E settlement funds. So if we are successful in these grants, we could take that 5th year and turn that into the additional, I think it's $5 million of additional grants that would go forward. So that is the way that I think I would leverage that last year to be able to get you the $5 million and still keep a robust vegetation management program going. The next slide, please. And then this one here that came up was a hot EOC center. We think that we might be able to get some federal funding on that. We've gotten encouraging news along that front. So we would want to, right now we have a functioning EOC. It's not a hot EOC. It's one though that we can activate rather quickly, as we did over the weekend. What this will do is we would hold off, wait to find out if we're able to receive some specific federal funding for this, and then go ahead and develop a hot EOC with the use of those funds. And with that is that's the end of the slides. The next steps that we have with this would be for you to provide direction to staff on a way forward. Any proposed changes, we would make those and then bring back to council to actually adopt spending plans and appropriate dollars, whether from the ARPA Special Revenue Fund or from PG&E, the remaining amounts of those. And so we have the projects that are funded and ready to be used. And with that, I'm here, and the rest of the working group are here to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you so much, Alan. So, Council, let's stick to questions, and then we'll do public comment, come back for comments from council members as well as any changes that you'd like to see from this. So let's stick to first, are there any questions about what's being proposed with the ARPA spending or about any of the projects that didn't make it onto the list? Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do have a few questions, and please bear with me. First, I want to again thank the team for coming together with these recommendations. It could not have been an easy process. There's so many unknowns. Alan originally mentioned that part of these funds where we had dedicated funds prior to this list, which might free up general funds for other important unfunded programs and contractual obligations, is important to me. So that has already been part of the discussion when dedicating some of these funds, knowing full well that in some cases, some of these funds have already been obligated, which would, the way I believe it was mentioned, which would free up general fund for other obligations and other programs that are currently unfunded. Is that an accurate assumption?
Yes, that's correct.
And was there a way to come to a potential total of those funds that are in a sense double used? Or did you even try to do that? I don't want to ask a question that you didn't deal with, but if not, I'm fine with that. But I just knowing that you considered that there would be a very good chance that some of the funds that are allocated are being handled in a different way.
So I believe the only one that really falls within the category that you're talking about is the homeless services budget. That's an established, ongoing thing. We routinely transfer money from the general fund to the homeless services fund in total of about $4 million. It's thereabouts. So the other ones, there were questions about that. We believe that what we're doing with this, though, would be augmenting some existing dollars with ARPA dollars. So like in response, I think I'm not sure exactly when the council item comes up or if it's already come up. So I apologize for that, but I believe what we're doing there is augmenting existing a smaller program that would have been out of the general fund and adding ARPA funds to that. So it's not a real replacement on that, because in order to fit in within the funding tranches, we only had so much for that year. But those are things that we looked at, and we could obviously, after this is just a study session, you're not adopting anything now, so we could go back and triple check and make sure that we're not missing anything. So yeah, absolutely we can do that. But it was part of our discussion, and yeah.
Okay, so now I have a couple more questions and some observations. So you just mentioned the in response. Providence St. Joseph Health has dedicated $1.1 million to that program. Was that considered when you were identifying the amount necessary, the $3.9 million in response, the 1.1 that's been dedicated, and not only from Providence St. Joseph, but other hospitals are considering it, and the potential for community contributions. So if those were to come in as obligated from these various organizations and the community, that would just free up some of those dollars that you were talking about. Am I accurate in that?
Yes, and we would have the ability to reprogram those into other areas. Right now, what we knew was what the cost was based on a budget provided from this police department. I think it's the most updated estimate that we had, so that's what we worked with. And so yeah, that's okay. Where we were. But there's always the ability to reprogram if other funding sources come in.
Right. And I think that's all good. I mean, it's good news to me, because we can certainly use the funding. In the Secure Family Fund, the $100,000, how was it determined that was a priority, especially when it's specifically intended for youth? How did that amount come up that was determined necessary for youth, as opposed to other potential recipients other than youth in that program? Because it's dedicated to youth. It appears reasonably dedicated to youth, as opposed to adults that might have the need for those kinds of legal services. So I'm just curious how did that $100,000 get identified for youth immigration legal services?
I think what we looked at more than, I know the descriptor is more centric on youth immigration services. when we had the discussion, it was less about youth and it was more about the immigration services. And it was a way for us to be able to, we knew that there was a need. There was some dollars that went to it through the budget process. This would allow specifically for that immigration attorney to be funded. So we didn't really focus on the youth part. We focused more on the immigration law.
Okay. Thank you. And is legal aid the recipient of these funds?
It is, I believe so. I may be wrong on that. And if I am, I'll follow back up with you.
Okay, thank you. You already mentioned the homeless assistance. So I think you mentioned that there could be some funds available. Given what we've already dedicated out of the general fund, it could free up some of those funds with the homeless assistance, correct?
It would provide you flexibility of general fund programming, yes.
Excellent, thank you. And in the safe parking program, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought we had dedicated $2 million already from the general fund. So is that one of those that may free up some of those funds, given that there's $2 million dedicated for safe parking?
Yeah, I think what this does is it expands that program out. But yes, I would need to double check with that to see that if there were already existing obligations that would provide additional flexibility within the general fund.
Okay. And I do see that. Good news. Was there another comment?
I think Claire has a better answer than mine.
Sure.
Not better, supplemental. Yeah, just for specific reference. So we do have some budget that has already been allocated, and that was in our the current fiscal budget that we're in. And it was $315,000, as you recall. So we do need additional funds to make the program work, especially if we want to do 24/7. And we are looking at not just doing a pilot program and then not having anything left over. We're looking at doing a 1-year pilot program and then possibly looking at extending it for another year or to look at our options at that point. So we would be asking for the $2 million on top of the 315. And like some of these others, we're reaching out to the county and we're looking for other funding sources to offset.
I appreciate that because it is a really important program, I think. On slide 17, I'm just going to flip the universal basic income. Now, it was not asterisk, but I believe that is part of the county program. So can I assume that none of the 960,000 would be used for developing the program, that the county already has one in place?
Hi, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Raisa.
Okay. So this would, we've been meeting with Oscar and the folks over at the county so that we can align our programs together. They would be running on 2-year track. We would align it with there so that we can work off of the existing programs and sort of further the funds through there. It would be return to source. There may be an administrative fee, just a small administrative fee to it. But in reading the proposal that was the Human Services Department put forward in their ARPA process, they have accommodated the salaries and benefits for limited or part-time staff within their programs, and we think this would supplement it. We may need to go back and work on an agreement with them, but they are very eager to streamline the process through what they've developed.
Excellent. And Raisa, could you? Have you seen the program that the county is currently working under or recommending?
Yes, I've seen the proposal that they put together through their ARPA process.
So I can assume that they take into consideration people that may move out of the area and no longer be able to collect some of the universal basic income that we are offering. The questions like.
Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Questions. I mean, details like that are covered well within the program that the county's working on.
They were not explicitly outlined in the outline that was submitted to the Board of Supervisors, but those are considerations that we have discussed and will drill down on should we move forward with it.
Outstanding. Because if someone were to fall out of the program, of course, that just makes accessible dollars to people that could still be in the program. It was one of those questions it was one of those considerations inside of the program that I was wondering about. I'm going to jump to baby bonds, the $1 million, and I have some of the same questions about the development of the program. Is the development of the program, will that come out of the $1 million that would be subject or available to the baby bonds, or is that in addition to the $1 million?
Hi, good afternoon. The recommendation is the First Five has a model created where they invest for 2 to 4 year olds college saving programs dollars, and that is up and running, and we could partner with them and easily go. If we wanted to change our model, Corazon Healdsburg, for example, has a model. If we wanted a different model, that would take more time in terms of ensuring that the benefits that our families get do not take them over a threshold where it becomes a penalty or actually accrues in a way that is unintended. So depending on the path we choose, and the recommendation at this time is likely to be the First Five model, knowing that working with healthcare right now is actually very burdensome on the healthcare system because they're so concentrated with COVID that for this short duration, the likely best investment at this time would be the partnership with First Five, that model.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I'm curious, with the baby bonds, at what age would the bonds what age would the child be before the bonds would be accessible to them?
So again, the model that First Five has is a college savings program. It's the 529. And so that is at the end of high school that we would take students or children from the age of 2 to 4, qualifying them, working with a system that highlights and centers on Santa Rosa, and then the 529 would follow them.
Outstanding. Great investment. The perfect example of upstream investment.
Absolutely.
I do have a question about the investing. $1 million well invested for that many years could provide a fairly nice return. So is there a plan on how to invest these funds at this point, or is that still up to negotiation?
The 529 is through other agencies that do the investing. So I believe that it's through theirs. We can come back with the final answer on that, particularly if we develop something of our own. But right now it would be through existing entities.
Okay, I would be curious about that because there are a number of investment strategies that could parlay that $1 million and potentially provide even more of this program to more individuals that could well use it. So I'm curious about that investment strategy.
Great, we'll get that.
Thank you very much. I'm also curious about the broadband, and we have, needs all over the city for the broadband, and this $8.6 million, and we did not fund, I think it was 10. I have to go back and look through the slides on what the programs that were not funded. How was it determined that this would be mainly on the west side? Because the east side was 10 million. This is 8.6. So rounding up to 9. What is the strategy in using this all on one part of the city as opposed to identifying other areas in the city that could well use this particular technology?
So the focus of ARPA is to do those types of projects in areas that are the underserved communities.
The QCG.
So, yes. So that's why they're split, with the PG&E one being more on the east side because it wouldn't be eligible under ARPA, and the west side one being the ARPA ones. They both started out as $10 million projects. We scaled the other one back as we were trying to fit within a costing budget. So again, not having having it be kind of more conceptual, it was a little bit more scalable, and not something that we knew that we had to fund. We kind of figured that there was probably more of a back end cost than an upfront cost. And granted, that amount of money probably doesn't get a lot from just us. It was really hoping to be a more regional effort with the county. And I'm not really sure where we are with that. I just, I understand that the counties had possibly a setback there. I think they did an RFP, and I understand that didn't go well, but or at least maybe it's still ongoing. So that's where we are. That's why they're different amounts. They started out at the same amount. We scaled back the other one to kind of fit within our funding abilities. We one targeting the west side would be more ARPA eligible. The other one on the east side would not, so therefore it would fall under the PG&E side.
Excellent. Thanks, Alan. I appreciate that. Well, that's the end of my questions, and I just have to mention that one of the things that really does concern me are some of our contractual obligations that that will be coming to roost in the next fiscal year and this fiscal year that are not yet in our budget. So I appreciate the group identifying some of the funds that could be used, even though they're one-time funds, and I understand that, or at least maybe 2-year funds. We have a number of obligations that are not yet accounted for, and that does give me no small amount of pause. So thank you for that consideration. Thank you for considering those unfunded obligations and those contractual obligations that are coming home to roost soon. So I appreciate all this information, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you for the clarifications, and my appreciation.
Just to follow up on Providence Health and their contribution in response, I think it was around 400,000. And then we're also trying to get some more money in. I think we're looking at Sutter and Kaiser, but that amount would be about, again, around 400,000. So I think we're looking, if possible, the amount that could come in from the hospital areas would be around the $800,000 to $900,000 range.
Okay.
So
then my 1.1 was erroneous, and I apologize for that. But I did. It was my understanding that it was 1.1 million that they were obligating. But that's I'm not going to fall on my sword on that information. So I appreciate the clarification. Thanks, Alan.
All right.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a couple of quick questions. I did hear the response from Socorro on the baby bonds, and I do like the baby bonds. I like that we have first 5 to lean on to run programs, so there's probably going to be limited program costs associated with that. I'm sorry, Raisa, I know that John asked you, and I missed it because I was crunching vaccination rate numbers. But Raisa, could you tell me again who is going to administer UBI?
Human Services Department would lead that effort, and we tie in, and their proposal suggests that they would be contracting out to community organizations, and it would be return to source. We have discussed that as well.
Okay, so we don't know what the administration cost would be associated with that.
We don't. We haven't discussed that part in detail, though. In the Human Services Department's application to the Board of Supervisors for their ARPA funds, they do have salaries and benefits embedded into the cost that they're asking for, and they're asking the Board of Supervisors for nearly $9 million, and about $275,000 of that are allocated or being requested for salaries and benefits. And they list that as extra help or time limited only. And so
do you know anything?
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
I was going to say, you know, whether we can just write on that because it's allocated, we would just be adding to that program is what my hope is, but that is what we would be discussing, because there would, the assumption is there's some administrative cost.
That would certainly make me feel better about it. I have some reservations about UBI given the one-time funding nature of it. You know, I feel a little bit reluctant to dive in fully without knowing there's an ongoing funding source for a program that's intended to be sustaining. And do we know anything about, if we do jump in with the county, is it too soon to ask about what their programmatic criteria is going to be, income, individuals, et cetera, who would be supported by the program?
Sure. So what they're stating is that it would go to very low income families and transitional age youth with risk factors. You know, what we have discussed is that the program would leverage the existing systems and supports, such as Sonoma Works programs, the foster care, extended foster care, and community-based organizations that are already sort of embedded with the constituents that we would be looking to serve. And so there is that piece of it, if that answers your question.
It does. Well, before final, you know, doing final approval of the UBI program, will we have the chance to basically decide whether we want to jump in into the county's program or not? And I bring that up because I like the idea of helping extremely low-income families. God knows they need the support. Even if it is one-time money, that, you know, from my line of work, we see that helps extremely low-income families a lot. However, I understand the county's logic about supporting transitional age youth. You know, that is one area where homelessness has expanded. So we're kind of chasing the data on that one. However, I would want to know more about, you know, fully understanding the needs of transitional age youth, because our organization that I work for has just started doing some supportive transitional age youth, and through I'm forgetting the acronym from the state, but they are eligible for between $2,600 and $3,500 a month in state funds for 18 to 25, I believe, or 24. And so what that tells me is actually that for them, one-time funding is probably not going to make a big difference. What we're seeing is that their need is actually housing and the ability to apply that money to extremely low-income housing supports. So that would be something I would want to like discuss and know further, but you're saying we would have the chance to do that.
Yeah, so the way the county is saying that they're going to set up the program is it would be 3 years with 2 years of funding at this point. And it would be the first 6 months would be to set up the program, the startup pieces of it. And then the last 6 months would be to publish the process and outcomes evaluation. And what we are seeing on some of these things, it is a layering effect. So in the models that we're looking at in other areas, and of course I don't have all the details off the top of my head, but in the models we're looking at other areas, it is layering this for 2 years, giving some breathing room, addressing some of the other foundational things, which we're trying to address through other programs, both with ARPA and outside of ARPA. So this would at least have the benefit of the other existing programs.
Okay, thank you. I guess my other question is on the panel. You know, I was disappointed to see that down payment assistance didn't make it into the mix, because again, when we talk about helping families, young families, like truly build wealth in this community, in a community now where we saw property values go up, I think 18% last year in Santa Rosa. Down payments now, you know, on a median income home, I think in the county is now $850,000 for a home here. You know, you can find homes in the $500,000 to $600,000 range, but you're looking at a down payment of $120,000, and that's on top of how did you save to get there. And then also, you know, I think if I recall correctly from the last meeting, there was a lot of council support for it. I heard a few people say we'd like to see it. One person mentioned that I like it because it's sustainable, it's ongoing, it's money that we recover and then re-administer. So, in perpetuity, we're helping people, put roots down in this community. And is it because, I guess, could you talk about why it didn't score so high? And then was that just because I'm wondering if there was a misinterpretation of the council talking about sustainable. I saw on the criteria in the staff report that sustainable was environmental, kind of focused on environmental sustainability. Was economic given consideration there, program economics?
Yeah, Claire, are you going to take this? That was not something that came through economic development.
Yep, I'm happy to. So we looked at this through the Housing and Community Services Department. And as you recall, $3 million was sort of the minimum threshold to make a program even worthwhile to put effort in. The output would be that we'd be able to support 30 to 50 recipients. If they were grants, it would be a one-time opportunity. If it's a loan program, as you were suggesting there in your last remarks, that would require a program management, just like our other loan programs. We don't have the staff to support that. We actually don't have an existing down payment assistance program that we could leverage. So we would need to address the staffing issue long-term to manage those loans. And I don't have the scoring sheet up. I can't speak to exactly how it fell out in ranking, but sustainability was less environmental, I would say, is also fiscal sustainability. And we were looking heavily at one-time monies that could be expended in this time period.
Can I ask when we got rid of the Housing Authority's down payment assistance program? Because in 2016, I spoke with then Director David Gwine, and he stated for council that we did have a program with infrastructure in place for silent second lending at low interest rates. So I'm just curious when we got rid of that program.
I don't have the answer.
What he did say was it was dormant, that it was unfunded, but he said we do have it.
Yeah, so I don't have a specific answer for you. Megan Bassinger may be able to be pulled up on standby here to get a specific answer. She's the interim director for Housing and Community Services.
Councilmember Tibbetts, we may need to circle back with you on that one, and so Claire and Megan will.
Megan has joined us if you would like. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Megan Bassinger, Interim Director of Housing and Community Services. And while we don't have a specific down payment assistance program that's available to individual homebuyers, we do assist with the down payments associated with specific developments. So for instance, the Lantana Homes project, which was just completed in the last few months by Burbank Housing, received funding so that we could provide down payments for those households. When those units sell, we do roll the funds into loans for the new home buyers. But it's not an open solicitation to anyone who's looking to purchase a home in the community.
So do we give that to those individual home buyers like at Lantana, for example, in the form of silent seconds?
Correct. So it's a loan to the home buyer, but generally they stay with the property and would roll on to subsequent buyers.
All right. Okay. Well, that I appreciate that, Megan. That kind of syncs up with what David told me personally. And then I remember he told the council about it too. It was during the Measure N conversation, and we were making decisions then about whether we should fund that program on an individual home buyer basis. And then, the thinking was at the time that silent second mortgage, when the person sold it, the home, they would either go, it would basically the loan would get called once the conventional mortgage was over, or when they sold it and at the point of sale, it would repay the city with accrued interest, and it'd be an interest-only loan essentially. So the city would actually make money. It would have some money to offset administrative expenses associated with it. And I remember from that day when Dave gave that presentation to council, it had always been something that I'd really want to see happen because, I tell the story that I was lucky. I had a parent who provided me with the down payment. Somebody who works for me, his parents just gave him a down payment. And I think about what a privilege, what about those kids that don't have that in this community? I'll bring that up a little bit later. I'd love it if we could find funding for that program that is sufficient to make a program worthwhile, but also to make sure that if there are expenses associated with it, that they get covered. And I have some ideas about where funding will come from, but I'll kind of give that in my comments later. My last question is Alan, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but did you find how much is in the Southwest Santa Rosa Parks Development Fee Fund?
So it's all hands on deck trying to find that amount for you.
Okay.
I don't know that I'm going to have it by this meeting. I absolutely follow up with the full council as soon as I get it. Apologize.
No worries. You know, whenever you have it, if it's today, that's terrific. You know, during this meeting, if it's, you know, a follow-up email to me, that's fine. Where I'm going with it is I don't want to engage in district politics. I certainly do not want to stop the progress on that park that Councilmember Alvarez has made. But to me, if there is money in that account, that is the defined use of that account. And that money for the Roseland Creek Park should come from that account. That was the argument I was going to make. But again, Councilmember Alvarez, you have my support for that park. I just want to make sure that, you know, we're using the money that these developers are paying into for the appropriate use. I think that's my last question for now. Yes, it is. Thank you, staff.
And I think Mr. Nutt wanted to respond on something.
Yeah, Councilmember Tibbetts, I did ask Deputy Director Santos in the Park Planning Division to pull that information up. The Southwest Zone does have $2.4 million associated with it. Just for an example, Roseland Creek Community Park, if we were to build out that entire master plan, would be probably over $15 million. And so each of the zones are underfunded, as you see with many of the programs that we've talked about today. And I do have information on the other 3 zones if you're interested, most of which are, for example, in Northwest, we have 5.1 million. A majority of that is already programmed for projects coming forward. In the Southeast, we have 1.6 million, which will likely be going toward the Kiwanis Springs Community Park, and in the Northeast we have 2.6 million, which will likely be going toward Fremont Park. None of those dollar amounts fully complete any of the park master plans that were described.
So you're saying the 2.4 million in the Parks Development Fee Fund, the 2.4 that is there, is well shy of the 15 million you need to complete the Roseland Creek Park. That park was 15 million? I don't recall it being that high. Are you saying the whole master plan region?
No, I was saying that particular park and the infrastructure needs for that park, the way the master plan was defined. And that is just one of the parks. Most of the parks in the Southwest area are not fully complete and need additional financing to bring them to fruition.
So the 1.5 that we would be appropriating today from the PG&E funds, where's the rest of the, and I'm not trying to be adversarial here, but genuine question, where's the rest of the $11 million coming from?
Well, that's part of why most of our community parks remain incomplete, because we have not been able to acquire all of the funds to be able to do the work. Southwest Community Park is looking to have a large Finley-style recreation facility and pool. That's in the Southwest Area Community Plan and the General Plan. We also are underfunded to complete work up at Youth Community Park as a master planned park. So just in general, our community parks are fairly underfunded in order to bring them to full fruition. And it's our intent to be able to build specific products so that those parks become functional for the community and don't lay fallow.
Okay, I appreciate that, Jason. I want to bring something up for the council to think about. One of the other proposals I made when this came out a few months ago was to look at doing essentially California tiger salamander mitigation banking. And I have subsequently found that the true cost of that program is $300,000. The County of Sonoma recently got a federal grant to begin a comprehensive habitat plan for the California tiger salamander. And Director Tennis Wick over there would like to partner with us to include Santa Rosa Plain as part of that mitigation plan. We have a lot of land available at the Laguna Treatment Plant that is land that we own, that we can do mitigation banking against. And so what that means is that all of those parcels in Southeast and Southwest Santa Rosa that are ripe for development. It's, all the fallow brownfield areas that, is infill housing, has infill housing potential, and is on our major transit corridors, but is not really, bankable for a developer because for them to have to pay mitigation credits, they're paying $150,000 to $200,000 an acre on top of the acquisition and development costs to build there. Well, if we considered joining the county on their plan and appropriating $300,000 out of ARPA funds to do that, we would potentially, it'd be long-term, probably 2 to 3 years down the road, but we would open up Southwest Santa Rosa for our housing needs significantly, which then could further get those park development fees increased to support the Southeast and Southwest parks needs that Eddie and Natalie and John have. So I'll bring it up later to see if there's interest amongst the council, but to me that seems like a $300,000 investment that we should make.
Vice Mayor?
Ooh, okay. So I wanted to, Megan, can Megan come back? And she appears. I love it. Okay. Lantana Homes.
Yes.
So how many homes are in that?
That is a 48-unit development of single-family homes.
And how long did it take to build that community?
That community was initiated by the Housing Authority in 2007. It encountered every hurdle that a project could due to the recession, lack of funding at the state, and we just finished it this past summer.
That's quite a long time.
Yes.
So that was my question for that, because we're only asking questions. And then homeless assistance. What are some of those dollars earmarked for exactly? The $9.8 million.
Right. So it is, I don't have the actual budget allocation in front of me, but it is, it's our work. I believe it's our work with Catholic Charities. So it's how we fund our various outreach programs and others that are there. I mean, I saw Claire pop up. She might have a little bit more of the line item parts to that, but I was just going off of what we typically spend.
I don't have line items, but what I can say is that it is status quo with our homeless services program budget. So we have Sam Jones Hall, and we partner with providers to support the physical facility, but also the operations associated with it, outreach efforts, our family support center, and I'm probably missing some items as well, but the entirety of our homeless services budget is supported by that $9.8 million. And that's just status quo. And again, we saw this as an opportunity. It's quite eligible because of the population it serves for ARPA. So it's an opportunity to apply for ARPA to fund something that otherwise would just be from our general fund, and provides the city some flexibility.
Okay. And out of curiosity, how large is our homeless service budget in totality?
That's the entirety of our homeless services budget.
9.8 million?
Yes.
For the entire year?
That's my understanding.
No, that's
the general fund. That's our general fund budget for homeless services.
Right. So there's various funding sources that go into it. That specifically is just the general fund part, and that 9.8 is over a 2.5, 3 year period. So the general fund contributes about $4 million a year to homeless services fund for homeless services. What we're talking about is just that portion.
Okay. And Claire, really quickly, can you, or someone, can someone tell me what the master lease program was? Anyone familiar with that?
I'm not sure your question. The master lease program.
A master lease program where people were put into apartments or houses, or?
Are you referring to some of our COVID response efforts where we took care of folks that were COVID positive or needed to be isolated? We worked with the county and ourselves with and that's not part of this general operations budget, but we did make responsive efforts in COVID response.
And they were placed in houses?
So master lease houses, I'm sorry, I'm not.
Or apartments or something?
We had a master lease agreement with the Sandman Inn, but Megan's just jumped on. Maybe she has a better answer.
If I could try and interject. Oftentimes nonprofit organizations will master lease either residences or apartments and use those to house individuals they're serving. Catholic Charities had, and they may still have, a program that was funded through the Continuum of Care, where they would hold the lease to units and they would use those to house individuals that they were serving.
Okay, but that was not our program.
No, it was operated through the Continuum of Care, but the community does benefit from programs like that.
Okay. That concludes my questions. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? I think this is a question for you, Jason. For the fiber backbone, if you were to describe it to the community and say, for $8.6 million, you're going to get this, what exactly are they going to get for an $8.6 million investment?
Thank you, Mayor. That was part of the conversation we were going to have with the county, is a coordinated effort. They did go out with an RFP. They received no responses to the RFP to help develop what would be a municipal fiber or municipal broadband network. What we've looked at is the concept of installing mid-mile fiber installations, which is predominantly on the arterials. It would set up for fiber to home or fiber to cell sites. In our particular case, we would be able to connect public infrastructure, whether it's public buildings and facilities, traffic signals, on the west side of town, predominantly, like I said, on those arterials and collectors, in an effort to set the stage for what would be a broader, more to the home connection through the county's municipal broadband system. At this point, as Alan mentioned, we just don't have a complete definition on it, but that's where the cost came from, was looking at what the installation would be per mile of fiber along our major arterials and collectors.
And how does the recent state and federal legislation around fiber play into this conversation? My understanding is that there's some pretty substantial buckets of money that we can pull from.
Absolutely. There's certainly intent on having a large commitment, both at the state and federal levels, when it comes to the installation of broadband. What we saw during the course of this last 18 months are some fairly significant gaps in our ability to be able to provide services to community members who are in most need of having access to broadband. And the push to try to help install those facilities is gaining ground. That's part of why ARPA incorporated that into the language, that stated broadband would be an important and critical asset to incorporate. In our particular case, given the type of criteria that we scored all of the projects against, it scored fairly well, in particular in the qualified zones in the Southwest and the West. And that gave us the opportunity to include this as one of the line items. But that was the nature, is it was really a mid-mile program, not a to-the-house program.
So even with this 8.6 million, it'll get us a step closer, but it still is not going to be infrastructure that is going to be readily available for the public.
That's correct at this point in time. There are other models. If we were to go out on it alone, we could contract directly with a service provider and assist in the construction to the house. It was our intent, as I mentioned, to try to coordinate with the county. We don't know what type of service model that they're going to try to implement, but it makes sense for us to try to coordinate as closely as possible. And so we were hoping they would have a provider selected at this point, or a consultant selected, so that we would have a much better answer for you at this point in time.
When you say to the home, do you mean single-family homes, multifamily homes, or doesn't matter, no distinction?
I think the ideal concept is any end user.
Okay. Any other questions, Council? Yeah. Councilmember Fleming.
Does this fiber backbone take into consideration the potential for undergrounding other utilities as we go along, which would seem to me to be well in line, especially with our fire prevention efforts on the east side, but all throughout the city? Would we go along and put things in the ground if we were to lay the fiber?
Yeah, unfortunately, the dollar per lineal foot cost that we used did not incorporate a full undergrounding of utilities along those major corridors. Those are extremely expensive to go through those exercises, and it would dramatically exceed the cost that we have available to us. And so, no, that wasn't included in the proposal for this particular project.
Okay.
All right, let's go ahead and go to public comment on this item. I'll start with the hands on Zoom, and then I'll come back to the folks who are here in the chamber. We're going to start with Michelle.
Great. Am I live?
Yes, you are.
Great. I appreciate that, Mayor. Thank you, council members, for making the opportunity to talk about these important investments and for your detailed questions and attention in this long conversation. I am here today to advocate for the Roseland Boys and Girls Club and a city investment in that capital project. I really appreciate Councilmember Tibbetts and Councilmember Sawyer, some of your comments around the opportunity to really do something transformational with these funds. Obviously, we can do some business as usual items, but I think you're right. The public is looking for us to make very significant investments to transform our community. And just a few key points on our project. I've obviously sent you all materials and been in touch, and really want to appreciate Mayor Rogers and Councilmember Alvarez for the long conversations about this project over the last several weeks. One, the investment that we're asking for from you is not operational. It is a generational investment in young people and in childcare, which is clearly one of your priorities. We're so grateful that you're giving that key attention. And this isn't going to provide young people one summer or 2 summers of programming. This is going to provide programs for families for an entire childhood. Families will be able to go back to work for 10, 12, 15 years because they know they will have free, high quality childcare available to them in their neighborhood. Secondly, this project scores highly in all of the areas outlined in the scorecard for these funds. It will influence health and well-being. It will improve neighborhood access. It absolutely is an upstream investment to give kids the opportunity to learn and grow, to allow parents to get back into the workforce. And it very clearly expands childcare. On top of all of that, it is in a qualified census tract. So as we look at your report card, it hits all the buckets that are really important. There are 2,800 young people in Roseland right now. Only 900 of them have an opportunity to participate in before school, after school, and summer camp programs, and they need us. So I ask that you have many worthy projects on your list, but I ask that you look back and advocate today for staff to look into this project and see how it fits into the use of your one-time funds. And I really appreciate your leadership on this and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. We'll go to Ananda.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers and council members. Nanda Sweet with the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber. First, I want to acknowledge and appreciate your time and a strategic approach to investments in our community and our economic recovery. Many of the issues that we talk about frequently, business support, housing supply, fire risk, and early childcare and education, are significant opportunities in this one-time fund discussion and are all key to a healthy economy and thriving community. Looking at business support and economic recovery, it's crucial to support small employers. And downtown investment specifically is an opportunity to support thriving employers, good jobs, environmental sustainability, and increased tax revenue. Specific financial support of an active downtown is additionally a way to create a place where people want to live, work, and enjoy, and a meaningful way to create a sense of belonging, to build community, and a place where our children and grandchildren want to stay. Housing and opportunities to increase our housing supply are critical to our long-term success, and your commitment to invest in the Renewal Enterprise District's housing fund meets a critical need, and the benefits are magnified by the ability to leverage the funds. Thank you for acknowledging the need to significantly expand housing supply for our residents and your work to recognize the impact that council policy decisions have on discouraging or encouraging needed housing development. Fire preparedness and mitigation as ongoing efforts are critical. The fires we've experienced highlight the need to use our natural resources sustainably and to implement practices that minimize the impact of wildfires. In addition to prioritizing recovery from fire damage, significant focus should go to fire prevention measures to protect our community against the continual threat of wildfires. And last but certainly not least, thank you so much for your recognition of early child care and education as critical to Santa Rosa's workforce today and as a crucial investment in Santa Rosa's future. Beyond being an immediate workforce issue, these investments are absolutely broad economic development opportunities and bring a high return on investment. You see that return from savings in special education remediation, better health outcomes, reduced need for social services, lower criminal justice costs, and increased self-sufficiency and productivity of families for generations to come. I can't adequately convey within a few minutes of public comment how meaningful your leadership in this area has been. Your focus here sends a clear and important message that childcare will be supported by the City of Santa Rosa. From changes in the permitting process for childcare development to significant and direct investment in sustaining and growing the sector to meaningful investment in innovative solutions to expand access to quality childcare. We are so grateful for your leadership in this issue. Thank you again for your time and focus on these priority areas that maximize opportunities to create vibrant, stable, healthy economy and are key to a thriving community for all.
Thank you so much, Ananda. That's the last hand that I see. Oh, we've got David.
Hi, my name is David Bowman. I want to applaud the council as well as the mayor on their efforts to think about how to use these one-time funds in a strategic manner. The reality is that these types of events are singular, and I think require a lot of due diligence to think through not only the short-term benefits, but the long-term implications. And where those funds can be invested in something lasting, something that'll be paying back the community members who have supported the idea and seen it through for years to come should rise to the top. I want to echo previous comments about the need for a location in Roseland to support the youth of Santa Rosa. The need is so great. And the need is not only on behalf of those youth that are looking for a place to find solace, counseling, continuing education, but also to their families who are juggling multiple jobs just to make ends meet or in desperate need of affordable child care, and who are struggling under the weight of increasing cost of living in Santa Rosa and Sonoma County in general. So I do implore the council to give further consideration about how some of the ARPA funds could actually be invested in a true, tangible, visible, and long-term solution that is really a community hub, a place where the youth of our community can actually learn, grow, and the families of our community can seek some help in just making ends meet. It's critically important to the future of our community. And as previous speakers have mentioned, just the investment in our youth, the payback of healthy, well-adjusted community members is incalculable. So with that, I respect the council and mayor's time, and I implore you to just give this further consideration, and thank you for your great work.
Thank you so much, David. I'll come back to the council chambers. We'll start with Phil, followed by Keith.
I've maxed out the podium. My name's Phil Kerr. I'm the CEO of City Ventures. And I wanted to love the opportunity to come speak to you in person, finally. It's nice to be back in the council chambers. We have over 700 homes under development in Santa Rosa. We're the largest housing builder in Santa Rosa. We're the largest solar all-electric housing builder in the state. And we've been committed to Santa Rosa for a long time. And we've really enjoyed the experience of working with your staff and developing in Santa Rosa. Our commitment is to developing in infill locations, developing in ways that can use development to conserve open spaces, and doing that in a way that addresses climate change as well. So every home we build is solar all electric as well. It's been a great opportunity. It's been an opportunity that's been made possible by city staff. Santa Rosa is a really interesting place to build because every time you build here, there's about 9 agencies that you deal with. It's one of the most difficult places to develop housing in the probably 80 cities I've ever worked in, while simultaneously having one of the most competent staffs I've ever worked with. I've had the pleasure of working with specific staff members, Jesse Oswald, Gabe Osborne, Claire Hartman, Andrew Tibbetts, Scott Moon in particular, in the fire department. You have an amazing set of leaders in your staff. And the opportunity I think that exists is to put funds towards some of the contract staffing, things to make so your leaders and your staff can focus on some of these bigger priorities. There's so much to do in terms of permit checking, et cetera. I strongly encourage the council to make sure to fund additional planning and additional contract resources to streamline the processes. The processes can be really daunting in Santa Rosa. They don't need to be with additional contract staffing. I'd also like to give a quick nod to Councilmember Tibbetts and the tiger salamander concept he mentioned. We focus on infill development. There's a tremendous opportunity for infill development in this city if you can address the tiger salamander process and problem in terms of how to build in those infill locations in a streamlined way that protects open space, mitigates, but does it in a streamlined way. It took us 9 years to develop 2 projects in the Southwest, and that was going about as fast as you could. And so there's opportunities to streamline that, work together with developers to do that. Be happy to help in any discussions on that. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Phil. Keith?
Been here before. Mayor, City Council members, staff, my name is Keith Christofferson, Christofferson Builders. And my purpose being here today is to talk about housing. Having gone through the various exhibits today, and it was startling to see what your unfunded objectives are, and it's daunting, seriously. But housing is a designated crisis not only here in Santa Rosa, but around the state, and for that matter, around the country. And honestly, I was disappointed to see that. I was thankful that there was roughly $250,000 allocated for a planner, but these guys need more help. Like Mr. Kerr said, you've got a great staff here. We've worked in a lot of different places, and including Santa Rosa for the last 40 years. And this staff is over the top amazing, top to bottom, head to toe. But they need help. They need some support. Housing is so critical. I was looking at the baby bonds, and I don't know what the births over deaths are in Santa Rosa. I should, but I don't on an annual basis. But just take those 700 babies, and in 20 years, those people are going to be looking for housing. So you've got 14,000 housing units that you're going to be looking for in 20 years. So when you start to think about that, it's a big number. So I'm hoping that my hope would be that somewhere amongst these spending priorities that you have, that you could find a little bit more to send over to Jesse, Gabe, and Claire, and help them get the job done so we can provide housing to our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other comments in the chambers? Mr. DeWitt?
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland Action, which is an environmental justice and social equity group founded 28 years ago in the qualified census tract of the Roseland Creek neighborhood next to Roseland and Shepherd. It's really important that we look at the possibilities of how to improve these areas. Thanks that you're putting money forward for the library and parks. Please seek more money for stormwater improvement. Flooding occurred on McMinn Avenue this weekend. It's happened often in the past. From what I heard today, you could actually use ARPA funds for water, sewer, and I believe stormwater improvement. And those funds could help with your ideas for the bicycle and pedestrian circulation, which is why the city convinced the county to first buy 6 acres on the south side of Roseland Creek a full 10 years ago. Nothing's been done since. Now, though, with this funding, things could go forward. Also, ARPA funds could be used for the broadband. You probably don't know, but over 20 years ago, it was discussed during the redevelopment of Sebastopol Road to have redundant cabling, fiber optic, and cable that was copper to enhance the possibility for broadband in the future. Now that Sonic is operating in the southwest area of Santa Rosa, would be an excellent time to put this funding forward, especially along Sebastopol Road, where the housing could be built in the mixed-use infill that's been talked about with the term transit-oriented development, and this could help with that last mile to the homes. The thing about much of this that's been talked about today is it's all been talked about before, and the can has been kicked down the road. But now there's some money here, and you could make some positive investments, and we could have a better community all the way around. The idea that somehow the West Side would be getting more than others, well, that's because it's deserved. This is the area that is the qualified census tracts of the most disadvantaged, underserved, and overburdened areas of the city. The city chose to make Roseland a county island 25 years ago and further ruined Roseland's possibilities for the future. Now, because this money has come forward through ARPA and PG&E with tragedy, we could turn it around over there, at least along Roseland Creek, in that disadvantaged neighborhood of Roseland Creek. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. the last public comment that I see, so I'll bring it back to council members. Mr. Assistant City Manager, could you frame for council members what type of feedback you're looking for in this discussion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We are interested in understanding if the program that we've outlined based on the scoring is consistent with council's expectations, and if there are areas that you would like to see us make adjustments, if you would please describe that for us, and how you would like to have us bring it back to you moving forward.
All right, we'll start with Zoom. We'll start with Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Jason. I'm gonna politely say that my expectations were not exactly met with this plan, and I think to explain my initial reaction a little bit here, and I do want to first thank everybody who put work into this. Right, it's always important to acknowledge the work that goes into these reports that come to council. But I think some of my frustration with how this rolled out was this really. When I think about what COVID was meant to be from the Biden administration, it was really a few things. It was how do you help people through times of COVID? How do you help your communities get ahead? And it was also meant to be funding for communities that were negatively impacted by COVID. And I think the implication there was a financial one. And when I look at our budget, the city of Santa Rosa was in a most fortunate position. We started our 2019-2020 budget was, I had it, it was $436.7 million. In 21 and 22, it was 474.9. We actually saw our budget grow by $38 million. And I actually attribute that in large part to one thing. I think that has to do with a lot of folks from the peninsula who were able to do remote work, were able to move here. I mean, we saw dramatic appreciation in property values and skyrocketing costs of living during this time, which was, I think, unique in many respects. So when I saw a lot of these general fund things that we had appropriated money for in our budget this year come forward with the thinking that we'll use ARPA money to pay for what the council already approved in a budget, I just felt like we were not giving our citizens the opportunity that ARPA really presented. I understand the foresight associated with it. We were looking at how can we always have that looming budget deficit. How do we get ahead of it? We have contract negotiations going on, and those contracts are going to come due, as John rightfully put. But I was just hoping to see, I think, a little bit more out of the plan. So, I want to propose, I guess, a couple of changes for my colleagues to consider. And I think, I guess I'll begin with number one, and that is that California tiger salamander mitigation plan. That presents huge housing opportunities for Southeast and Southwest Santa Rosa, huge revenue opportunities for the general fund, and huge park fees for Southeast and Southwest Santa Rosa to help close that gap. And with the County of Sonoma already on the path, with us with the opportunity to glom on, I think we'd be really remiss to not fund that, especially, and again, I recently learned that the number I originally quoted of 2 million is actually more like 300,000. So what I want to propose to the council is taking half of the 600,000 from the specific area plan, putting that towards a California tiger salamander mitigation bank and habitat plan. To me, that seems like a good compromise. That seems like we are helping the general fund down the road, but we're also acknowledging that that specific plan was going to happen one way or the other without this general fund. The next thing I'd like to propose is...
Councilmember Tibbetts, before you move on, if I could ask you a clarification question
Sure.
on that. Is your expectation with that statement one of actually acquiring mitigation credits, or what I think the county may be doing is exploring the possibility of being the administrator of permits for different species that are on the listed list. And so Is that your expectation? Is that we're talking to the county and it may not be actually acquiring rights? It may just simply be an administrative aspect.
No, I want to be clear. I'm more interested in acquiring rights. About 2 years ago, Councilmember Schwedhelm, then Mayor Schwedhelm, and I had the opportunity to join a roundtable on this issue with the Army Corps of Engineers and a group of stakeholders locally. A lot of county folks were present. And specifically, the interest was in a lot of the Laguna treatment plant lands that we have, lands that we don't have to go out and buy, but we could essentially get that land permitted as banking lands, which then can become a revenue center for the city, or at the very least, help with some of our housing and development needs. So I would like to focus it probably more at that level if that's not the direction the county is going with it. But I think it's important as we're talking about, okay, what are we going to set aside for the next 6 months to a year as we figure out more of these programs? I think $300,000 is important to set aside to kind of figure that out. Let's see where the county's going. Okay, they're not going in the exact direction we wanted to go, and there aren't any synergies between us and the county. Then where can we go on our own reasonably?
Thank you for the clarification. I will, the reason I was asking is because we have recently acquired mitigation credits. They far exceed the cost of what you're mentioning as far as what you're hearing from the county. I also understand in talking to Director Burke that we have significant limitations on what we could identify as habitat qualifying on our properties, and I would need to promote her to respond to that directly. I just want to make sure I'm clear. I'm happy to do more research and to get back with you with more detail about what that could look like. And we'd also want to communicate with Director Wick over at PRMD to make sure that we understand what program they're evaluating. So I just wanted clarification, and I appreciate you offering that up.
Okay, thanks, Jason. The second item that I want to bring up is homelessness. I think that $9.1 million supplanting money from the general fund using ARPA money is a heck of a lot. Again, I recognize we don't know what things look like 2 years from now necessarily argument, but I want to be clear to the public that what I'm about to recommend is not to take away funding from homelessness. We have already set aside in our budget money for homelessness to the tune of about $4.1 million a year. I think that was the number. What I want to ask us to do is, instead of supplanting the money with ARPA for 2 years, I would like us to supplant it for only 1 year. So we're still achieving, I guess, a net gain on the general fund of over $4 million, and consider applying 1 year of that homelessness funding to the down payment assistance program. So roughly $4.1 million. If we looked at doing a $60,000 down payment, we could help probably about 66 families acquire a home, build equity in this community at a time when prices are just getting unattainable for people my age and younger. And then the last thing that I want to bring up, and this might be a little bit more of a hot button issue with the county, but I think it merits discussing, and probably not here per se. It's probably a topic that belongs on it as its own agenda item in the very near future. But as of September 7th, vaccination rates in the county was 75%. The total was, I looked up the numbers, if you bear with me for a second here. It was about 320,000 people had been doubly vaccinated as of September 7th. I went onto the county's website just now, and as of October 25th, we now have 341,441 people who are vaccinated. And remember, these are only people over the age of 12. So when you look at the population statistics, we're now at 79% vaccinated. When you then look a little bit farther, there's another 30,000 people who have received one vaccine. So why I'm bringing this up is, when we're looking at spending or appropriating, setting aside $1.2 million for staff testing, we should probably have that conversation about, is that too much? And the reason being is, you'll recall when Dr. Mace was before this council, I said, honestly, doctor, what is the herd immunity? I mean, I had heard the CDC use the number 70%. And she said, well, actually, it's more like 80%. And I said, okay, well, we should set it at 80% for the city. And she said, no, you have to go by countywide. We're in this together. Well, folks, I'm here to tell you, based on what that doctor said, we're kind of here, or we're going to be there in the next 2 to 3 weeks. And if I also recall back, it was about $60,000 a week to test our staff. Maybe staff has a more exact number. So I wanted to propose that we look at only funding this 3 weeks out, maybe a month, with the understanding that we will have hit that 80% figure, and we probably don't need to spend $1.2 million. And in fact, $200,000 or $240,000 might be sufficient to get us to where is reasonable, which would leave us then with about $900,000 left over from that, I guess, line item, if you will. And then I was going to recommend that we invest that in the Boys and Girls Club facility over in Roseland. So, I don't want to get into the vax, anti-vax conversation, but, I'd rather us fund that a couple weeks at a time as opposed to saying, staff, here's 1.2 million, and then we forget about it. And then come budget season, we hear about it in the form of turn back, and we miss the opportunity to invest in something that the community is looking for and needs today. So those are the 3 things that I wanted to throw out there for folks' consideration.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me address, first of all, Councilmember Tibbetts' suggestions. I am curious to know whether we could drill in on some of the CTS mitigation discussion. I'm not sure where that's going to go, but the CTS has been dogging our city and our county for I don't know, close to 20 years now. So where we could get some movement in that discussion, I would be interested in finding out. I'm not sure what that conversation might look like, but I am intrigued by the direction, because it is a major impediment to development inside our urban growth boundary. Secondly, I would like to sharpen our pencils on the COVID testing. I think things change so quickly. Since this recommendation came across, I'm sure things have changed already. So if there is staff capacity to look at how we might lessen that amount from 1.2 million to something else, I would be interested in pursuing that. I'm not interested at this point in obligating where those funds might go. But I am interested in sharpening our pencils on the COVID-19 testing. I will say that the programs not in the spending plans really concern me. I mean, there are some major concern. I have major concerns about those things that we are not going to be funding, and they are. I can hardly look at that list and feel comfortable that we're not putting funds into those buckets. The one that sticks out to me, and I'm sure this will come as no surprise to anyone on the council, is the Burbank Carriage Home, the Carriage House and Home. I hope that our consultants are correct in how long they think that roof is going to last. Any kind of leaking in that environment could drastically compromise an irreplaceable collection of historic documents, et cetera. And I'm not sure since there's no amount there, I'm not even sure what the cost might be, but I have been hearing for quite some time this unknown about the material. Now, whether it's an issue of COVID and they can't seem to get the material, or they don't know what the material should be, or they don't know how much it will cost. We are kicking a potentially very costly can down the road, and we would lose our status as a national historic landmark, and perhaps even our state designation as well. So among almost everything on that list of the things that we're not spending money on, that one rose to my attention, in part because there is no cost And maybe it's difficult to assess the cost. But I will leave it at that. Thank you. And I appreciate the work of staff. This is not easy to do. It's no easier for the council to make comments about this list as it was to produce the list in the first place. So I appreciate the work. I thank you for it. And I look forward to expending those funds that we need to expend within the deadlines. I'm sure we will have no problem spending that money. Thank you.
Jason, you look like you wanted to say something.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Sawyer, I just wanted to assure you that we are actively working through a project right now with a consultant to design an a historically accurate product that will be used to re-roof that structure. That's what's ongoing right now. The concept of what it will take to actually finish the re-roofing, to do the physical construction, is one we won't have an idea on until we understand what the material, so that we are historically accurate, looks like. And we expect to find more information this year as that contract finishes.
Thank you, Jason. I understand the challenge.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Thank you, Mayor. For myself, I want to start off by saying I support Councilman Tibbetts' inquiry into the tiger salamander issue that has really, as Councilman Sawyer said, hindered us for over 20 years. So I definitely do want to hear more from staff on how we can assure that Southwest Santa Rosa continues to have a vibrant future. So I'm absolutely supportive of that. And secondly, I saw a large difference between what we're dedicating to our homeless issue compared to what we're dedicating to our children of Santa Rosa. And I'm happy to hear that Councilman Tibbetts was creative in saying that if we funded the first year only opposed to the second year, or at least taking a look at the first year, it freed up some funds. And in line with thinking that how we can actually promote home ownership for those in the community, it kind of reminded me of childcare and how important that is instrumental to our vibrant economy, and how we can actually help our labor force continue to work without having to stay home with the children, and what we can do there to support them. And again, this goes in line with what is childcare, with investments into development of housing in our area. So I see how one is definitely playing into the hands of another. And I have to tell you, deciding what to do with other people's money, the taxpayers' money, is probably the hardest thing that any of us have ever had to do. I mean, it's easy to throw out millions in one direction or another direction, but wow, this is probably the hardest thing that I had to do on sitting here on city council. And this is due to an opportunity that's been presented by both ARPA and the PG&E funds. So this is definitely a one-time occurrence. And I definitely want us to pay attention to the equity part, which I'm very thankful that staff has done so. And I'm thinking, how can we make the investment transcend generations, not just the 2 to 3 years that we're looking at? And with that being said, I do have a question for staff. And what is the contribution from our regional partners when it comes to the homeless issue and addressing homelessness?
Claire, are you available to come on and respond?
Sorry, I had a mouthful of snacks. I believe Kelly Feigendahl has been elevated to a panelist. Thank you, Kelly.
I'm here. Sorry, give me a second.
Yeah, Kelly, I was wondering what the investment from our regional partners is to our homeless issue.
You know, it's a great question. I have, our city budget for homeless services in front of me this evening. I don't have what our continuum of care is contributing toward this issue, or the county of Sonoma, or the other cities in Sonoma County in front of me. I can certainly look into that. I know that the county and the continuum of care are investing heavily in this issue as well, with their resources, as well as all the resources that are coming in from
the state to assist with this effort. So I'm happy to get back to the full council with that information. I don't have it ready this evening.
I appreciate it nonetheless, Kelly. And the thoughts behind the question is, if we are helping people elevate themselves from homelessness, if we are assuring that community members are first-time home owners, that we need to provide an inventory that provides the stock needed, as well as correcting what is a supply and demand ratio. So with that being said, I definitely would like to see us invest heavily into those programs that do help the community far beyond the 2 to 3 years. And for me, it's definitely ensuring that our labor force can show up to work. And I think Ananda Sweet, as well as Michelle, spoke on this fact of how important it is to support our labor force. So for me, it would be in accordance to what Jack said about looking at homeless investment for the 1 year and being able to fund future or programs that go beyond it. Again, I think where we part ways a little bit, brother, is just the down payment for 66 families, where I'm hoping we could see the labor force kind of be strengthened more by the child care, ensuring that they can actually show up to work. But I think we're all very much in line of trying to see how we can actually look at this money more from the community investment more than an operational standpoint. At least that's where I believe we're mostly coming from, which I do appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fleming.
I think that Councilmember Alvarez said it right. It is not easy to spend other people's money, and it is not easy to spend a lot of money. I think what makes it particularly difficult is that it is not enough money to do everything that we want to do. I think if we had enough money to fulfill all of our dreams and wishes for our future, our present and our future, this would be a very easy conversation. I think the challenge is that we would like to do a number of things, and we'd like to do a number of things well, but that we're not going to be able to do that. And I do think that staff did a fairly comprehensive and proficient job of providing us with a list of things in a way that we did ask for it, in terms of rating things on equitability and sustainability and environmental sustainability and all of the different things that we asked for. And I frankly think that there was probably no one way that this was going to be done that was going to please all 7 of us. And so I do really appreciate staff for having done that. There are a couple of things that I have heard here that from other council members that have caused me to want to comment. One is around the California tiger salamander. If $300,000 could solve a chunk of our CTS problem, I think that would be money well spent. I can't say I understand exactly how we could spend $300,000 and have it solve our problem, but if it does do that, obviously we need to do that, because that would be a watershed moment for us. But I have great doubts, but I'm very open-minded. The other thing is that I do recall supporting the idea of funding our existing down payment assistance program. And I do recall us having support, at least myself and Councilmember Tibbetson, perhaps it was just the 2 of us, but I do recall at least another person supporting it. So if it was fewer than 4, then I get that, but I am disappointed that we didn't hear more about that today, because I do believe that's a long-term intergenerational solution to poverty. Although I do wonder about, even with a down payment, who can afford what kinds of low-income folks are going to be able to afford the housing that's in the market these days. But nevertheless, I do think it is worth exploring. And I think also that Councilmember Tibbetts brings up a great point about testing, that if we are approaching 80% and we're going to be able to get our elementary kids vaccinated in the next week, I'm hearing that, how frequently do we need to be testing, and to the tune of $1.2 million. I'd love to see that money redirected to our park and recreation department and beefing up their services in our southwest quadrant, where they have been the heroes of the pandemic, alongside with our police and fire services and our water department, the people who've been coming to work day in and day out. love to do things that can make life better for the working families of the city of Santa Rosa. And that'll have to suffice for my comments. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd just like to thank the staff for all their hard work and dedication in getting this done. All right, so now I'm about to go with my comments. So, starting with homeless assistance, $9.8 million. No, let's not start with that. Let's start with Jack. Let's start with the tiger salamander thing. I would love for $300,000 to get rid of the tiger salamander. That would free up so much space to develop in my district. That would be great. If we can make that happen, Jason, like $300,000, $350,000, somewhere in that ballpark, that would be awesome. I think we would all be happy if we could make that happen. With that being said, I think that the gentleman that spoke had a point, and I don't know if Claire is still on. I don't know if, with our council goals of us wanting to develop, if planning has enough support in the amount of development that we do want in the city of Santa Rosa. We say that we want, affordable housing. Well, we have to build it. That we need housing, well, we need to build it because we don't have it. I don't know if our planning department is keeping up. Are they backlogged? Are they delayed? Kind of what's going on. So that is where I would need to lean to staff to know, like, how far are we behind? How is that affecting our developers? Is that making it so they don't want to come here and develop? And is this something that we can do to support them, to support us, to get what we are saying is one of our priorities and one of our goals met? So that would be important to me. I am a product of the Boys and Girls Club, so I'm always going to have the Boys and Girls Club back. I spent my summers at the Boys and Girls Club. I think that my mother was a single mother, and so she was able to drop me off there before she went to work in the summers and pick me up, and I was safe and I'm alive, and here I am today. So I think that the Boys and Girls Club is a great investment. So I advocate for the Boys and Girls Club. Now we'll go to homeless assistance. I would not be opposed to one, diversifying the providers that we have providing services to our homeless community. And in saying that, I would not be opposed to, I don't know about cutting it in half, but looking at taking some of the $9.8 million, because I feel like we do give a lot to homeless services, and putting some of that to the down payment assistance program. And that is something that I have said that I really support and I've been very passionate about. I think home ownership opens up a lot of doors, but with that, I'm a firm believer in you can give a man a fish and he'll eat for one day, but you can teach him how to fish and he'll eat for a lifetime. So with that, definitely having a very strong educational component to that, and really teaching people the importance of like credit and like all of that, but making it all encompassed, not just like, here you go, here is money, but here is a program, go through the program, and then we help you with the down payment kind of a thing. Like, this is our investment in you, and here you go, and in your family. And I think that we can help so many families, because to have 48 units that were built, and it took from 2007 to 2021, that's a really long time, and it's so restrictive to me. But if you can have people within the community and you're teaching them really how to go out in the community and buy homes anywhere, I think that is so powerful. And that just really teaches them how to fish and not just giving them a fish. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the development, not saying that at all. I'm just saying, to me, you can reach a lot of people, a lot more people. And I think that's all, folks. Thank you.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick here. An email came in right before our council meeting began, and I really want to thank Congressman Mike Thompson for his support for the Boys and Girls Club here in Roseland, and specifically the child care program. So I thank you, sir, for having sent the letter and for your support.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Yeah, two quick comments. First, if it wasn't clear before when I was talking about my support for the down payment assistance program and what those programs look like, historically they're done as loans. So when I mentioned that, if you loaned out $60,000 and a down payment, you would recover that, and the average American will hold on to a home and then for 10 years and then sell it. So that initial 66, for any members of council or members of the public thinking we would grant $60,000 to somebody, that's not it at all. It would be a loan that would get recovered and then reissued and reach, far more than 66 people over time. It would be hundreds, if not thousands, as long as the program was continued.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. And just as a point of clarification for council, ARPA funds need to be spent. So if we're talking about a down payment assistance program, that would need to be funded out of the PG&E fund, as I understand it from talking to staff, because we have a set date that we have to spend ARPA and set criteria on what we can spend ARPA on. PG&E is the one that is completely flexible. So if we're going to find $3 million for a down payment assistance fund, it's likely going to have to come from PG&E funds, which means removing some of what is currently being proposed within that bucket. So I just want to make sure that folks are aware of that as we go through our conversation. For me, I'm looking at this from a pretty simplistic standpoint. For me, the PG&E settlement funds were the unmet need for our community from fire. And yes, there's some bleed out away from fire issues because we had other opportunities such as the Roseland Library and such as the Renewal Enterprise District that we likely would have wanted to have funded, but then didn't have the funds because we were responding and recovering from the fire. And that's one of the slides that we glossed over that I thought was really important, was what we've actually spent on FEMA projects between the general fund and water, and what we've spent on resiliency funds or resiliency and recovery projects from the PG&E funds. That's about $80 million that the council has spent over the last 4 years that we weren't able to use on other types of resources. With that said, there's a couple of things that are in the left by the wayside in projects that were not funded that I think that we really need to figure out how to fund with the PG&E funds. One is vegetation management. What I heard is with $1.2 million as a shortfall, we can make that work by sacrificing an additional year of vegetation management. But these are matching funds that actually money begets money in our community. And I wouldn't be comfortable leaving an additional year on the side of the road for vegetation management. That's what we've committed to in the CWPP. And we know that that's a 5-year plan. We need to fund the vegetation management for that plan. We also have the HOT EOC, which was a commitment that we've made as a best practice to our community. That's $1.4 million. Yes, Congressman Thompson and our senators have worked really, and Congressman Huffman have worked really hard, and it looks like we've secured $1 million for it. We need to make sure that we actually get that funding across the finish line to fund the HOT EOC. To me, those two are more important than some of the other things that we have funded in the PG&E funds, such as the specific plan, even the Roseland Creek portions. Yes, we need to get there eventually, but if you're asking me about funding some of what we have in there versus funding vegetation management in the HOT EOC, I'm telling you that there's no competition for me. I want the vegetation management in the HOT EOC. We also have board stipends in there, which the council has never actually discussed more than passing comments from the dais. And what I heard from staff, and we talked about this a little bit in long-term finance, is that perhaps another use or a better use for some of those funds, since we have no program criteria and 75,000 means we're going to be picking and choosing which board members or committees are most important and get a stipend. I don't want us in that game, and I don't want us setting funds aside until we have that conversation. But I did hear a need for childcare at our board and commission meetings. I'd be fully happy with changing the stipends to added childcare for those meetings as a criteria instead. When we go to ARPA I view as a once-in-a-generational opportunity to be able to actually address poverty and the impacts not just of the COVID-19 crisis, but those who have been impacted the most by that crisis, and really do things to help lift people out of poverty and make changes within your community. So there are many things that are in there that I really like, but I'm having a hard time, I'll be honest, getting behind the fiber backbone. That seems to me like a public works project that was sort of shoehorned in, and it's a fourth of what we'd be spending our ARPA funds on with no direct immediate impact to the community. It'd be part of a longer project. I think we need to do things with that fund that are more beneficial right now to the community rather than taking the long game, especially when we have so much funding coming from the state and from the federal government for broadband projects. It seems to me like that's going to be funding that we can compete well with, and that particularly when you look at the criteria for that funding, going after what currently qualifies for ARPA means that what we're leaving behind is the parts of the city that are not going to qualify as well or have a harder time qualifying for that federal funding. I do think we need to fund the Parklet program and invest in our businesses and help those that have struggled, particularly in downtown. And I do think we need to set aside some funding, particularly for programming for downtown, to get people back in person and get people back in community spaces as we move forward. My final question really is for the council to evaluate too. When we walk out of here, when we finalize our spending plan, when we talk about what we've done with ARPA, do you look at it and say this is going to change the community? And I don't want to lose sight of needing to relieve some of the pressure on our general fund in the future. I'm fully supportive of homeless services, but there are a number of things in there. And there's a number of funds that are still in there, 2.6 million in the second year, for example. I'm hoping that we'll look a little bit more aspirational and more community changing as we finish our spending plan on that fund. I saw a couple of hands went up. We'll start with Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thanks, Mayor. I do have a clarifying question, I suppose it is, and it's, I guess, as much of a comment as it is a question. You were mentioning some of the requirements of ARPA, and I think it was kind of in response to the down payment assistance about how it needs to be spent instead of loaned out and recovered. What I'm about to say, I guess, kind of dovetails with what you're saying, Chris, about, again, us kind of absolving the general fund of a lot of the financial burden using ARPA. And that's I think what I'm struggling with. And I think I heard you kind of say that too. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but the homelessness thing, that's somewhere where I guess, maybe and this is my question for staff, Jason or Alan, would basically funding homelessness using ARPA as a backfill then free up 9.2 million in the general fund for some of these other programs that wouldn't otherwise fit the bill because they're loans or something to that effect? I'm trying to get to yes on the down payment assistance program for the council.
Council member, I'll start and Alan may fill in afterward. When we began this process back prior to budget season, we were evaluating our long-term budget strategy. We were seeing fairly significant budget deficits coming forward. And there was a general recommendation by council that we look at ways that we can work and utilize the federal funds to offset the general fund need so that we can save those general funds to cover our budget shortfalls. That's part of what staff utilized going through this. And that's why I think you see this significant recommendation for homeless services, it is one of the few programs that fits into the federal description and allows us to reserve general funds for addressing that general fund budget issue. By shifting funds away from homeless services with ARPA, that doesn't actually reduce the program offerings. It just simply means that the general fund will continue to support those programs within the homeless services team. And so I wanted to I think that, I'm hoping that answers your question about why we have attempted to get to this place, why we looked at offsetting general fund. But you look like I haven't quite gotten there yet.
Yeah, I apologize. It's probably me, but that was about as clear as mud. I mean, specifically what I'm asking is if our first question is a down payment assistance program in the form of silent second loans in ineligible use for ARPA.
I think it would be, but I don't know that for sure. So I've already reached out to our consultant. They're on the East Coast, so I'll get the answer back in the morning. But yeah.
Okay, thanks, Alan. I appreciate you being honest about not knowing for sure, and I appreciate you proactively reaching out to the consultants. My second question would be for you, Jason, or Alan, whoever might be best equipped to answer this. If it is ineligible, and the council says, let's fund homelessness for $4.1 million a year, meaning we have basically made 4.1 available in our 21-22 fiscal budget. Can the council then subsequently say we're going to take that 4.1 and put it towards down payment assistance? Because it's not technically ARPA funds.
Council has the authority to direct staff to invest general fund money how council sees fit.
So that's a yes.
That is a yes.
Okay, thank you, Jason. My last comment is going to be this, and that is, I've been on the council through 5 budget cycles now, and every year we've been told that we've got a deficit, and that a year from now, 2 years from now is going to be really bad. I could probably go into my office and pull out the binder from my first year on council, and it said 3 years from now we're going to be 10 million in the hole, and we don't know where the money's going to come from. And I recognize the dance that we do. Staff has to be conservative because you guys are the ones who keep this city running day in and day out. But I also want to say that, again, when we're using these funds for a transformational experience for the city, we need to keep in mind that, at least in the last 5 years, we have yet to see the big budget deficit to come. We always seem to find it from department turnback, or we seem to find it from settlements from our city attorney's offices in cases they've been victorious on, funding from the state or feds. So I just add that with a little grain of salt and a lot of respect for staff, because this work is hard.
So I want to be clear. I'm supportive of the down payment assistance if it is eligible for ARPA. My understanding was because it's a revolving fund, or that's how it's being proposed, that doesn't expend the funds, and so wouldn't be. I'd love to hear from Alan tomorrow morning that it is in fact eligible, or that there's a way for us to get there. And if not, I'm supportive of trying to find a way with the PG&E funds as well. I'll push back a little bit on my colleague. We cut $14 million from the budget this year, with more cuts coming next year, which is why I'm okay with opening up some flexibility in the general fund by moving some of our services over to the extent that they can. I also want to remind council, and then I'll get off the soapbox and turn it over to Councilmember Sawyer. We also have just reached agreement with most of our bargaining units, or are in the process of reaching agreement with most of our bargaining units. And one of the things that is an eligible expense that's in there that we need to make sure we're accounting for is the COVID premium pay for essential workers that has been agreed to in many of the contracts. That's not funded in our existing budget. That is not accounted for going forward. So I just want to make sure that there's that reality check for us as we have these discussions about what our budget looks like for the next 3 years in particular. With that, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for mentioning that unfunded expense that you just mentioned. it does give me concern. I'm curious about process and how we move forward now. There have been a number of recommendations and a number of questions that are yet to be answered that I know staff is going to be researching and looking for more definitive answers. I'm still curious to know how the baby bonds, how that $1 million would be invested, and so there are a number of questions that have come up this evening. We've never dealt with these kind of funds before. We've never had a list of. We've never had these amounts that were handed over to us to make important decisions on funding. So this is a unique environment in which we are operating. So I'm curious about process at this point, Mr. Nutt. What are the next steps? Will staff come back to us with the answers to these questions, and then we'll kind of hash it out again and decide where we want to move some money? I agree with the mayor's concern about the broadband amount. It's a lot of money, and I'm quite frankly kind of wondering how that became a priority, given the list of things that we're not funding. But so process-wise, what are the next steps? How are we going to, what is staff going to do next for us to help finalize this list so that we can start spending this money per the requirements?
Yeah, thank you very much, Council Member. When we met last time, there was a fairly significant brainstorming session where we collected feedback from each of the council members on items that you'd like to see us evaluate, how they fit into these programs. We then further talked with staff about programs that needed to be added to the list. And then we took information and feedback from council as far as what the scoring criteria should look like. And we did our best to try to outline those. So what you see Alan bringing back to you today was our first go around trying to use the scoring criteria, the projects that were identified, the dollar amounts to see what falls off, what rises to the top. And I would say 75% of the projects that we put on the list are items that you agree with, and I think that we'll consider those as we move forward, as like we did when we met the last time on the fire recovery projects. We'll consider those as recommended by council. The 25% that we're discussing right now, we will take a further and deeper look at. We'll look at how we can make those adjustments, either to bring in those projects that you felt fell off the list, fell out of the scoring, and should not have. And so we'll try to bring those back in. We'll readjust those other projects in an effort to try to fund what council has asked us to look at this point. And we will collect some additional information and return to you in another study session. I realize that this is a little onerous, but council members, as you mentioned, we've not played with this type of one-time fund before, and we want to make sure that we're investing appropriately, as each of you have mentioned tonight, for the betterment of the community. And so that's why we'll take the additional time to review those items that you just discussed and come back with a revised proposal for those items and additional information and clarity on some of the programs.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Good, Vice Mayor.
Really quick, talking about the broadband thing. When we were all at home, there were a lot of children that had to do schooling from home, and depending on their location, it was almost impossible for them to get on to do their schooling from home, and it was really slow, and they really couldn't keep up with class without it glitching and not working. And so I think that is where broadband really came in, and it's not equitable across the board, as far as it's like, oh, you go home and do, but everyone doesn't have the ability to just go home and keep up and do live streaming and have the ability to do schooling and stuff from home. And so that's when we were really able to see that it is definitely not equitable but the schools were saying, go home and do this, and everyone should be able to do it. And, you know, it didn't happen that way. And so I think for me, when you talk about broadband, that's why it's still a thing. And I know we have kind of passed that mark, but I'm not saying it's not going to come back or we're not going to have a situation. And also we're moving into an age where our children and people are using technology more. And so it really is showing the difference between the have and the have-nots when you're able to go home and the libraries close at a certain time. So, and Starbucks closes at a certain time. So what happens when you're not able to go home and have the internet and the ability to use those services? Because I know I pay like $100 and something and I don't have cable. I just have the internet, and that could be a lot of money for some families. So,
yeah. And I agree with everything you said. For me, the issue is that we've got about $70 billion, that's with a B, from state and fed. So I'm wondering if there's a more immediate impact we can make here. But is there any additional direction that you need, Mr. Assistant City Manager?
No, thank you, Mayor and Council. I think we have direction that we need at this point.
Okay. Council is going to take a half-hour dinner break. We'll come back at 6:30. And we'll start with our our public hearings, items 15.1 and 15.2. All right, let's go ahead and bring us back. Madam City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Tibbetts.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Great. So we're going to play a little bit of hopscotch on our agenda because we're running a little bit behind. Our public hearings typically try to be as close to 5 o'clock as possible. So that means we're going to go to item 15.1.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Item 15.1 is a public hearing. Introduction of an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Title 9 of the Santa Rosa City Code by amending Chapter 9-12, Refuse and Sanitation, and Chapter 9-14, Construction and Demolition Debris by adding provisions and requirements of Senate Bill 1383, Short-Lived Climate Pollutants Organic Waste Reductions. Joey Henowitz, Zero Waste Coordinator, is going to be presenting.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager. My name is Joey Henowitz, Zero Waste Coordinator for the Transportation and Public Works Department, and I'm here to present to you tonight some City Code amendments to codify Senate Bill 1383. We can move to the next slide, please. So a little bit of background as to why SB 1383 came into effect. We're all pretty well aware of the climate crisis that we're now experiencing. Specifically here in Santa Rosa, we've had some significant fire events that have affected our community, hotter summers with record-breaking temperatures, extreme droughts, and rising sea levels that erode our coastlines. Scientists tell us that greenhouse gases that are released from human activities, like landfilling food and yard waste, can cause climate change. And specifically, SB 1383 focuses around organic waste and diverting that organic waste from the landfill, where in the landfill, organic waste emits up to 20% of the state's methane emissions, which is our climate super pollutant, 84 times more potent than carbon dioxide. So it's important that we try to get those materials out of the landfill and into our compost facilities. Next slide. As I just kind of mentioned, organics like food scraps, yard trimmings, paper, cardboard, etc. They do make up a significant amount of what Californians currently dump into our landfill. So we're really trying to get folks to put their organic material into the green bin and out of the gray bin. Here in Sonoma County and in Santa Rosa, we're showing at roughly about a 40% to 45% organic material that is going into our landfill. So we have a lot of room to improve in that area. And reducing these short-lived climate pollutants like organic waste is going to have one of the fastest impacts on the climate crisis. And this is why SB 1383 was signed into law in 2016. To respond to this climate crisis, California is now implementing the statewide organic waste recycling and surplus food recovery legislation and regulation. Next slide. So as I mentioned, in 2016, the governor at the time, Governor Brown, set methane emissions targets, which codified SB 1383 in a statewide effort to reduce the emissions of these short-lived climate pollutants, namely methane, which is emitted from from the landfills when the organics go into landfills. And the overarching policy elements of SB 1383 is to enact statewide targets designed to reduce organic waste disposal by 75% by 2025, and to rescue for people to eat at least 20% of currently disposed surplus food by 2025. So some very aggressive targets, but as we all know that these aggressive targets are needed to try to fight this climate crisis. Next slide, please. So the reason why I'm here before you tonight is obviously this is a state law and a state regulation, but the city of Santa Rosa and all some jurisdictions across California must adopt an enforceable mechanism requiring compliance with various SB 1383 requirements no later than January 1st of 2022. So that's what I'll be bringing for you tonight in the city code amendments. And these city code amendments are basically to codify the provisions and the requirements that are set before us with the state law SB 1383. Next slide. So the regulations do become effective January 1st of the upcoming year, 2022. As it is what we would call an unfunded mandate, SB 1383 does authorize local jurisdictions to charge fees to recover the costs incurred in complying with these regulations. And SB 1383 outlines specific implementation tasks required of local governments to try to achieve the goals of SB 1383, and I'll go over those here on the next slide. So the City of Santa Rosa, the overarching kind of elements of SB 1383 you'll see there before you, to provide organic material collection to all residents and businesses, which is basically mandatory service to have all 3 bins, establish a food recovery program to recover edible food from the landfill, conduct outreach and education to all affected parties and generators. And you'll see the other folks there, the haulers, facilities, and edible food recovery organizations. Next slide. Continuing with the requirements that the city is in charge of in order to comply with SB 1383 is we need to estimate our organic material processing and food recovery capacity to the city. And we would need to potentially create a plan to fund expansion if the edible food recovery capacity in our jurisdiction is not sufficient. We do need to procure a certain amount of recyclable or recovered organic waste products, such as compost, mulch, and or renewable gas. The thought here is that they want to create the markets for these materials, and that was the reason for that from Cal Recycle. We also would be needing to monitor compliance and conduct enforcement of covered entities. So we would be making sure that everybody has the 3-bin system, and we would also be doing contamination checks as well to make sure that people are properly disposing of the correct products in each of the 3-bin waste streams. Along with that, we would need to maintain accurate and timely records of SB 1383 compliance, which Cal Recycle will be having us submit on an annual basis in the form of an implementation record. Next slide. So just to kind of get a little bit into some of the specifics of the overarching kind of policy points there that I just went into. As far as edible food recovery requirements are concerned, we are required to develop a list of food recovery services and organizations within Santa Rosa, and to implement an edible food recovery program, which is going to educate the edible food generators on the requirements of SB 1383, potentially need to increase the access of food recovery services and organizations if the capacity is not currently sufficient. We're currently underway of trying to establish this and set the capacity in Santa Rosa. That work is still being done at the moment. We would need to monitor that the edible food generators are complying with the requirements of SB 1383. And as I mentioned before, if we don't have that current capacity, we would need to make sure to expand that. The city would be on the dole to expand that capacity if there's no current capacity that exists in the jurisdiction. Next slide. So Cal Recycle and SB 1383 does break the edible food recovery requirements into 2 tiers. There's a tier 1 commercial generator and a tier 2 commercial generator. You can see there where each kind of facility or location would fall into. And then we can go on to the next slide with some more specifics on that. So with the tier 1, they must donate their excess food and comply with the associated record keeping requirements as of the onset of SB 1383 as of January 1st, 2022. The folks that are located in the tier 2 section, they must do the same as of January 1st of 2024. So they get a little bit of a 2-year reprieve on those reporting requirements and the actions that are going to be needed. But both tier 1 and tier 2 must maintain a contract with a food recovery service that provides pickup service or accepts donated food, or that it may self-haul that material. And they are required to keep records on each organization that they service. So there are going to be some record keeping requirements of not only the food recovery generators, but also the food recovery services that are picking up the food and transporting that food to be used for folks to eat. Next slide. Another section that is pretty significant in SB 1383 is it does require the procurement of recovered organic waste products. This may include compost, renewable natural gas, electricity from biomass conversion, and or mulch. In some of the renewable gas and biomass conversion sections, this material actually has to be diverted from a California landfill, and it has to be organic material that was created in California as far as those generations are concerned. And based on initial calculations, and I can tell you that jurisdictions across California are all pretty worried about this component because it's a significant amount of organic waste that needs to be procured. But initial calculations that have been done by City of Santa Rosa staff would, for compost, we would be approximately 8,200 tons annually that would need to be procured at approximately a cost of about $400,000. If you change that to yardage, we're looking at about 56 yards per day that would need to be procured and then dealt with on an annual basis, on a daily basis. Just briefly, I'll touch base on, we are looking into a rebate program here in Sonoma County. So City of Santa Rosa and the other jurisdictions that are part of Zero Waste Sonoma, who is our JPA for some of our solid waste matters, are looking into exploring a compost rebate program to lessen the financial and the compost availability burden, where essentially there's a certain amount of compost that's available in our area, and most of that compost is used by the agricultural community. We don't want to compete with them. And one of the elements of SB 1383 is we are able to sign direct service provider agreements with hopefully some of these agricultural businesses, where we would give them a certain rebate, and that rebate has yet to be determined, where essentially they would get a certain percentage off of the compost that they procure, as long as they sign an agreement with us that says we are procuring this on behalf of Zero Waste Sonoma or the City of Santa Rosa, to hopefully lessen our burden. We are still exploring that and working that through with CalRecycle, but the hope is that we might be able to reduce some of those procurement targets for each jurisdiction in Sonoma County. Next slide. So within SB 1383, there is also the adoption that we need to maintain with the CalGreen standards, with the CalGreen building standards. Really where this affects the solid waste kind of component for the city is within our construction and demolition debris franchise, our C&D franchise. Currently, we have a 50% diversion requirement for our C&D haulers in our C&D franchise. We just need to change that to the 65%, and that's where you're going to see the city code amendment in the 9-14. So we're going to be proposed those adjustments to align with the CalGreen requirement, from changing it from 50% to a 65% diversion requirement. Next slide. So the city does have some enforcement requirements that are necessary, and we must adopt an ordinance imposing the requirements for all generators to comply with organic material collection, edible food recovery. That's contained within the ordinance amendments that you see before you tonight. Regulations specify that a sufficient number of businesses need to be inspected each year to confirm compliance. City of Santa Rosa and Zero Waste staff have interpreted that to be 10% of businesses on an annual basis. And the first 2 years between 2022, January 1st, 2022 and 2024 is what they call the education phase. So there won't be any penalties or formal enforcement that'll occur during those first 2 years. But anyone in violation of the requirements will be given educational materials at that point. And then after that, January 1st of 2024, the enforcement process will become effective and will involve progressive enforcement action, potentially leading to administrative penalties for those that don't act on the requirements of SB 1383 if necessary. Next slide. So CalRecycle also has some enforcement that they potentially would administer over the jurisdictions. So if they find that any of the jurisdictions aren't fulfilling the requirements of SB 1383, they may engage in their own enforcement actions of their own. Those actions that you see there are listed on the second bullet point there. Next slide. So as far as the penalties are concerned, the jurisdiction shall impose penalties or violations of the requirements of SB 1383, as I mentioned, as of January 1st of 2024 for non-compliant entities. The first notice would be an educational notice, obviously. So when I say the first violation, there's actually going to be us reaching out to the non-compliant entity beforehand to try to get them to correct the behavior. But if they don't respond and they act on that, the first violation would be anywhere from $50 to $100. Second subsequent violation would be $100 to $200, and then third violation, you see the cost there as well, the $250 to the $500. Next slide. For non-compliant jurisdictions, CalRecycle may also administer administrative penalties as well on jurisdictions that don't comply with the requirements of SB 1383. These are a little bit more significant, and why it's really important for us to make sure that we do this correctly here in Santa Rosa, and I can assure you that we are. But the penalty levels are a minor violation. You see there about a $500 to $4,000 per violation per day. Moderate violation is significantly higher, $4,000 to $7,500, and then a major violation would be anywhere up to about $10,000 per violation per day. So it's important that we make sure that we implement this, and I can assure you that we are. Next slide. So just a little bit of follow-up on the penalties that could be issued by CalRecycle. I don't anticipate this being an issue here in Santa Rosa, but I just want to make sure that you guys are aware. Once the penalty range has been determined, CalRecycle does have a set of various factors that they may administer, potentially including the range on that. And you see some of the issues there, whether the nature, the circumstances, the severity, violators' ability to pay, the deterrent effect of the penalty on the violator. So there's a couple of different avenues that they can look into when they are going to be administering those penalties on jurisdictions. Next slide. So what are the Santa Rosa impacts? How does it impact our community? How is it going to impact our ratepayers? So SB 1383 compliance is obviously going to come with increased costs. Those are for education and outreach, general administration. As I mentioned, the organic waste product procurement is going to cost some money. The inspections, the enforcement, and the capital costs to make sure that everybody has, all 3 bins across the city. And establishing and or expanding edible food recovery program. Those are going to be all of the cost drivers with SB 1383. The city is not alone in this effort. There are also other partners that we have that are working towards the implementation and have their own responsibilities. So the City of Santa Rosa, Zero Waste Sonoma, and Recology will all have a part in SB 1383. Just to kind of touch a little bit high level on that, Zero Waste Sonoma, as the JPA for most of the jurisdictions here in Sonoma County, is going to assist with the education and the outreach, the organic waste procurement. As I mentioned, we're going to be looking to try to do that rebate program, and Zero Waste Sonoma is going to be kind of heading that effort with the support of the jurisdictions. Reporting and record keeping, organic waste processing, diversion planning, and they'll be handling the initial administration of complaints, violation, and waivers. Next slide. So our waste hauler, Recology, will be assisting with the capital requirements. So any new bins that need to be purchased, any new cans, decals, et cetera. They will be the boots on the ground for this process. So they will be doing the route reviews and the contamination monitoring and doing the record keeping and the outreach associated with that. But ultimately, and this is really set in stone in the regulations, is even if we have these other partners work on behalf of the jurisdiction to accomplish SB 1383's requirements, Santa Rosa and the jurisdictions across California are ultimately responsible to ensure that all SB 1383 requirements and conditions are met. And then Santa Rosa would be the ultimate enforcement authority for non-compliant entities, resulting in any administrative penalties, which would be going through our code enforcement department if we have any non-compliant generators that I mentioned before as far as the penalty process was concerned. Next slide. So the complete cost to implement SB 1383 won't be fully known until probably at least a year and a half into implementation, where the costs are actualized. Zero Waste Sonoma will be increasing their agency fee to increase some of their staffing and increase some of the additional costs that they're going to be going through as far as the edible food recovery program. Recology will obviously be increasing their rates to account for some of these increases and things that they weren't originally contained within our current franchise agreement. Initial cost projections that we've done so far reveal that we're looking at approximately a 5% increase to solid waste rates. The good news here is that we're not going to be seeing SB 1383 increases in rates until 2023. The upcoming 2022 rates that we're going to be seeing in Santa Rosa are actually what's been submitted to me by Recology. We're looking at actually a flat increase through the single family unit, and for multifamily and commercial, we're looking at about a 3 to 5% increase. So that's actually pretty good news, because we've been having significant increases from our single family unit for the past few years. So there was a little bit of an increase in the recyclables market, where we're actually going to get a little bit of a reprieve there. And then as far as the agreements with our partners are concerned, we are finalizing, and I will be bringing forward to City Council relatively soon in the next coming few months, agreements with Zero Waste Sonoma in the form of an MOU to effectuate the responsibilities and what Zero Waste Sonoma will be performing for on behalf of Santa Rosa. And then also we'll be bringing forward a 4th amendment to our solid waste collection services agreement with Recology to update and codify that those new requirements that we will be asking of Recology that are outside of our current franchise agreement and scope and responsibilities. Next slide. So that is pretty much all I have for you here tonight. We're just providing you the city code amendments that are necessary to codify SB 1383 within our city code. And I'm available for any questions or comments that you might have.
All right, Councilor, are there any questions for Joey? I have one for you, Joey, and it's just sort of a broad question about compost facilities. Are they generally a money maker or a money loser? And I kind of asked that question because if we're spending $400,000 a year on procurement of compost, and I'm sure other cities around us are in a similar vein, is this the kind of thing where the city could look at our infrastructure? I know that other attempts to have a compost facility have fallen through. And is that perhaps an area worth exploring from the council side?
I definitely think that they are profitable because they are in business, as a business to make money. So I do think that they are making money. What the margins are, how much money that, they are making, I wouldn't know, not being in a compost facility. But the point that you make, I think is an excellent point, that if we are going to be spending this much money on compost, it definitely could and maybe should be something that we would explore here locally. We've looked into a local compost facility that was being headed by Zero Waste Sonoma. That was going to be a regional facility that eventually, fell through for equity financing reasons. But it is something that we are continually looking at to try to bring a local compost facility here to Sonoma County.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
We'll go ahead, Mr. Assistant City Manager, do you have something? All right, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. If you're interested in providing comment on this item, go ahead and hit the raise hand feature on Zoom. I'm seeing no hands. I'll go ahead and check. No voicemail public comments. Great, we'll close the public hearing. Bring it back. And I do believe...
Mr. Mayor, there is a recommendation, and that recommendation requests the amendments. It is in the staff report.
Yep, I was just looking to see which council member has the item. It's Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. No, I will be reading the ordinance without the amendments, I believe. It's
Sorry,
just
what was
showing
that,
as amendments. I mean, as ordinance, I mean.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you there, council member.
Oh, I was saying I'll be reading the ordinance, but I don't see the amendments.
Councilmember Sawyer, you've got your hand up. Do you have this as well?
I don't, but I'm just going to, I'll wait for the motion. I have a comment after it's on the table.
Okay.
With your permission, Mayor, I'll go ahead and read the ordinance.
Yep.
Very well. Ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa, amending Title 9 of the Santa Rosa City Code by amending Chapter 9-12, Refuse and Sanitation, and Chapter 9-14, Construction and Demolition Debris, by adding provisions and requirements of Senate Bill 1383, short-lived climate pollutants, organic waste reductions, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilmember Alvarez and a second from Councilmember Sawyer. Councilmember Sawyer, you had comments?
I do. A very brief one. The importance and the difficulty of SB 1383 cannot be underestimated. And I just wanted to appreciate Mr. Henowitz and the team that he has been working with constantly for months and months and months to come up with this recommendation. It is an amazing effort that was done in a incredibly brief period of time, given the type of work that was necessary. So I want to honor their effort and their work and the product that they have come forward with, because this is a major change in how we deal with many aspects of our solid waste. So congratulations, Joey, for everything that you've done and the team that you've worked with. You guys have done yeoman's work. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
I would also like to second those comments and thank you and your staff for your inspiration, because me and my babies have also started composting at home. So thank you guys very much for your hard work and your dedication.
With that, let's go ahead and call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers,
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes, with Councilmember Schwedhelm absent.
Great. Thank you so much, Joey. We'll go on to item 15.2.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Item 15.2 is a public hearing, zoning code text amendment, codification of zoning code interpretations and other technical corrections. Monet Shakali reporting.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. So I will start going to my PowerPoint. Let me turn my video off. Okay. So as you mentioned, the item before you today is codification of zoning code interpretation and other technical amendments. Next slide, please. Okay, sorry. The proposed zoning code amendments will incorporate 20 zoning code interpretation issued by the zoning administrator and includes amendments that are technical in nature, such as chapter renaming, corrections to downtown station area specific plan implementation sections, and other minor changes. Next slide, please. Okay. A brief history of our current zoning code. Our current zoning code was adopted in 2004, and it allows the zoning administrator to issue interpretations when there are questions about the meaning or applicability of specific parts of the code. Since 2011, the zoning administrator has issued 30 such interpretations. 7 of these interpretations have been codified or superseded through prior zoning code text amendments, and 3 interpretations are temporary measures written in response to COVID-19 public health order. And these 10 interpretations are not included in today's codification. Also, in July of this year, this zoning code text amendment was presented to the Planning Commission, which recommended approval to the council. Next slide, please. So here you can see the subject of these 20 interpretations proposed for codification. These interpretations cover diverse topics like fence height, LED price signs, and introduction of cottage food operation as a home occupation. Next slide, please. So I am going to give you an example of one of these interpretations. In January 2013, the California Homemade Food Act went into effect and created a new category of food facility operation called cottage food operation, which, unlike other food facilities, can be operated out of a home kitchen. And per this law, cities cannot prohibit cottage food operation. As a result of this law, an interpretation was issued in January 2013 to provide a definition for this term and to include cottage food operation as a type of home occupation that does not require a planning entitlement. Next slide, please. Okay. And here is another example of an interpretation. The applicability section exempts city projects from entitlement permits, while the design review section requires the city projects be reviewed by the design review board. These 2 sections raise questions about under what circumstances or when a public or city project requires an entitlement permit and compliance with the zoning code. Next slide, please. So zoning code interpretation was issued in June 2017, and it was to clarify the city projects are not required to obtain planning entitlements. The proposed zoning code amendment adds a sentence underlined on the slide, which states that conceptual design review by the design review board is required for city projects. This sentence creates consistency with the design review section. So throughout the code, we will have a consistency. Also, can you go to the next slide, please? Also, as a result of this interpretation, we are clarifying the redevelopment agency by adding or its successor agency shown here in bold text, because the redevelopment agency was dissolved in 2012 And we are removing the text shown here as a stripe through to simplify this section. Next slide, please. So here are some of the technical corrections in this codification. The removal of the aggressive economic development measures because the ordinance included a sunset date in August 2015. Also renaming the title of a chapter to better reflect the intent of provisions and changing a footnote in land use tables to correct Assembly Bill number. Next slide, please. And here is another technical correction. This slide reflects technical correction to the accessory dwelling unit ordinance to better reflect consistency with state law. Some of these corrections include regulation of side corner setbacks, removal of restrictive second story setbacks, requirement for a separate exterior door, and permitting of attached ADUs for existing multifamily developments. Next slide, please. And this slide shows the majority of technical corrections related to the downtown station area specific plan. These amendments are made to improve the internal consistency with the zoning code and implement the specific plan. And some of these corrections include clarifying the director level design review process within the review authority table, deleting redundant language in the land use tables for downtown zoning districts, and eliminating the superseded downtown station area combining district. You can go to next slide, please. And hopefully last slide. This slide reflects amendments to the resilient city development measures. Some of these corrections include removal of the requirement for notification of temporary use permits of accessory structures, removal of the setback and exemption regulation because this language was previously added to another section of the zoning code, and addition of automatic tentative map time extensions that were unintentionally removed as a part of the most recent updates. Next slide, please. And the proposed text amendments, which are meant to clarify the original intent of the zoning code, are minor in nature and do not substantially change or alter the purpose of the code. Therefore, this codification is exempt from California Environmental Quality Act. Next slide, please. And with that, it is recommended by the Planning Commission and the Planning and Economic Development Department that the Council introduce an ordinance approving amendments to Title 20 of the City Code to incorporate zoning code interpretations and other corrections that are minor in nature. Next slide. And that was my presentation. I am available to answer questions, and thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Councilor, are there any questions? I'm not seeing any, so I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. If you're interested in providing comment on it, go ahead and hit the raise hand feature on Zoom. We'll go ahead and start with you, Mr. DeWitt.
Hello, Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. One of the unfortunate things about the resiliency ordinance is that it has essentially turned the zoning administrator in to the main planning king, if you will, or queen, depending on who holds that seat. And you've taken away the opportunity for community members to actually have a voice on projects right next to them. Perfect example of this was a year and a half ago when the zoning administrator allowed false administration information to be put into the record in front of witnesses that were at a meeting across the street in the annex building that you have there. It was February of 2000. And as people asked to have the meeting be recorded, the zoning administrator said no. As people asked to have a record of the information previous to what had occurred be available to the public, which the Brown Act says is supposed to be allowed, the zoning administrator said no. Then the zoning administrator and the planner that was handling that project allowed false information to be entered into the record, which was then utilized later to allow that project to go forward. And when it was at the Planning Commission, the chair of the Planning Commission admitted that the information was wrong and told the proponent of the project it's bad that you did this, but we're going to let it go forward anyway. This is getting to be so deliberately deceitful that it's bothersome to many people in the community that this is allowed. The zoning administrator should be someone who is helping the community, not just being a shill for the developer that comes forward with any project. What needs to occur, again, I believe, is that you need to end the resiliency ordinance. It's been 4 full years since the fire. There's no need to have this type of a vacation of our democratic processes so that people can build houses. The majority of the houses burnt down in the fire have been rebuilt or in process now. So what's essentially happening is housing in other parts of the city are being allowed to go forward under the rubric of the zoning administrator, taking away the oversight that was there in place for decades. Projects are being fast-tracked. They're not doing as they should in terms of having public involvement, community engagement, and all the things that you profess to believe in and say you support. So now is the time for you folks to say, wait a minute, this zoning administrator action, it's not right, it's incorrect, and we should go back to the way that was in place before the Tubbs fire. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. I see no other hands. Do we have any voicemail public comments?
We received no voice message public comments on this item, Mayor.
Great. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing. We'll bring it back to council. I do believe that Councilmember Tibbetts, this is your item.
Thank you, Mayor. I move an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa, amending Title 20 of the Santa Rosa City Code to incorporate zoning code interpretations made by the city's zoning administrator and other technical corrections, file number ST21-001, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Tibbetts and a second by Councilmember Sawyer. Are there any additional comments? Okay, let's call the vote.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes, with Councilmember Schwedhelm absent.
Okay. Council will go back to the beginning of our regularly scheduled 4 o'clock meeting. Mr. Assistant City Attorney, can you give a brief report out on the closed sessions from earlier today? I don't think we need one on the study sessions.
We had 2 closed sessions, item 2.1, which was a conference with real property negotiator, and 2.2, conference with labor negotiators. And direction was given to staff and council, and no final action was taken.
Great. Thank you so much. Mr. Dutt, if you'd please do the staff briefings.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We have 2 staff briefings this evening. Item 7.1, COVID-19 response update, and I will be giving that. As of Monday, 341,163 county residents aged 12 and older are fully vaccinated against COVID-19, equivalent to 79% of the county's eligible population. Another 30,458 residents have been partially vaccinated. Sonoma County residents who received any of the 3 COVID-19 vaccines are now eligible for a booster shot if they meet new criteria outlined by the Sonoma County Department of Health Services yesterday. Residents are encouraged to visit socoemergency.org to review the latest criteria to determine if they should schedule a booster shot. Age, health, status, occupation, type of vaccine received, and when received are some of the components of the criteria. The county health officer has offered guidance to the community on how to stay safe while having a good time trick-or-treating and celebrating Halloween. Last year, door-to-door trick-or-treating was discouraged because the county's case rate was high and climbing, and no vaccines were available to help combat COVID-19. This year, things are different, and Dr. Mace has offered the following suggestions for a safe and enjoyable holiday. Trick-or-treaters should avoid large groups and should wear a mask that covers their mouth and nose. Before eating treats, people should wash their hands or use sanitizer. Indoor gatherings of unvaccinated people, including children, should be avoided. People greeting trick-or-treaters at the doorstep should wear masks while distributing candy. Instead of inviting children to reach into a community candy bowl, consider handing out individually wrapped treats or placing them on a table. Most importantly, if you are sick or concerned that you've been exposed to the coronavirus, stay home and do not distribute treats. Mr. Mayor, that concludes item 7.1.
Okay. Go ahead, go to item 7.2.
Item 7.2 is Seed Collaborative Equity Plan Update, and Amy Reeve, our Human Resource Director, will be introducing the item.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Amy Reeve, the Director of Human Resources, and I'm pleased to introduce Paul Hudson and his colleagues from Seed Collaborative this evening. They will provide a brief update regarding the diversity, equity, and inclusion work that's going on across the city, as well as providing a high-level data on the citywide survey recently completed. So with that, I'll turn it over to Paul and his team. Thank you.
Thanks, Amy. Good evening, Mayor Rogers and council members. This is an update on our due diligence and our findings and analysis. We have a number of slides to go through, so we're going to try and go through this pretty quickly. If you could go to slide 3, and I'm going to turn the presentation over to Thomas Sang, who is who's our market analyst. Before I do that, we have with us Evan Holland, who's our senior consultant, Shauna Aloni, who's one of our account managers, and Simone Basale, who is account manager, along with Thomas Sang, who's going to do this section of the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Good evening, everyone. So I'm going to first very succinctly go over with you sort of the process that we went through. In particular, I want to review the due diligence process that we had undergone from February towards the end of August here. The first part of this process was a deep dive overview into doing interviews and focus groups, because we wanted to get a sense of understanding insights, understanding themes, patterns. We wanted to hear directly and hear voices directly who were stakeholders, who were members of the city. And so you can see sort of across the city, we had interviewed not just council members, but staff members as well as external stakeholders. We also did a deep dive into the police department, the fire department as well. Altogether, there are 113 participants who participated in these interviews and focus groups. And that led to us to sort of analyze and understand sort of similar patterns. And then we then proceeded to the next phase of research, which is the next slide. We also then conducted an employee staff survey, and you can see that a quick overview here. First of all, I guess, kudos. I mean, I think we had over 50% of all staff participate in this survey, which was extraordinary. And we very much appreciate the efforts on the part of the staff that we worked with. And just some quick highlights here. The center pie chart here is the actual city breakdown of its demographics by race and ethnicity. On the left there is how our survey performed. And you can see sort of it largely hewed closely to sort of the employee demographics. Although there was one section of those who did not specify their ethnicity, close to 15% at 14% there. This is also a group that was largely very educated based upon sort of our collection of the data. You can see here that essentially close to 70% of folks had a college degree and also earned an advanced degree as well. Next slide. And very quickly, you can sort of see who else we got as a part of the survey respondents. Over half were folks who were line staff. Another 31% were folks who were senior members of the department, but also who had managers and supervisorial roles. On the right there, gender-wise, you can see over a third were female, a little bit over half were male, and then again, another 12% who did not specify. Now, one thing to note about that, I think you'll see as something that might come up later, which is those who did not specify gender or race or ethnicity. These are oftentimes folks that maybe are a little bit skeptical about sort of the transparency of the process and therefore just choose not to disclose that information. And we'll see some patterns about that later on. Next slide. Approximately 2/3 of the folks that participated overall in the survey were ages between 35 to 54 years of age. You can see that on the left side. And then on the right side, we almost had sort of 50% of those who had worked in the city for 10 years or more, and the other 50% right below that. And with that, I'll go ahead and pass it on to Evan Holland.
Thanks, Thomas, and good evening, Council. Next slide, please. So a couple of notes I want to make before we dive into some specifics with regard to the data. So just as a friendly reminder, this project is an internally focused project looking at structure, policy, practice, culture, and operations within the city as it relates to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so just want to remind the council of that. The second thing I want to remind folks is that in addition to looking at the city broadly, we were also tasked with honing in on some specifics around the police and fire department. So what you're going to see right now is an overview of data, findings, and analysis from the city at large, and then I'll pass it to Thomas to talk in detail about the city police department and fire departments. Next slide, please. So in terms of our top line citywide analysis, findings, and themes, there's three we want to highlight. The first is that staff perspectives on DEI are largely positive, but vary, just like many cities. Staffs, they vary in understanding, in terms of understanding and in terms of satisfaction with departments leaning into DEI from a policy and practice standpoint. And so what we've seen and what we learned through our analysis is that the city has microcultures. Like many cities, there's different facilities, staff working in different places and in different teams. And so microcultures develop. And so as a result, diversity, equity, and inclusion is playing out relative to how all of those various cultures within the city are operating. And again, that's organizational cultures. We heard specifically, so Thomas referred to the employees that did not specify either their gender or their race or ethnicity. And so for those that did not specify specifically in the survey, there was a correlation between those folks and their expression of dissatisfaction with the DEI progress within the city. In addition, in our interviews and focus groups, which are confidential, we heard from women or female identified staff that there's been reports of exclusion, microaggressions, inappropriate jokes and comments along the lines of sexist or of a harassment nature. And so something to flag in terms of internal dynamics we're seeing. So contributing to some of these dynamics is one finding that we've uplift is that the city faces challenges with recruitment and hiring, not only because some of these staff perspectives on DEI, but because largely the city lacks general diversity in its population. 67% of residents within the city of Santa Rosa are white. And high cost of housing, as I think Council and Tibbet sort of was speaking about earlier in the study session, really speak to some of the limitations around attracting diverse talent and retaining diverse talent. In addition to, in the appendix of our presentation, if it's helpful, we outlined some findings around the history of challenges around racism and housing within the city that are contributing to present day dynamics. In addition, we heard that staff morale is affecting organizational culture, and this is important as it relates to DEI. So I think it's important for council to know that staff are stressed and are stretched. A lot of work is going over fewer staff, and we heard this impacting morale. Folks are stressed around the various traumas, the fire, drought, organizational restructure, the budget, labor negotiations is affecting morale at staff level. And this sort of overburdened staff dynamic impacts how staff are able to lean into diversity, equity, inclusion. And you'll see some evidence of this later in our presentation. Next slide, please. And so, as we shared, we conducted a survey and provided several statements for staff to respond, either agree, neither disagree, or agree, or disagree. And so you see that in the key below that correlates with the colors. I think what's important to understand here is that generally staff are open to issues of diversity, in general, feel like staff are treated fairly, or at least understanding that staff feel that fairness is a goal. It's not always a reality, but is a goal. But when it comes to issues of making changes, in engaging in actual work to increase diversity or increase equity within a department or within a city, then is where you get less buy-in from staff. And so you see some of that here. Next slide, please. So we were able to take some of the survey findings and disaggregate them by various populations within city staff. And so the circled areas are some areas we want you to take note of. And so what we asked was, or what we asked staff to respond to is the statement: it is important and valuable to examine and discuss issues related to race and ethnicity. And so you can see where at a citywide level at the top left, taking out fire and police departments, that 75% are in agreement. But where you see these red circles is where there's blatant disagreement. And so of note, the police department came in at just under 20% disagreeing that race and ethnicity was important and valuable to examine. In terms of gender, those who chose to not specify their gender on staff came in at 30% disagree. We saw this again with LGBTQ staff and staff that, again, chose not to specify their sexual orientation, came in at just under 20% disagree, and as well as staff who chose not to identify their race came in at 25%. So we highlight these areas because they're areas of work, and that's why we're doing this study, so we can uplift these areas of work. Next slide, please. So in terms of culture and the culture of inclusion, we heard from interviewee and focus group participants the belief that the city reflects a white male dominant culture. We heard language like this is really a white supremacist ideology grounded organizational culture. And we have some information in the appendix that sort of speaks to the history of the city's forming as it relates to some laws and practices that were of a racialized nature that sort of inform some of this present day dynamic. But we took this qualitative comment and aligned it with some quantitative data. And so, the staff on by and large, 70% of the staff are white and 61% of the staff are male. So it's no surprise that the culture is dominated by the majority of the individuals who are staff. I think also important to note that salaries, those who make the highest salaries, $100,000 or more, are 75% of those staff are men and 86% of those staff are white. Executive staff, we saw that 70% of executive staff are white. And despite the fact that 60% of executive staff are women, we're still seeing some microaggressions, some inappropriate jokes and comments, some exclusion from key conversations and decisions that's driving this dynamic of a white male dominated culture. We're pairing this with some survey findings. The city of Santa Rosa invests time and resources should invest time and resources in building diverse teams. That came in at under 50% agreement and just under 20% disagreement. And the city is committed to improving diversity at its senior staff. That came in at 34% agreement and 20% disagreement. So areas of work to do around diversity, equity, inclusion. Next slide, please. So staff on whole, we heard a lot of really great feedback from staff really interested in getting into some training and some professional development around diversity, equity, inclusion to improve acumen and readiness to wield diversity, equity, inclusion on a sort of day-to-day basis. So what you'll see here is that this dynamic of staff feel comfortable discussing diversity by and large. Employees are encouraged to participate in trainings related to diversity, equity, inclusion. Leadership in departments support DEI at the tune of 62% staff felt this. But when it comes down to the bottom two, my department is taking concrete action to improve workforce equity. That came in under 50% agree. And DEI training, the DEI training my department has gone through has been meaningful, insightful, and has a positive impact. And that's, 32%. So what folks are saying is they want better training and they want their training to impact their day-to-day operations. One anecdote I'll share is we heard from several staff that the way in which commitment to professional development around DEI is played out has really been at an individual staff level championing these issues. And when those staff retire, then the sort of efforts around this go away. So that means that DEI efforts are really not happening at a systematic or structural level within the city, and that's work to do, area for improvement. Next slide. In terms of access to, actually, in the interest of time, I'm going to go ahead and skip this slide, but if we're happy to answer questions if council has them. Next slide. And then in terms of recruitment, hiring, development, and promotion, generally staff feel supported, but when you see some of the findings of the surveys at the bottom of this slide, you'll see, there is career development paths for all employees in the city. Just below 40% of staff offered that as an agreement, and 34% said they disagree with this. And that City of Santa Rosa takes active measures to seek a diverse candidate pool. This also came in pretty low in terms of agreement. So areas of work to do. Next slide, please. Turn it over to my colleague, Thomas.
Thomas, you're on mute.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and go into a little bit of the deep dive we did among SRPD as well as the fire department as well. Next slide. So of the subset of folks that took our survey for the police department, this is what those backgrounds and demographics look like for those respondents. The only thing I'll note here, again, was a larger number of people who did not specify. Nearly a quarter didn't specify their race or ethnicity. Another close to 20% didn't specify gender, but also a very educated group that reflects that in the right pie chart there. Next slide. Couple things here. I think when it comes to who participated in the fire, or rather in the police department, here is 22% of folks who were more or less command staff mostly, and then for those who were line staff or the rank and file was close to 70% overall. Age-wise, you can see that nearly half were those between the ages of 35 to 44. Length of employment for those who have been 10 to 20 years of employment, that was half of the overall folks from the police department. Next slide. So when it came time when we did the focus groups and the interviews, I think the police perspectives on diversity, equity, and inclusion are largely positive. And we interviewed a really broad range of people, including sort of diverse members across different roles and responsibilities. And I think for the most part, people really expressed fairly positive viewpoints when it came to DEI work. A lot of folks, again, across the board, really perceived the department to be inclusive. I think where there were challenges in particular, we're sort of in the hiring pipeline and the ability of the department to really attract diverse candidates. And I'll go back into this a little bit more, but I think when you look at the survey findings in the surveys, you'll see some of this overall sentiment as well. I think one interesting thing to note is that, when we interviewed folks who on the command staff side were very much open towards trying new things and open to maybe new ideas of how to do better recruitment and hiring. And there's a general openness to that, although in terms of the concrete actions or what practically that meant, I think everyone kind of shrugged and put their arms in the air. We're not exactly sure. But I think you'll see in the survey data later on is that there's some divergent viewpoints when it comes to that. We know that the chief strongly supports DEI and that I think when it comes to the staff, that there are big challenges when it comes to recruiting and hiring. A lot of these are due to sort of this uphill battle when it comes to really garnering interest among, especially among those populations historically have a lot of distrust towards police practices and groups like that. Again, nothing necessarily unique to the Santa Rosa Police Department, but certainly something that we heard as a barrier to recruitment. Also, I think it's hard to escape the local narratives and how they reflect the national narratives about law enforcement, particularly since the events of last summer, and that really is impacting recruiting and hiring issues as well. And overall, I think that this openness towards really looking at innovative approaches is one that I think people tend to be open to. And I think this is in the face of sort of some of the lowest issues when it comes to candidacy, one of the lowest pools over this past year that the PD has faced. Next slide. We know that the culture of the police department has been largely impacted by staff morale, and the staff morale actually also impacted by a couple of different things, which has really sort of influenced the culture of the police department. There's been a great deal of stress and trauma that's related to the pandemic. The fire issues over the past several years have contributed to that as well as again, the national protest against police practices, I think, has spotlighted a lot of police departments and SRPD not included as part of that as well. I think the pressures that I think a lot of police officers are facing, this is, I think the SRPD is embattled, just like many other police departments around the country are embattled. But it reduced the number of sworn officers. It accelerated retirements in many ways. There's been increased demands on the police in terms of what their roles and responsibilities are. And this is also, I think it should be said that we heard a lot about this. So much of their morale is colored by sort of the contract negotiations that we heard in interviews and focus groups as well. And then the last point on here is that, we did see some divisions. We didn't see a whole lot of divisions when it came to necessarily to race and ethnicity or gender and things like that. But we did hear a little bit of inequity expressed between sworn and civilian employees. In particular, there was a small faction of civilian folks who did feel like, the larger department and the sworn department sways a lot of things. And there were some issues related to that as well. Next slide. So again, I think for this slide, the only thing I'll point out is this, which is, I think these survey results really show, again, close to 80% or above, really folks in the police department agree that they see advancement when it comes to different folks of color, females, LGBTQ, and where there is greater polarization is in that lower battery question on the very bottom there, which is all members of the department, whether they're sworn or civilian staff, are equally appreciated and supported. So you can see that 57% agree, but a much larger contingent of folks disagree with that at 36%. Next slide. And here, again, hiring and recruitment. I think the top three statements here are really focused on, this is the status quo. Like, so do you agree with how things are going? That the current evaluation process is fair and equitable, that the police department is doing enough to attract female candidates or Latinx, Hispanic candidates. And you see that a majority of police folks agree with that. And on the bottom three bars, these are where, statements about change and reforming the hiring and recruitment practices. And you see there a majority of folks disagree with that they're resistant to things like, that the existing system for bringing in new officers should be reformed, that there should be changes in the way the department recruits and identifies candidates to build a more diverse workforce and things like that. So a little bit more resistance when it comes to, making changes there. Next, for the fire department. Next slide. I won't throw and bombard all of you with more numbers, but I think you can see that some of the background of folks that participated from the fire department here. And the next slide. Skip to the next slide, please. And some key themes here. I think when it comes to the fire department, what we heard a great deal of is that there's a great deal of cohesiveness and a strong sort of cultural identity in the fire department overall. And that, this sort of cohesiveness when it comes to this identity in the fire department is really something that permeates the entire organization, whether they're irrespective of roles and responsibilities in the divisions. I think a lot of folks have really cited and identified the challenges with the fires over the last couple of years and how challenging those have been, things like the Tubbs fire. But these have also had a very strong galvanizing effect on the fire department overall that has contributed this strong sense of purpose, identity, and this uniformity that I think we heard across the fire department. And I think that there's an ethos here, particularly among those with leadership roles, that the future of the department really depends a great deal on finding new solutions and pursuing diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think that we heard a great deal of there. Now, there are challenges, and these challenges are similar to what we heard in the police department, which is a lot of issues related to recruitment and hiring. That there's issues related to what the eligibility criteria requirements entail, which already sort of shut out a certain group of people. But I think largely people did feel that the fire department was making slow but steady progress, but really felt like that the department really needed to do a better job at advancing and doing better at reaching the city's considerable Hispanic and Latinx community over there. We know that I think a lot of the influence comes from at the top. There's a strong support for DEI by Chief Westrop in the form of a strategic plan. I think that this is also something that I think a lot of folks have embraced in the department. Next slide. Again, I think these are largely, I think this kind of speaks to the cohesiveness. There's a great deal of agreement on these issues related to DEI, this whole battery of statements. Again, a little bit of maybe somewhat of those who disagree with that there's equal appreciation for those between sword and administrative staff, but that's like less than 15%, so much smaller than what we saw, say, with the police department. Next slide. And then when it comes to hiring and recruitment, I think this is where, again, I think we see some similarities with what we saw with the police department here as well, which is, again, a lot of folks, I think, tend to hone in on the system that they've gone through themselves, and that many people here, the majority of folks, feel like the current process works, whereas I think when it comes to maybe new approaches, that there's still a little bit over a majority of those who might a little bit more. And again, this isn't necessarily surprising for those who've already gone through the process and maybe are vested in what they've already gone through. But I think this is where we see some disparity between what we heard from the leadership at the fire department versus sort of what we're seeing on a broader scope of people and how they evaluated hiring and recruitment practices in the fire department now. So, and with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Paul.
You're on mute, Paul.
We're going to stop and, receive public comments and questions from the council.
All right, council, are there any questions up to this point? Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for you, Evan. Back on the police slide, there was something that was circled that said 18% did not specify. And then earlier, I think I heard you say that those who said did not specify were showing a dissatisfaction with the process. Is that correct? Or that's how it was interpreted?
Yes, thank you. So this is the slide. I'll let Thomas cover police. This is also a dynamic at the city more broadly. But Thomas, do you want to cover this slide?
If this is the slide that you are referring to, I think what this shows is that this is within the police department itself. And so just some, is this the slide that you're referring to, Councilman?
This wasn't, and I will ask you about this slide. When I saw this slide, and correct me if I'm wrong, I was actually relatively surprised, shouldn't be the word, but happy to see that there seemed to be a lot of disagreement about things where, it says here, people of color who work with SRPD have a fair and equal opportunity as everyone else to advance. And I see very little red there. And I take that as a good sign. It'd be great if there was zero. And I know that's what we're driving for, but I got to say, I was pleased with the results of the police department. The question that I was asking, the slide was a couple previous, and it said it was
slide 11.
Where we disaggregated.
Yeah, slide 11.
Or 10, thank you.
You're speaking about this slide, Councilman?
This is it. Yes, thank you. And you circled it, and I assume it's because I think when you were speaking about it, Evan, you said that these are folks that were expressing dissatisfaction with the process. And I wanted to ask if A, am I hearing that correctly and interpreting it correctly, but B, how does that equate with that other slide, which I would say is actually looking quite good?
Right. So the slide we just looked at, it's important to remember that that's specifically the police department. So those staff that we spoke with that filled out the survey that work within the police department, either sworn or on civilian side. So this slide refers to the city at large without police and fire. So folks that work in various other departments that are noted here on the left. So it's important to note just that there's, on the right, those who chose to not identify their gender and those who chose to not identify their race also said that there's some not only dissatisfaction with the progress of DEI, but on the flip side, in this particular example, we asked or offered, it is important and valuable to examine issues, examine and discuss issues related to race and ethnicity. And 30% of those who chose not to specify their gender said, no, it's not important or valuable to examine issues of race or ethnicity, right? And so this is sort of culture and perspective and perception internally with staff, which is just as important as fact, because it really frames up the work that we have to do, right? So if we don't even think, if folks 30% of those who didn't identify themselves from a gender perspective feel this way, it's just notes work that we need to do. The same with those who chose not to identify their race. So the fact that they didn't identify their gender or race could mean some mistrust in the process. You know, this happened during a lot of dynamics in the city, including labor negotiations, so that could impact it, or just truly didn't want to specify, you know, or didn't want to be able, you know, maybe they had some concerns about confidentiality. And so, but nonetheless, it's important to note that there's some lack of interest in discussing issues of race and ethnicity. Paul, you want to add anything?
Yeah, let me just add, Councilman Tibbetts, we can disaggregate the data on almost any of these slides. The problem is we would have had 100 slides and it would have been an hour-long presentation. But we just took one to show that what we can do, and we did it on DEI just to say, yeah, in general, people feel positive about DEI within the city, police and fire, and it's across the board. But there are these pockets, and they tend to be greater. The pockets tend to be greater around not specified, and that's probably, you know, people that aren't satisfied are the most probably fear the most about the process and the integrity of the process, so they're not going to specify.
Okay, thanks you all.
Any other questions, council members? Okay, let's keep moving.
Thank you.
Thanks, folks.
Did we lose folks?
Mayor, I just received word from Ms. Reeve that they cut their presentation short, and so they've concluded for this evening.
Oh. I think that staff was, or excuse me, I think council was anxious to see some of the recommendations. So if possible, I don't think we need to cut it short. I think we are getting to the point that council wanted to discuss.
Let me find out what we can do.
Let's go ahead and take a 2-minute recess and see where we're at. All right, let's go ahead and resume. Madam Clerk, do you need to take the roll again?
Yes, I should take the roll quickly. Councilmember Tibbetts? Councilmember Sawyer?
Here.
Councilmember Fleming?
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez? Vice Mayor Rogers?
Present.
Mayor Rogers?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Alvarez and Councilmember Schwedhelm.
All right, really appreciate it. I know we stopped at the end of the survey results. You also in the document had uploaded next steps and recommendations, and I think the council was interested to see what that looks like. What we will do is, if it works for folks, we'll go through it. I know that there's a lot to absorb there for us and for the community, and so we'll also schedule a follow-up study session to go through the recommendations and timeline for implementation. But let's go ahead and keep going through it tonight and just at least do a preview for the public.
Paul, you're on mute. I'm sorry, Paul, for some reason we can't hear you. I'm happy to present if that's helpful. Yeah, we can't hear you. I'll go ahead and present on Paul's behalf. So next slide, please. So, you know, what to do with all the information that we just shared, right? The intention of the data analysis is not just to uplift areas where the city is doing really well in terms of diversity, equity, inclusion, and areas for improvement, but it's to enable staff to have an opportunity to grapple with the data, think about their own experience with some of the issues outlined within, and to come up with recommendations and solutions with the support, guidance, best practice, and advice from Seed Collaborative team. And so, you know, as we sort of wrap up our due diligence in terms of our data collection and analysis phase of the project, we're then going to be moving into a phase of the project that we call a facilitated group process. And so as a part of that facilitated group process, what we're doing is we're putting together 3 sort of task forces. So the first you see in orange will be a citywide task force, and it'll include individuals represented from the police and the fire department, as well as city leadership, rank and file. Our goal is to have a broad diversity of staff in terms of race and ethnicity, gender, identity, sexual orientation, and positionality within the organization. And so we are working closely with Amy and others at the city to pull together that list of folks. And we have some preliminary lists that we're working with now. In addition, we're going to be creating some essentially, we'll call them sister group processes, group task forces, and one will be focused on the police department and the other focused on recruitment and diversity as it relates to the fire department. And so these are particular areas that the city, by way of the proposal and contract, asked us to dive into. And so we'll be working with a group of stakeholders from those 2 departments to come up with strategies and solutions as it relates to the findings and analysis that we shared specific to police and fire. And so we plan to engage in about a 4 to 6 month process with these various groups, like I said, to review analysis, grapple with their own reflection and their own experience with diversity, equity, inclusion within the city and the fire and police departments. And then we'll work collaboratively with these groups to come up with recommendations. The intention behind the design of these groups is to ensure buy-in and build consensus. And so we find that when we bring groups like these to consensus around a broad set of ideas that they've helped to develop, we really get folks interested in the process, engaged, and it allows, it provides an opportunity for the implementation of the DEI plan that we'll be drafting for the council to be informed directly by staff, giving that plan a real shot when it comes to implementation because staff are engaged and excited. Next slide, please.
Can you hear me, Evan?
Yes, go ahead. Pick it up from here, Paul.
So let me just frame this for the council. When you say you want to hear the recommendations, and I'm assuming you're referring to the attachment we submitted with best practices research. Those aren't our recommendations. That's just, that's our research that we've done to date to inform decisions by the city. But our process and our approach, and the reason we were hired, was because our process is working with the city in collaboration for the city to define what they want to do in Santa Rosa. So we'll bring best practices from all over the country, so they have that information. But ultimately, we're going to facilitate a process where a group of city employees sit down with the data, talk about solutions that'll work for within the city of Santa Rosa with our thought leadership. And then we're going to come back with those recommendations that have been vetted through a process with city employees. And it's not just the city manager and the HR director. It's going to be folks from the line staff, union representatives, management, gender representation, racial and ethnicity representation, a real process in age, the whole gamut. That group will be presented with data, recommendations around areas that they should focus on, and then they're going to do deep dives, get the data. We're going to give them best practices, and they're going to come back to the council with, for Santa Rosa, this is what we want to do. So what Evan just outlined was kind of the process we're going to go through with city employees and fire, police, and the city to get a holistic, comprehensive plan to the council that represents, the best ideas and recommendations with seed in collaboration with city employees. So I think I would stop there. I mean, we can talk about best practices if you want. If you have some questions about, what other jurisdictions are doing that might work in Santa Rosa, we can do that. But I can tell you the ultimate recommendations you're going to get could be totally different based on what the employees want to do in the city of Santa Rosa.
I can appreciate that, Paul. Can you walk us through what the next steps are going to be and what the public should expect to see over the next 6 months?
Sure. So there's going to be a dual track operation. The city that's going to have representation from police and fire. And Shauna, I can't remember, are there community reps on this, on the equity, on the task force too?
We have community reps on the equitable policing task force.
Okay.
But not on the fire department.
Okay, so the process that the public should expect is that the city's going to go through an analysis of the data, maybe request additional data, start building recommendations to solve, let's say, recruitment, to solve promotion. Maybe people don't feel like there's equity in promotions within the city. Females are not promoted at the same rate, or they're not paid at the same rate for the same job. All that, when you start getting the data, you'll start seeing disparities. And so they'll be working on that. At the same time, parallel tracks, the police with employees from the police department across the spectrum, along with some community reps that were recommended, we'll start dealing with the issues within the police and how change happens within the police, and they'll approve recommendations. And again, it's important that the sworn staff and the civilians embrace these recommendations and willing to implement these recommendations. And so we go through a process where they develop ownership of these. And those will do the same thing with the fire department. And I think with the fire department is really, what can we bring that they haven't already tried? What do we have that's not already in their toolbox? So those processes will go on, and ultimately there'll be a document that the public can look at, that the council will have, that will have specific recommendations. They'll be prioritized. They'll be laid out on a time frame. There'll be a cost estimate associated with those recommendations, and the city will have the council will have the opportunity to say, this is great, or this is challenging, or, we can do half of this, we can do a third of this. But we will work with the staff to come up with a comprehensive plan that, in our opinion as consultants, would place Santa Rosa in the top echelons of cities in the country around DEI.
I really appreciate that, Paul. I've got sort of a fundamental question, and I know you all were sitting through our study session. We've put a line item in some of that for funding to implement some of the recommendations when they do fully come forward. Based on sort of our baseline that we have here and what you've seen in other jurisdictions, can you give us an idea of what the council should be expecting in terms of a budget for implementation? And obviously, I assume it'll be phased implementation, but where do we start, or what should we sort of be prepared to set aside to be able to start?
So it'll be hard to give you range of numbers, but I can frame it this way. A lot of the work, let's say, Evan, correct me if you think I'm wrong, I'm saying 60 to maybe max 70% of the change can be done without a cost. It's really what's going on in the departments that can be more equitable. How can we create a culture of belonging? Those kind of things don't really have a price tag. It's just you have to change your behavior, you have to change your policies, you have to change your practices. It's really the time the staff and the capacity of the staff to implement the change. The actual dollar amounts are around, in terms of best practices, a city of your size, and I'll just uplift this right now. Can you implement DEI across the board, track matrix, and implement accountability practices with one full-time equivalent? That's the real question, I think, in terms of a cost for the city. But I would say the budget you've allocated will get you a long ways down the road for the first year and a half, 2 years. And then, you have to reevaluate it. The hope, so this is the hope with DEI. It's not just, we want to do better. We want to be a better place. It really, the basis of it is to create a more productive, efficient operation and staff. So the hope is that through implementation of DEI, you will be more efficient and can do more with less. DEI isn't really designed, it's people think of it as, oh, how much is going to cost this? It's really, if it's done right, it will save you money in terms of people leaving the city, people retiring early, people having stress and health issues, from people feeling like they're included, from people feeling like they have invested in decisions within their department and within what's going on, and how they engage with the community and their ideas are valued. I mean, all those sort of things will add value to the city without costing you anything.
I really appreciate that. Thank you. Councilmember Fleming?
Thank you for your presentation and for all the work that you've done. And I also want to thank all of our employees who took the time to participate in this. It's a big deal that you're participating in making your workplace a better place to work, and for your not only for yourselves, but for your coworkers. I think that you're going to be the heroes who lead us into the future in terms of the cutting edge. And so my heart goes out to you for being brave and doing this work, which is not always easy. My question for Seed is kind of very specific. It's maybe not that important, but it just struck me as a little bit unusual that the water department stuck out as having some of the more disagree numbers, some of the more red numbers in a couple of the slides. And I'm wondering if that's typical with what you would see. You'd think we pulled out fire and police as two departments for special attention and where we want to do some extra work. But the water department was much closer to the police department, and the fire department was really nowhere near them. I'm just curious for some interpretation.
No, Evan, I value your opinion, but it's not anything about a water department in and of itself that would drive these numbers. If it's the water department, it's because the water department in Santa Rosa, the culture of the Santa Rosa department, as opposed to all water departments across the country have similar ratings.
So we're not unusual, is what you're saying in that regard?
Yeah, I would say you're not unusual. Evan?
You're not. So I think cities across the country are looking at these issues and finding that, oh, we've got some staff that are not invested in the same way we thought they might be in terms of really engaging and doing work and making change around diversity, equity, inclusion. I mean, I think the fact that 70% of water employees who completed the survey agree that it's important and valuable to examine and discuss issues related to race and ethnicity is a positive number and important to note. I think that, there's often disagreement. And I think that, what we've been telling many clients is that city of Santa Rosa is no different than any other city in that it's swimming in the American soup. And within the American soup is racism, is a history of sexism, is a history of discrimination, and a history of grappling with these issues over decades and centuries, right? And so you're going to have some folks who are just unsure and uninterested in this work. And I think we've seen that in various data points throughout the presentation. And it's just denoting areas of work to do. But no, I wouldn't say that there's something specific or concerning about the city of Santa Rosa's water department, and really happy that 70% of staff really agreed with that statement.
Yeah, if I had been forced to guess, I would have guessed that, we get that it would fall more along gender lines and that maybe we have higher proportion, but I don't know what the gender breakdown in the water department is. I just find it really interesting. And thank you so much. I look forward to next steps.
Vice Mayor.
Just wanted to thank you guys so much for your presentation and being here, and for the information that you have brought before us. I did have a question about the list for the Equity Task Force for the 15 to 21 people. I believe that you said the list was already forming, and who is forming that list? Where is it coming from?
So we do that in partnership with the city. So we work with a project team. It's a 4 or 5 person team in the city of Santa Rosa, and we give them criteria. We give them broad criteria what we're looking for, because we don't know the employees in the city of Santa Rosa. So we're saying, we want ethnic representation, we want gender representation, we want some people from unions, we want some people from line. And then they give us a list with the name and the notes associated with that person, why they think that person would fit the criteria that we gave them to ensure it's an inclusive group of people. And the other thing that informs this list is a number of the people that show up on the list we interviewed either individually or through a focus group. So we have a little data on some of the people. We rely on the city for the others. And then we check generally for, is there some constituency or stakeholder group that's missing? So, we may say, I can't remember, we did make some changes in the names. So that's how we got up the name. It was a collaboration between Seed and the city.
I think it's important to know, though, Vice Mayor, that we haven't begun that process. In terms of the group process right now, we've just compiled the list, and wanted to get through this presentation before we really delve in.
Okay, so my 2 cents on the list is I love lists. I'm very structured and organized, but I must say that we do have a lot of employees, and it seems as though I see the same faces, and it would be nice, because we do have an email system, that if we just put it out there to people that we may not see, that may be interested in this topic, that may have something to add that we don't see, that may fit that criteria, that may respond to one of those emails that say, hey, I think I could fit this criteria and I want to be a part of this. This is something that I want to do, my contribution to this. that they might be a really good person to be on the team. If we continue to have, it's like a pipeline to me, and it's kind of almost the same pipeline as the HR pipeline, and no pun, and I mean, I'm not saying that about hiring Amy. I'm just saying, like, when you have the same pipeline, you tend to get the same people doing or involvement in the same thing. So if you have a different pipeline, it could be wider, and then you get different people, and you get different people involved, and you get different perspectives. So much like the way that you guys went out into our community and you got input from people that you wouldn't when you were soliciting information to compile the data that you brought before us today. So that would just be a suggestion to get people that maybe we have not heard from or that haven't really been a part of much of the process. And in addition to, I just wanted to point out that even though it says like 18% for police department, or this not specified 25%, being an African-American person and sitting in a room, it only takes one person to say something to me, or to say, not even to me, but to make a comment, or for someone that I thought was my ally for that day, for them to say something that totally shows that they just have chosen not to be my ally that day, shows that we need more training in this community. And that could be enough to cause me to be defeated for a second. I recoup, trust me, I recoup. But it's enough to cause me to be defeated just for a day. So where the numbers may not seem very significant, they can sting and they can hurt all the same. So please don't let the small numbers or the red and think that they're not large, because when you are pepper in a sea of white, it makes a difference. So that is my comment. Thank you.
Just quickly on the inclusionary, your first point about inclusion. That's one of the criteria we looked at in the equity group. But there's also, we will probably recommend to the task force that they create subcommittees around areas of interest. And if the group agrees, there could be an opportunity for people to work, for other employees to work on the subcommittees to give more people an opportunity to be in the process. And the process itself can change culture, can change understanding and acumen, and also the idea of working together to reach consensus. All these are learning opportunities for the people that are involved in this process. And we would agree with you as consultants, we would agree with you. We heard that in our interviews and our focus groups, that there is some dissatisfaction, but it's not 70% dissatisfaction. But that it informs how we look at changes within the city. And the final thing I would say, just because I want to refresh everybody's memory, our approach is really to help all employees. We don't have we don't have a very strict racial frame in our work. So some of the cultural changes that hopefully will come out of these recommendations will apply to all employees. It'll make a better place for everybody to belong in the city of Santa Rosa. So thank you for your suggestions, and we will definitely move those forward in the process.
Any other comments from council? Councilmember Alvarez?
Thank you, Mayor. Paul, I appreciate that comment regarding all employees, especially under the team that is the Santa Rosa, the city of Santa Rosa. My comment more than anything is I'm looking at slide 26, 21, and a couple others, and I'm seeing what the collective responses are. Yet when I go to slide 23 and I see the breakdown of race, ethnicity, gender, education levels, and I'm trying to see the real picture, no matter how much it hurts or how much it gives me hope. And when I look at the graphs, I see charts that are influenced by those that might not relate to the struggle being held. For example, in slide 26, women who work in SRFD, the fire department, have the same opportunity to advance as everyone else. Everyone else can't speak for women in this response. And the same could be said about the LGBTQ or people of color. And I'm wondering if there's charts that give us the real, and I don't mean to be offensive by using the real, but maybe the painful truth, which is how that certain group feels. And if there's a graph that demonstrates how women feel in that sense, how LGBTQ feel, how people of color feel, when you ask that certain group to respond. So for example, all members of the department, well, if I ask a person of color, what will the graph say? If I ask a Caucasian elderly man, how will that person respond? And so it's not influenced by those that simply don't understand what that struggle may look like. And it's really evidenced in slide 27, when it's asked, the department is hampered in its effort to diversify its ranks by existing government requirements or other restrictions. And I'm seeing that only 16% are saying they agree with that. But yet I'm sure that if you ask 3 of the 4, that number might actually go down or go up. So my question to you is there a way to present that information? And again, it might be a cold reality, it might be hurtful, but it's good to gauge where exactly we're at when we're asking those specific individuals how they feel about the questions at hand.
So Councilman Alvarez, I want you to I want to give this answer in 2 parts. One is the survey data. I'm going to give you a response on the survey data, and then I'm going to give you a response on the interviews and focus groups. So you're mostly referring to the survey data, and we can disaggregate this information, and we could say, we could tell you probably who these, Thomas, we can tell them who this Greens are. The problem we run into is the smaller the number of people that disagree. Let's say there are 3 Hispanics that disagree in the fire department. Everybody will know who those 3 are. So when we disaggregate in the survey data, if the sampling is too small, it will expose who we're talking about. The other thing I'll say about the survey is dictated by who responds to the survey, right? We had 50%, but 50% didn't respond. So we can only relate to the people that responded, which was overwhelmingly white and overwhelmingly male. But if you go to slide 3, if you look at what we did with the interviews and the focus groups, we were very intentional to reach out to constituencies that aren't always represented, aren't always reflected. So if you look at we did a cross-section of all the folks in the state, but the external folks, we did nonprofit organizations, we did local civic leaders, and then within the focus groups we looked at, and we did one around race. We had a Hispanic focus group, a Latino, Latinx focus group. We did female focus group. Evan, help me out with these focus groups. What else did we?
Yeah, I think we also tried to ensure we got a broad cross-section of line staff and administrative staff versus middle management and upper management. So whereas we may not have gotten the diversity of staff or the large majority of staff in the survey, we did get 50%. We really tried to be intentional with the qualitative and data collection and analysis to ensure we got a diverse cross-section. And that's important because what the surveys, what the interview and focus groups do is 2 things to the data. One is they inform some of the questions that we ask in the survey. So that, because we did a lot of those interviews and focus groups, I think all of them first. The second thing it does is it helps us to understand nuance of dynamic from communities that may not have been represented in the survey. And so that's why you approve our project, to ensure that we collect both qualitative and quantitative to try and provide as balanced a perspective as we can. We can't force staff to complete a survey. So.
And one other point I'll add, to Vice Mayor Rogers' point, where do we get these names from? How do we get these names for interviews and focus groups? Again, we had to go to the staff, but we said, look, we want a cross section. So if they give us interview names and there were no Latinx males or females on the list, we say, go back. Is there someone that you can have us interview that represents this perspective? It was really hard finding African Americans, but we actually found, we actually interviewed some African Americans within the city. So we were very intentional about who we asked for to interview, and the city was very supportive and very helpful in identifying names and uplifting names that were a cross section of race and gender. So we tried to compensate for the survey with this part.
I do appreciate the explanation as really just avoiding any one of our staff members or any one of our employees here at the City of Santa Rosa is greatly appreciated. So I do appreciate that answer. It leaves me wanting more, but I do understand the why of, I would hate to see that any one of our employees felt harassed or singled out. So I do appreciate that very much.
Any additional comments, council? All right, we'll go to public comment for our staff briefings. That's item 7.1 and 7.2. I want to say a very big thank you to the SEED team, and we're looking forward to the next steps as well. I'm seeing thumbs up from council members. If you're interested in providing public comment on either of our staff briefings, go ahead and hit the raise hand feature on your Zoom. Madam City Clerk, I'm not seeing any hands. Did we have any voicemail public comments?
We received no public comments on this item via voicemail.
Okay, we'll keep moving. Thank you again so much. Item number 8, our city manager and city attorney reports.
Thank you very much, Mayor and council members. I'm happy to provide a couple of updates. Our Housing and Community Services Division wanted us to report out that on Friday, October 29th at 3 p.m., PEP Housing will be holding a groundbreaking ceremony for the Linda Tunis Senior Apartments, a 26-unit affordable senior rental complex in Rincon Valley that is receiving CDBG, DR funding, as well as project-based housing choice vouchers. This is the first CDBG, DR funded rental complex in the state to initiate construction. Pretty excited about that. The other is in light of the rain event that occurred over the course of the weekend. I wanted to express a significant amount of appreciation to the staff who are out supporting our community members and helping them withstand the waters that were moving in and around all around them through each of the portions of our town. In particular, police and fire was very impressed with the work they were doing. I'm very thankful that they were prepared and ready and provided the services they did to our community members, as well as Public Works and Santa Rosa Water. All did a fantastic job in trying to alleviate the floodwaters that did occur and try to keep other floodwaters from occurring as the event wore on. So just wanted to express my appreciation about that evening. And that concludes my report.
I do have one brief item to report that William Gallagher filed a dismissal of his appeal regarding the city's all-electric reach ordinance. As you may recall, Mr. Gallagher challenged the ordinance in Sonoma County Superior Court. The court upheld the ordinance. He then filed an appeal, and with the Court of Appeals, and his dismissal will end the litigation with the ordinance fully in effect. That's all.
Great work all around. I was very appreciative of the work that all of our staff was doing over the weekend: police, fire, water, transportation, public works. I know our executive team was largely in the Emergency Operations Center. So I just want to say thank you to everybody who braved that storm. And I also want to express gratitude to the City Attorney's Office for their work on the all-electric ordinance. It's great to have that behind us. Councilor, are there any questions or comments on the city manager or city attorney reports? Seeing none, we'll go to public comment on this item. Go ahead and hit the raise hand feature on Zoom if you'd like to comment. All right, seeing none and no public voicemails, we'll keep moving. Let's go on to statements of abstention by council members. Is anybody abstaining on any items tonight? Okay. Mayor's and council member reports. Does anybody have a report for tonight? Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you for hearing me. I'm reporting out on the adoption of Plan Bay Area last Thursday. I'll read some excerpts from the press release. So the Association of Bay Area Governments and the Metropolitan Transportation Commission Thursday evening adopted Plan Bay Area 2050 and its associated environmental impact report. The unanimous votes by both boards capped nearly a 4-year process during which more than 20,000 Bay Area residents contributed to the development of the new plan. Defined by 35 strategies for housing, transportation, economic vitality, and the environment, Plan Bay Area 2050 lays out a $1.4 trillion vision for policies and investments to make the 9 Bay Area County region more affordable, connected, diverse, healthy, and economically vibrant for all its residents through 2050 and beyond. From housing strategies that would produce more than 1 million new permanently affordable homes by 2050, to transit fare reforms that would reduce cost burdens for riders with low incomes and paths to economic mobility through job training and a universal basic income, the goal of a more equitable Bay Area is interwoven throughout the plan, with a groundbreaking focus on climate change, strategies also crafted for resilience against future uncertainties, including protection from hazards such as sea level rise and wildfires. I could go on, but it's been a long night and it's probably got a lot more to go. But what I really want to say is that this isn't one step in an ongoing process of continuing to do what we're doing here in the city, but also doing it more broadly, and that this involves so many people, and I'm really excited to see what the next steps are. So if you have any more questions, please feel free to email me.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. I omitted last week that I've appointed my last appointee to the Charter Review, Ana Diaz, who wishes to become mayor by the age of 40. So I'm definitely trying to assist her in making that happen. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Vice Mayor?
Just want to report out on Friday, October 22nd. We, Mayor, myself, and Councilman Alvarez, we were able to go to the Santa Rosa Junior College and attend the student housing groundbreaking, which was really nice, and happy to see that there will be some housing at the JC. It's been a long time coming, and that it will be great for future students there. From there, me and Councilman Alvarez went to becoming independent and went to their, it was a long day on Friday. We went to their groundbreaking because they will be having a new building there. So that was great to see that. And following that, I'll leave one for you, Mayor. You want me to leave one for you? I'll leave one for you there.
Well, there's actually two, so I appreciate that. So following that, I was very happy to join Councilmember Alvarez, Councilmember Sawyer, and the Vice Mayor at the Remembrance for Andy Lopez. That rounded out our day. Lots of groundbreakings that are happening. We also had a strong council contingent at the the ribbon cutting for Lantana Homes. I'm very happy to welcome those families into their new homes, and congratulations to Burbank housing for that. Since we last met, we also had a climate action subcommittee where we were able to focus on Santa Rosa Water's energy optimization plan. And there is also the citywide energy efficiency, renewable, and microgrid feasibility study that's going to help guide a lot of our work as we move forward. I know that there's a couple of council members who've been particularly interested in the idea around microgrids and how to make our city more resilient. It is attached, that assessment is attached to the last climate action agenda, and I recommend it for reading for folks who are interested in it. Any other council member reports? Great, let's see if there's any public comment on council member reports. I see no hands and there are no voicemails. Let's go on to approval of minutes. We have 5 sets of minutes today. We have the July 20th special meeting and regular meetings, the August 3rd special meeting and regular meeting, and the August 17th regular meeting minutes. Councilor, are there any amendments to those 5 sets of minutes? Councilmember Alvarez?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. 11.2, July 20th, on the second half of the meeting. That was a special meeting as well. I wasn't here for the second half of that meeting.
Councilmember Fleming?
I missed it during statements of abstention. I'll need to abstain from 11.1 and 11.2 because I was absent during that one meeting.
Okay. Let's see if there's any public comment on item 11, agenda minutes. Seeing none, we will see, let's show those minutes adopted with the correction from Councilmember Alvarez, as well as an abstention from Councilmember Fleming for items 11.1 and 11.2, unless there's objection from council. Seeing none, let's go on to the consent calendar.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. I unfortunately have to request that we pull item 12.5. As staff was preparing for this evening, they noticed there was a wrong attachment that staff included, and so we will reschedule this for the next available meeting with the correct information. So please remove 12.5 from any motion later this evening. With that, item 12.1, a motion, City Council priorities. Item 12.2, resolution, professional services agreement number F002374 with ECS Imaging Incorporated for Laserfiche. Item 12.3, resolution, professional services agreement with Meyer Studio Land Architects Incorporated, a California corporation, to provide landscape architectural design and engineering services and to prepare a master plan and construction documents for Fremont Neighborhood Park. Item 12.4, resolution, speed limits on Sonoma Avenue, Thomas Lake Harris Drive, and West Steel Lane. Item 12.6, resolution, approval of Second Amendment cooperative agreement between the State of California and the City of Santa Rosa for the Hearn Avenue Interchange Highway 101 project. Item 12.7, resolution, Fulton Road widening project between Guerneville Road and Piner Road, mitigation credits purchase authorization. Item 12.8, resolution, authorizing the filing of an execution of an application for funding from the Federal Transit Administration Buses and Bus Facilities Program for federal fiscal year 2021, and committing any necessary matching funds. Item 12.9, resolution, 2022 State Transportation Improvement Program resolution of local support for Highway 101 bicycle and pedestrian overcrossing.
Thank you so much. Councilor, are there any questions on the 8 items on the consent calendar for tonight? Seeing none, we'll go to public comment. I have one hand up. Start with Julia.
Hi there, I'm Julia Donahoe, and back in 2010, 2009, 2009, I was on the board of the American Institute of Architects in Sonoma County, and we were proponents with the Leadership Institute for Ecology and the Economy for studying the SMART train at the Northwest Santa Rosa stop, and we engaged the community in a charrette and urban design competition that considered the whole Northwest Santa Rosa area, and the possibility of the bike bridge was part of the design charrette, and we had a wonderful entry by Paul Harris submitted. There was a book that was created. I wanted to make sure that everyone on council was aware of the book. It's called Smart Ideas, SMART for Smart Train, and Ideas, because it was an ideas competition. Smart Ideas Competition in Urban Design charrette from Northwest Santa Rosa. It's available on blurb.com if you'd like a copy, or I have provided it to Drew Weigel on the Design Review Board, and I think he's distributing it as well in a draft format, in a big PDF, so it's not easy to email, so it's more of a transfer thing. But it was a group effort of many people, including bikers, architects, LIFE people, the Friends of Smart, and we brought experts from out of town who were experts in retrofitting suburbia, Ellen Dunham-Jones, and David Baker from San Francisco, who's an expert in housing, and talked about many ideas. The one thing that was really outstanding was the idea of this bike bridge being a placemaker. So the entry for the bridgeway was really about creating a placemaker and some sort of identifier along the road, along the highway, so people coming out from San Francisco really have a sense of Santa Rosa being here, and there being a SMART train, and there being the Charles Schultz Museum and the County Center and the SRJC and County Town Mall, and all these things happening in that area of town. Not just driving through on the freeway to Healdsburg or to, further north, Ukiah, wherever they're going, and really trying to make that opportunity a placemaker. There's a current design on the table that these funds will go for. I really want to advocate for these funds. The current design is a cable stay bridge. We're not so sure that really represents Santa Rosa, although it's very Swiss engineering iconic. But we'd like to see something that maybe along the lines of a design competition like we did for the obelisk down on Santa Rosa Avenue, where we got local engineers and artists and people interested in biking together to create something that really was representative of our area. So maybe some sort of integration with Stephen Grover's concept, but advocate for the money, do approve the money, go get the money, and let's do this. Thanks.
Thank you, Julia. We'll go to Justin.
Hi, my name is Justin Vrobel. Thank you for considering the speed limit change on Sonoma Avenue between South A and Santa Rosa Avenue. I would like to say I agree with the proposed establishments of the speed limit on Sonoma Avenue. Unsure how familiar everybody is with our area here. So I'd just like to point out a few things real quick. We do have the Luther Burbank Elementary School, two churches, Juilliard Park, the Prince Gateway Park, also known as Fish Park, Prince Memorial Parkway, all right in this proposed area. These all bring significant pedestrian traffic, with parents dropping off and picking up their kids from the elementary school, bikers getting geared up to take rides down the creek path, and the congregations that attend the Church of the Divine Man and the events at the Church of One Tree and Juilliard Park, along with the entrance to Juilliard Park in the middle of Sonoma Avenue, where people often cross Sonoma Avenue in order to gain entrance. And then I guess that's really the gist of it. Although I spoke with a lot of my neighbors, and we've all said that if it ends up being an item of, like a budget item that precludes us from getting some signage, we'd be happy to discuss, putting together the finances for that, along with any additional student crossing or school crossing signs. There's currently only one school sign. It's kind of, I don't think it's quite sufficient for the amount of traffic that comes into the neighborhood. But I guess that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Justin. And I'll look over to our assistant city manager really quick. I believe that the funds for any signage change is already in the budget.
Yes, Mayor, that is correct.
Excellent. Councilor, are there any questions or comments on the consent calendar? All right, I'll turn it over to the Vice Mayor.
I move items 12.1 through 12.4 and 12.6 through 12.9 and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
That is a motion from the Vice Mayor with a second from Councilmember Sawyer. Let's go ahead and call the vote.
Thank you. Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes with Councilmember Schwedhelm absent.
All right, we will go to our first of 2 public comment periods for the evening. That's item 13. If you're interested in providing public comment, go ahead and hit the raise hand feature on Zoom. And I see Eric will start.
Good evening, Council and Mayor Rogers. Really appreciate you on this fine evening. This is Eric Frazier with truthintourism@gmail.com. It's my address. I wanted to make a comment because, of course, we're in the throes of the after effect of the STR urgency ordinance. It's a process that we maintain was short on facts, heavy on fiction, and abruptly abused the public process. You'll learn more about that in a lawsuit that should be filed soon. This is a grassroots effort to fund our legal work. We are looking for a war chest in the 6 figures, and it appears that we have enough money to initiate suit. There'll be more on that later. But I did want to bring some facts, as we're sort of parsing through the wake of things and also doing the work that staff should have done prior to the economic subcommittee meeting. It is interesting to see when we look at the impact of, for instance, the permit fee on people. So using documents responded from the city to our CPR requests, we've been able to learn from these documents the amount of TOT tax collected per address, for instance, how long a particular address has been active in submitting TOT and that sort of thing. So using the last year where we have a full year's worth of data in 2020, we see that there are 211 TOT paying accounts. 38 of those were commercial hotels or motels. That leaves about 173 exactly STR-like accounts. Now, out of those, 65% or 113 remitted less than what you're asking for a permit fee. They remitted less than $1,129 annually. Now, the average of that group of 113 was only $404 in TO tax submission, which is 2 3/4 times their annual submission is what you're asking for permit fees. Now, that's outrageous. It truly is outrageous. Why are you pushing down on our senior citizens, our people that are looking to supplement their housing expense? It really is disgraceful. Quickly, another news item crossed my desk, and that was this allegation that 99% of politicians are psychopaths. I didn't believe that, so I needed to verify it. Don't worry, it's only 20%. But you should actually read up on what psychopathy is. Lack of remorse, pathological lying, callous lack of empathy. I hope you sleep well. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. I see no other hands and we have no voicemail public comments. So we'll move on to item 14.1.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Item 14.1 is a report item, trust agreement and authorizing filing of validation action for pension obligation bond issuance. Alan Alton, our acting chief financial officer, will be the reporting.
Hey, Mayor Rogers and members of the council, this item is actually the first step from our study session on September 14th, where we laid out a number of pension of strategies for dealing with the city's pension obligation costs. Move on to the next slide, please. So the city is looking at various strategies for addressing rising CalPERS pension costs, and one of those is the potential for issuing pension obligation bonds to refund a portion of its unfunded accrued liability, or UAL. So we presented this strategy to the council in a study session on the 14th. And at that study session, council gave direction to staff to return with an item that initiates the validation process that is necessary prior to the issuance of POBs. Next slide, please. So again, the validation process, this is the first step in moving forward with a process to issue bonds. However, it absolutely does not obligate the city to issue bonds. It's just a unique process that that is unique to POBs. Essentially, what will happen is the city will initiate legal proceeding in Superior Court, and that will determine that the bonds are legal obligations of the city. This process depends on how long the court docket is backed up, but it could take anywhere from 4 to 5 months. And again, during this, that is the first step before any issuance could happen. Next slide. So the next steps that we would take would be to, along with the financing team for the bonds, to analyze the amount of POBs that would need to be issued to generate any savings, whether it was, or determine whether it was feasible for us to issue based on interest rates, and go through that process. And then once the validation is complete and we have what's called a plan of finance, we would then come back to the council with a bond purchase agreement for the sale of the bonds and a preliminary official statement relating to one or more series of bonds. So those are the actual documents that deal with the bonds themselves. These are what we're doing now is just the preliminary steps. So with that, it's recommended by the Finance Department that the council, by resolution, 1, authorize the issuance of one or more series of City of Santa Rosa pension obligation bonds. 2, approve and authorize execution and delivery of an indenture of trust relating thereto. 3, authorize a validation action related to pension obligation bonds. And 4, direct staff to return to the council for approval of documents related to the initial series of pension obligation bonds. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions that you have.
All right, council, any questions for Alan? I don't see any, so we'll go to public comment. And I see no hands for public comment, and we have no voicemails as well. So Alan, just want to thank you. Obviously, I think this is our 4th time discussing this, and I know this is the first actual step that puts us in a position to execute down the road. So I just want to thank you and your team for all the work that you've done.
Thank you.
With that, we have Councilmember Sawyer with the item.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll introduce a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa authorizing the issuance of one or more series of pension obligation bonds to refinance the outstanding obligations of the city to the California Public Employees Retirement System, approving an indenture of trust, authorizing a judicial validation action, and approving and directing related matters, and waive further reading.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Sawyer and a second from Councilmember Fleming. Any additional comments? Okay, seeing none, let's call the vote.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez? Councilmember, thank you. Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes with Councilmember Schwedhelm absent.
Great. We have item 16, that's our written communication. It is the quarterly board, commission, and committees attendance report. Council members, do you have any questions or comments on that?
Yeah, really quick. Just want to thank everyone that has volunteered thus far to sit on all the boards and committees for their dedication and their time that they're giving up to serve our community. Thank you.
Well said, Vice Mayor. Let's see if there's any public comment on the committee reports, the attendance report. I see no hands. So we'll go to our second and final public comment period for the night. A little bit truncated because we did our public hearings earlier. But if anybody did not speak in the first public comment and would like to now, go ahead, raise your hand on Zoom. And I see no hands popping up as well. With that, council, we will adjourn.